Gde ste, braćo? Konačno, Buraz čeka 20 minuta. Pa ljudi, što da palim live kad seru, brate? Šta vas to zanima, kontaš? Brate, pali live da gledate gameove i to je to, Buraz. Ja mislim da nema streama. A brate, nema šta, evo, jesmo pali live sad. Kontaš, šta da palim live dok oni kenjaju, ljudi? Pa kenjaju, od 4 kenjaju. Kontaš, ja sam bio spreman u 4 da live-am. Zašto? Samo bi se smorili, ovako bi sedeli, brate, kurac. Kontaš? Ovako, brate, evo ga kreće game, kontaš? Istina, pa jebi ga, brate. Zeznu sam se prvi put, juče sam starto live isto ovako, malo ranije. I sad su starto tačno na prvi game, brate. Daj zvuk, evo. Pali mapu onu, video, pošalji mi link. Da pokažem ljudima koga... Ajmo 5 lajkova prije početka. Ajmo opet lajkove da izgremo. Juče je bilo 1000, ajmo danas oboriti taj rekord. Ajde danas 1100, kontaš? Kasni ti minut, da refresham onda. Najkasnije, brate, to je to. 60k ljudi, znači biti 100k možda. O, prozivaju igrača opet. O da, prozivaju igrača opet. Ajde, iscimaj se video, brate. Nemam ja link. Hoće biti Čičo, da.
To stand here on this stage in Copenhagen, and now just 50 remain in the running to lift the trophy, to own the axe of champions and call them.
Jebi ga, braću, ne znam šta je ovo, vi mi kažu da kasni live, evo restartao sam, ali ne vjerujem da kasni.
Copenhagen,
ne kasni,
are you ready to see history made?
Au, gle koliko ljudi! Ovo, prvi dan i drugi dan nije bilo. Znači žvake, ne brate, ne mi kiš, utrošili smo 10 dana, cijelu kutiju.
So, for the final time this year, please Copenhagen, please welcome your players!
Koliko ljudi ovo? Moramo da bodrimo Balkanci. Alo, ovo je meni najveći dio kad izlaze sada. Respekt za njih dvojicu, klačali su, juče su na intervju rekli su na intervju, ja kad ostanem solo, ja sam najbolji igrač. I podasaj ostane solo i klača, hvala, kunem ti se. Grolz isto, alo, kako je klača juče, hvala, alo. Ruke u džepove, da, to moramo da gledamo, alo. Hvala. Da to važimo li, what? Ne znam ove ne znam. Jo, ja čekam naši da izađu. Ali sad ćemo da vidimo baš i Tenija i Teni face reveal i sve. Sad ćemo sve detaljno da ih vidimo, kontate. Neće biti ono da ih tražimo gdje je trulex, gdje je ovaj, gdje je onaj, sad ćemo baš da ih vidimo sve. Ljudi, ajmo bacite like do 600, već ste 600 na live, ljudi, bacite like. Uskoro kad krene, mogu bi sad okačiti story, a? Aj, pišite poz, ljudi, pišite poz. Pišite poz, braćo. Pišite poz za story, ispamajte svi poz da se vidite na storiju. Pišite poz. Čekamo naše, brat. Veliko finale Kopenhagenu. Your story, to je to. Dobro, boli me kurac za ove, Buraz. Aj, daj, nek. Ovi su dobri, stvarno. Ovi im je, ja mislim, drugi lan. Ovo im je drugi lan i braća već popofaju, brate. Prvi lan u Saudijskoj Arabiji bili su drugi. Ili prvi čak, drugi, ne znam. I sad je ovo kraj. Sad Kenja nešto, da. Izašlo je prvi, pa Kenja nešto, pa idu drugi, Kenja idu treći. Ovo kraj, sad Kenja nešto, da. Ljudi, bacite like, ljudi, aj brzo bacite like, ljudi. Ajmo probat 1000 lajkova u sat vremena, može ljudi? Ma u pola sata možemo, bacite like svi ljudi. Krči mikrofon, ne krči, brate. Tripuješ. Razderi se u mikrofon da ga popraviš. Pola sata možemo. Meni je dobar mikrofon, ja sam onda retardiran. Vaske ide opet zadnji. Pa verovatno Vaske zadnji, a ovi... Ja sad dobar. Ja sad dobar. Alo, ja mislim da je sad dobar, ovako sam udaljen, dobro je. Nego da sam mene, ljudi, da sam mene ubio u mozak. Mogu ja da vam kažem nešto? Mogu ja da, evo, nebitno, mute ću, sad nebitno je. Mogu ja da vam kažem nešto? U autobusu sam, evo te A ljudi, mogu da vam kažem nešto? Mene nervira da vi meni napišete loš je mikrofon, ja mutam live i čuje se sve perfektno. To mi ide na kurac. To mi nikako ne ide, brate. O, Tayson. Respect, Tayson.
And here we have Pixie and Cheaton. This duo has showed us that they have what it takes to perform at the highest levels. And now the trophy, it's so close.
Hello.
Give it up for Byla and Peterbot, two of the most dominant players on NA, with a championship already.
Alo, 1, 2, 3, test.
Byla and Peterbot, two of the most dominant players on NA, with a championship already.
Alo, 1, 2, 3. Sad je dobar.
Consistency for a long time. Let's keep it going because guess what? It's showtime.
Ovo samo što se nisu uzeli za ruke, nisam gledao. Ne zanima me, ovi su mi nebitni. Ljudi, aj ovako da prebacimo na 1000 lajkova, može? Izađite iz full screena, ja nisam lajko streama, evo, kunem ti se. Aj brzo dok izađu naši, evo. Your channel. Live. Evo ga, unlike, bukvalno imao sam lajka na već. Aj prebacite na 1000 lajkova, brzo ljudi. Evo, respekt, Nugato ljudi, evo ga Nugato, alo. Ajmo Nugato. Isti Nugato, s ovim brkovima mali, kunem ti se. Nugato isti. Nugato vina.
Wait, we have Blaha and Mixon, the Polish duo. Let's make some noise.
O Poljaci jebate.
Some new Polish champ potentially. Let's bring on the heat.
Stand up and get loud for Roman.
Alo, koliko su svi jeste skontali ljudi ili sam ja jedini skont? Koliko su svi gledao, svi nasmijani, svi sretniji. Znaš ono, svi su sretni, brate, kad izlaze na binu u finalsima. A kad su izlazili na openima, svi ono, znaš. A sad svi sretni, evo, svi nasmijani, gledao.
These guys aren't playing around and do not plan on leaving empty-handed tonight, but will the trophy go home with NA?
Samo je Tayson izašao od Balkanaca, ljudi. Samo je Tayson izašao. Ovako. Svi spamujte. Šta da spamate kad izađu naši? Naši izlaze tek na kraju. Ljudi, ajde dogovorimo šta da spamamo kad izlaze naši. Šta bi mogli? Samo Tayson je izašao. GL, mislite GL, a?
Imagine the World Cup title and then slap a global championship title on that. That would be
Tayson je, Slovenac je Tayson. Spamajte GL, evo, aj GL spamaj. Spamajte što hoćete. Spamajte GL. Ponos Balkana, ponos Srbije, ponos Slovenije, šta god hoćete, znači. Tako da ono. GL, srca, ajmo trulex, ajmo ovi. Kogod izađe moramo veliki spam za podršku, brate. Brate, ali kad malo skontaš, brate, od 50 timova da bude 5 timova naših, brate, to je stvarno napredujemo, jebote. Ono, majke mi. Znaš koliko je nas, a koliko je Poljaka, na primjer. Poljaka. Nebitno, nebitno. Šalim se, ovi su ispuštali, ovi su uči jako dobro lirali.
Now let's make some noise for Peppo Clip and Zagu. Representing for Asia, they are ready to fight for the trophy. It's time to bring your
Moneymaker, ljudi, je kvalo. Moneymaker je kvalo, ljudi, sad će onda izaći s kapuljačom kao gangster, mali. Moneymaker će sad. Jel vaske kvalo? Jeste, ali ne zašto ne izlaze, brate, naši. Evo ga, Teni više.
Misha and t3ny, ladies and gentlemen, do not feel safe regardless of where you drop on the map when these guys are...
Oni konaju Rizona danas, Alo. Konaju Rizona danas. Rizona jebeno. Janis. Ali oni mogu play sa top 5 ako ih očiste par puta, majke.
The Scandinavian duo is now ready to bring the trophy home after qualifying.
Neki su susreli, brate. Ovaj ne znam gde se nalazi, majke mi. Odakle su? Slovenija? Kylie kvalo, what? Vodka. Ljudi, bacite like, ljudi, aj brzo na 1000 lajkova, sad izlaze trulex. Evo ga, tank. Tank! Zajeban se, brat. Brat muz, dobar je muz, dobar je. Smršao je muz, iskreno. Bacite like, ljudi, izlazi, evo, trulex sad, 3 će sad, trulex. Vadali se već jučer prvi bili u openima. Nema da opet pauza, brote, pauza opet. Viš kao queasy nije hvalo, zajeban se. Opet pauza, ba.
One step closer to game's beginning. Mr. Savage and Vadil, you know we gotta talk about these guys. They ended first place after yesterday's lower bracket. First place from the last chance major. They have something to prove, and they're here to show it.
Talk about clutching up when it matters. I mean, I've talked about it multiple times.
Da, listi Wonderi.
Makes sense. They're so smart.
What the fuck? Ne glupiraj se, nije. Ko su izašli naših? T3ny, Misha i Tayson. Koliko dobri dresove, ovo meni gasalo. Gle pikik solo. Gledam da se nastavio grind, tebe bi ovdje gledali. A jebi ga. Da sam ja bio baba, bio bi baba. Ja to je izmišljam neki činjenici. Ajmo, trulex, ne, queasy Veno moraju da zapušti krug. Queasy Veno. Nemoj mi Ridžija i Goldenita. Ne, opa. Tužni, budete igrati za 4 miliona. Respekt, ovo je respekt, ovo braću respekt. Ovo je do Fortnite. Ovo je za malo pao, jeste vidjeli? Jeste vidjeli za malo pao? Ajmo. To je to. Evo ga najveći duo. Ja ne znam da oni landaju uopšte. Video, pošalji mi link, ubit ću. Jo, naježiš se kad izgleda naši, kurenti samo. Aj, Fortnite ne bagaj, ko gleda ljudi, stoka? Biće stoka, uvijek. Kako neko deformisano hodaju, brate? Sam ja deformisan? Ili ja deformisan hodaju? Nekako, ko da ih ti vučeš, ono na... Oni kao onako idu. Brate, objasni stavčala. Ovo za malo da kaže neko ime, ali neću. Bolest. Bolest! Ne znam ko je ovo. Brazil, bravo. Ovo je ko da je nadrogiran, ko da je naduvan, šta za je? Ne znam ni ove, brat, ovo isto ne znam. Hvala Queasy, brate. Evo ga Queasy, zašto zadnje izlazi, niko ne zna. Jo, brate, ima da vinaju opet 3 game-a, jo, opet da vinali su. Jo, ajde volim. Samo da vidim Queasy i Vena na haju. Ali ovi me nerviraju, oni će da im snikaju. Njih dvojica, Seti i Kami uvijek snikaju, brate. Ne njima, uvijek svima. Snikaju, 3-4 uvijek snikaju, uzmu White Heal-a i snikaju, brate. To je to, svi su izašli. Vaske nije, alo Vaske! Vaske je izbačen. A da, Vaske je izbačen jer je udario šamar Moneymakeru. Jo, da, alo, ja vam to nisam rekao. To meni Markonix rekao jer Markonix tu u publici kao. Udario šamar Moneymakeru jer mu je lando na glavu kao zadnji game. Zajeban se. Ne zašto izdužava ako šalju ih po 5 ih šalju. Nije ljudi, igra Vaske. Igra Vaske, zajeban se. O, brat, imam 18 godina, ponašao se kod imam 10, ali mnogo sam, adrenalin me puca. Brate, Moneymakeru da udari šamar. Ja mi izdavim u glavu. Ja moram vam ovo pokazati, čekaj. Moneymaker.
6 points. There is a decent amount of ground to cover, and game number 3 would be the perfect opportunity to try and find your place on the leaderboards if you haven't already.
Ne, ovo je neka manja stolica, šta je ovo? Ova stolica je fazon... Brate, gleda. Ne, ako je Vaske prošao. Evo ga.
Age doesn't matter for Moneymaker.
Moneymaker,
talented keywords for these guys, and now they're here to give it their all.
Idemo Moneymaker. A ne, meni je glupo. Meni je glupo što se ja smijem Moneymakerom. Smiješan mi je, brate, ne mogu ovo pisati. Valjak, Crazy je se na live-u kojim slučajem. Evo, ovog ćemo da prebijemo jednog dana. Jebemo mater, ali koliko je on nas grifo jedno.
With an NA Major 2 title in the books and a massive clutch on the day too. It's time to add another one.
A zato smo mi poslali Nixija da mu lenda u Rocky Reels na glavu i ubio ga Nixija na 2. Mora taj klip da nađe.
Here we have straight out of Asia Shalom and MK Papa. His team right here has popped off, making their region.
Ljudi, aj ovako. Smanjim. Naši su izašli, zato ću da mutam jer me ne zanima. Naši su izašli, volim ekipu zove, Francuze. Ovako ljudi, aj ovako, izađite se, a hoćemo sad najveći preokret da napravimo ljudi. Najveći preokret, okej? Izađite svi s full screena. Evo, najveći preokret ikad dok krenu gameovi, može? Svi izađite iz full screena, okej? Svi. I bacite like na 3, 4, sad. Ajde da preokrenemo na 1000 lajkova, evo u sekundi bukvalno, evo. Da napravimo što niko nije napravio, nikad. Evo, bacite sad svi like, evo sad. Ne morate lajkat, ko neće, ko se kurči sad nećemo, ne morate, ko će da podrži, hvala brat, to je 2 sekunde. Ko neće, kurčina brate, to je to. A ko će, ljubi vas brat. Jebote, meni lik psuje Kevu, ja mu lajkam stream bro, majke mi. Jer meni je to navika, meni je to tik. Ne mora se izaći s full screena za like, kako to? Lajko strini, hvala Ninja. Bez kurčenja. A ne znaš šta je s decom, brate. Popederisala se sva deca, majke mi. Svi su neki ono... Novica.
You guys are in the same place as we are.
Ako ne lajkuješ Dextrok fan, nemojte mi Dextroka dirat, alo. Odrastao sam uz njega i sad ga znam pogledat kad jedem.
You saw them start first. Reet and Ritual out of NA. We've seen them perform well.
700 lajkova, super, super. Ovi ostali streameri moraju da streamaju mjesec dana za 700. Braća, hvala mi na podršci. Najčešće, majke. Da nije vas, ja ne znam, ja bi možda bio futbaler.
Nations 10 and 11 respectively for a combined total of 21.
They were popping off, right? And that's the kind of thing, especially when, you know, we want to see
click stream, zašto?
You know, he's a controller player.
Zašto? Ajde.
Holy shit, bro.
Što je njemu?
We have to go to Brazil. Email girl. We didn't crawl, chat. We didn't.
Meni danas rođendan, Kigi kaže. Kigiju je danas rođendan. Svi ispamajte Kigi sretan rođendan. Eto. Eto ti čestitka. Aj, svi Kigi sretan rođendan. Aj, brzo ljudi. Svi Kigi, brate, da mu ono... Da mu su ljepša rođendan jer... Jebi ga ljudi, nisu rođendani kao što su pre bili. Sad su rođendani depresija i... Flaša Jacka da izlečite rane. Zajebas! Ovo, brat, mnogo se hajpa, brat. Evo, kreće game, ajmo. Samo naši da ne umru i to je to.
Yeah, we got a couple of off-spawn fights we've seen before. We got even more than that today for the first time. And I think the crowd already knows which ones they want to see right out of the gate. It's only a matter of time before these players actually drop down on this map. And there goes the first one.
Oh my god, opet Kanada, alo. Au, gile za malog bucu, jebi ga, u Beogradu živi, a Rusiji. Ajmo, neću Kanada da dobija, molim vas. Gile.
He's always gonna touch first. And they do just that, but Thomas HD does have a weapon as well. Kanata has a side angle here onto Thomas HD, and he draws the first tags. It's a trade, but he gets the full finish, and he won't get healed. And now, Kanata and Agers are on top, game number 1.
We've already seen what they can do with the freedom of their drop spot. First place throughout the day, but they ended up in second. They're looking to mimic that type of play. Cami and Seti, even though they might have been contested to start day number 1.
A jebi ga, brate, baš glupo. Brate, dobijali su ih u operima i sad Kanada.
What an incredible set of eliminations over at the racetrack, but look, Seti and Cami.
Karma, čemu karma?
Who would have thought they would have been contested here?
Zašto bilo karma bila? Trulex ubio lika. Gdje je Lena Trulex? Je zaboravio. Da Lena Trulex, alo, ubio lika. Ona nisu Seti.
Monster shot already coming out from Seti. He finishes that one. On the other side of things, you gotta imagine Cami chased them down. A huge start for our European powerhouse.
Vamos for Kitos and PH Zin also sitting at 2 eliminations here. That means the Shady being fully contested. They win their...
Trulex konačno neki sene ista. A gdje je Lenda Trulex? Video, nisi mi poslao link, brate, da proverimo, brate.
Multiple teams going head to head is Vinx with the clutch up on Cami.
Vratite.
Carmi and Vanyak there.
1v2 ih je. Gledam se. Vratite replay. Dobro video, ne lagano. Ja lajko jer imamo isto ime, hvala bratić moj, alo. Bacite like i sub, ljudi. Kogod se sub izlazi na ekran dobije pozdrav tu, gore. Kako mi je obrnuta kamera, alo.
Any game we've watched over this entire weekend, who would have thought this would be the most explosive time?
Jo, da, Slepi, da.
PH Zin took on Axe Force and Robot from down low. The angles were so good, and this is how they converted.
In a little game
Bravo.
Seek with Roban, Axe Force trying to do the same thing, but he's just getting spotted out from all angles. PH Zin looking like a Christmas tree ornament at the top, and he definitely uncovered his presence, and that's 8 points.
Just eye drop, but hold up, hold that thought. We have Podesai, we have Snazy already finding an elimination here. They're just gonna hold on to the down body.
Da,
They want to do, they want to keep this body up and healthy to try to farm as much surge as possible. That's the way you play it. MA Podesai, MA Snazy have worked so hard to get here. We saw the difficult hurdle that they have to overcome just to get here.
Yeah, I think they're looking for some barrels, anything that they can use to try to keep them alive. We've already seen this strategy on day 1, thanks to Zagu and Peppo Clip. It was mimicked in day 2, and this is why you know teams know that Surge is going to be a hard thing. They're med-misting the down body. They're doing everything they can just to give themselves a little bit of an edge early on in this game. Even using the kinetic blocks. Every single tool in their tool belt is coming out early.
Hey, listen, we know that pro players keep strategies hidden, but my gosh, everyone is putting this to use.
Evo ga, to je to. Evo, gle sad, bravo. Ljudi, ako nemaš Surge u stekanim gameovima, ti si mrtav. Kontaš? Ti ako nemaš Surge, ti ćeš umret. I sad će oni healaju ga, udara ga pikeksom, healaju ga, udara ga pikeksom, healaju ga, udara ga pikeksom i tako 500 puta, uzet će 500 damage-a i donekle chillaju. Ko je to juče radio prvi? Ko je juče to radio prvi, brate, nešto? Buga, ko je radio to? Pozdrav, Lanči.
One of them has already captured that bot. It's got to be Peter Bot and Bylock. So movement threats, instead of contesting it, they're just trying to farm up. They're just trying to get their loadout set and ready so they can make their first rotation when the zone begins to pull.
Don't forget, Peter Bot did used to play with Buga as well, you know, so there is some history there.
Nek umro naših, jeste,
head-to-head, but Kaizen, Clement right now looking pretty solid here, just trying to get their rotation down. Pack team right on their heels. Meanwhile, t3ny potentially up against Thoric out there in the feed.
Queasy on konja,
jump on over to Sentin and Polarize versus the youngins here.
Brate, ali smaraju oni likovi na TikToku slanom. Brate, meni to nije problem, nek smaraju, brate, nek promene nekad ime, brate, da se jave druge ribe. Zajeban se, ali brate, nemoj da se oni predstavljaju da sam ja, brate, to mi ide na kurac. Znači, mora da okaču story ili nešto na to, brate. Jer, aj, brate, kači ti što hoćeš, brate, piše, još piše Invictus Leon Clips i Invictus Leon Clipovi, brate. Znaš ono. Ali to je, bro, nemoj da lik stavi u opis Leon Ljubičić, da stavi snap. Mislim, nije moj snap stavio. Moneymaker umro. Nemoj da stavi, kao, on je napravio fake snap moj, kao. Leon Ljubičić 23, kao. Lol. To nije moj snap. Kao moj snap, kao ovo ono. Full predstavljanje ko ja, brate. Brate, to mi se već ne sviđa tamo, majke mi. Okej, brate, radi ti šta hoćeš, ono, nemoj da se predstavljaš da sam ja. Kači šta go, kači kako Kenjam, brate, nije problem. Ali, full predstavljanje ko ja, bro, lik pravi fake, dobro da nije napravi Instagram, brate.
Probably a very, very aggressive player. He knows how to play smart as well. Just a full
Ma u komentarima se kurču, brate.
They switched up their drop spot from Breakwater Bay. They wanted to be uncontested.
Ljudi, ja bacite like na 1000, prebacite na 1000, ne budite cave, brate.
But you see all these teams in the minimap. They're converging on their location because they want to try to get that free surge of what they think it is.
No one wants to fall behind, but now we get to look at t3ny and Misha jumping inside. This is how Thoric was taken down there. Thoric and Bolts have a difficult task in front of them now that they have Misha and t3ny. That's the first time we've actually seen them find early success. They were contested in those other brackets, as we saw throughout the weekend.
Yeah, in upper bracket 1, they went ahead towards the north side of the map. They tried to go against Baka and Pars. They got pushed off, and then they went to their bag of tricks. They did exactly what they did to qualify up until this point, and those tricks will continue. And how long has it been, Monster? A couple minutes already, and they're still farming that surge onto Striker. These guys are setting the bar high when it comes to Storm Surge. There's going to be very few teams that will be able to keep up with them.
Avramo, meni ne smetate, bra, majke mi, ne smeta mi. Ali što se par njih predstavljaju ko ja, brate, i kurče su u komentarima i kače svašta, ne bitno što kače, ne kače kako Kenjam, nije problem. Ali predstavljaju se ko ja, brate, prave fake Instagram, prave fake snap, stavljaju to da me ljudi adaju. Ne adaju oni mene, adaju njih, ali opet neko će misli, brate, ko zna šta će on na taj snap da šalje, pa će misli ljudi da sam to ja. Kontaš, full predstavljanje ko da sam ja. Vidim te, Sinka, li je to, brate.
This was another drop, or at least the south side of Slappy that was contested. Trulex and Chicho versus Quanti and TK. Either Quanti and TK rotated out fast, or they got dropped off very, very quickly by Trulex and Chicho. Find out about that later, but
Ljudi, bacite like do 1000, aj zašto s full screena, bacite, samo kliknite like i to je to. Ne rina me oko gleda 1500 ljudi, ne možemo na 1000 like hita.
They're looking to try to continue that run, but right out of the gates, we knew they were contested by both Pink and Vico, and it looks like both of these teams might have decided to split the drop. It's only game 1 of 6, so that could change very, very quickly, but they're trying to feel this lobby out. It's a much different set of players than they faced in that upper bracket.
Extremely proud of what Team Dignitas and Agent have been able to put together with their rosters, the performances.
Nikad s policijom.
Amazing. And again, grand finals, of course, is what
Poštuje
matters
se.
most. We'll see
Poštuje
where
se.
everyone ends up. But
Ma brate,
Flixi
si lud da pojavljam
here
dete.
seem to have been
Meni
getting
ne
into a
smeta.
little bit of a
Meni ne
hustle, a
smeta,
little bit of a
brate.
fight here against our favorite Mr. Savage and Vadil. Vadil is one of the most dangerous when it comes down to toe-to-toe battles and defending in situations like this, but there's nothing you can do.
Jo, ja se smijem, brate, samo je napravio lik, kunem ti samo.
Yeah, and they've been battling it out almost all year
Što ne jedan
long,
igra
from
solo, niko ne igra
major
solo, ne verujem da iko ne igra
qualifiers to
solo.
major grand finals. Flixi and Gripey. You know what? I think they're a little underrated at this point. I think everybody who qualified for this lobby is dangerous. They need to be able to come out on top in a lot of these exchanges, and you cannot overrate any of your opponents at any stage of this game.
There's two regions I wouldn't want to go to.
Jocke, velike su šanse, majke mi, brate.
Anyone from the previous NA West, now of course NA, but
Jocke,
also
ko vina game,
EU
brzo,
players,
brate,
and
ko vina game.
unfortunately that's exactly who are the ones asking those
vina
questions.
game po
Pixie and
tebi?
Cheatin, however, though, are going to fend off
Što je
several
Bucke,
pair of
našli su
EU
mu
ones themselves.
alkohol, cigare, drogu možda su mu našli. Ne zna se još.
Remaining in the lobby, and Pixie gets punished.
Ne zna se još, brate, ali nešto su mu našli.
Both of them getting dropped down low. Luckily for them, they do have the med miss at the very minimum, so they can get themselves up to tip-top shape. Mixon and Blaha are the ones dealing a lot of that damage. They have the early game high ground, and they're willing to stay in Storm a little bit, even though they don't have any HP heals, because they
Moja
realize
predikcija
how
da
hard it is for
naši
Surge.
moraju
You
da
can
vinaju
find
barem 2
bandages,
gema.
you can
Koliko se igra
find
gamova
berries,
uopšte?
you can find a
6
leftover med kit,
ili
but it's that
12.
Storm Surge that you're not going to be able to find for free.
They're very behind on material.
Nemoguće 12 u jedan
so we'll
dan,
see if they can
ali.
bounce back.
A, brate.
Duke and Edgy, what a performance
Što
we
štucam?
saw. Arguably stealing
6 gamova.
away a
Mora
moment of the weekend.
2 vina da bude s
From
naše
them,
strane. Da misli koliko je to
honestly
huge.
solidifying their
Huge.
position, their placement here amongst the best.
Ovi su dobri, majke mi. Šta je Dukez jučer napravio? Jeste vidjeli ljudi onaj klač od Dukeza, brate, vani tu?
That clutch was
Jesu živi svi Balkanci,
insane,
jesu.
and how hyped, how supportive Edgy was
Jesu
as
svi
well. Just
uzeli
shows
svi
the
po kilo sa
chemistry
kvizije.
between these two and why they are an NA FNCS champion, why they are playing in the lobby just like this. A lot of the players here
Pišite
know
ne,
how to
lav,
win
to su
in
zone.
their region. It's the international stage that takes just a little bit more effort. Kaizen and Clement quickly trying to rotate. They're one of the teams. They just don't want to get stuck too far out in the zone. And I think if any
Mali
of these
Buka,
2 days have shown you
to,
anything,
to.
is you don't
Dobro,
want
mali
to get stuck
zjeba se,
behind the
mali
rest of the
Buka ono
lobby
Rusi
when they're
bi
trying to
ga,
hold
naši
you out.
ajde.
It forces you
Naši
to
ajde.
waste your heals. It forces you to waste all of your resources
Žao mi je,
just to
brate,
make it into
znaš
the
ono,
zone. Very,
više bi volio da mali Buka, brate, očisti land nego da očisti jebeni Kanada.
Representing for OCE,
Kanada,
the
mrtvi.
only team and duo from the OCE region to make it to the finals stage here, and they already have an elimination, something to be extremely proud of. They're on the move here. Gonna get dead center zone 3
Mali
right
Buca,
now.
polu Balkanac. Šta najjače jeste, brate. Mislim, ono, koliko on živi već u Srbiji? 2 godine? Ne moguće da je prošlo 2 godine, jel tako?
yeah, and
Nema šanse.
kind of shows how
2 godine ako
impressive
je
it
prošlo,
is
eto,
because
godinu je
now
prošlo
Nate
sigurno.
did the same thing. They got second. And I believe Alex was
Godinu
already
dana je
somewhere
prošlo,
like
tako?
6, at least into the top 7. Renes and Giannis. Reason and Giannis here. Over towards Breakwater Bay, and they've been traveling a lot. What they're trying to do here is they're trying to go to the slow side of the zone where the least amount of players will be sitting, trying to hold them out. The only worry that I'm going to have for
Ma
them
da, Bucki
is
imao
where
neki
they're
alkohol,
going to
nešto,
get
brate.
their surge from. Have they got enough with those
Si mi
2
dobar,
eliminations
jes?
already? 'Cause
U
as we
chapter
know,
3 season
those
1.
off-spawn battles, they don't give very
On kad
much
izađe
storm surge
pokazuje-
compared to what you're going to get through the mid and that late game.
Giannis picking up the steady hands augment there as
To su
well,
danas
just
finalsi.
waiting to really decide what direction
Bucki je psovao nekog od onih organizatora na lanu. Ukratko ima plus 1 i delio taj plus 1 s nekim i sa majkom njegovim koji ima taj pas možda jede unutra. A on je lud, postoje.
They're just looking around for surge tags, nothing yet. NA options in the distance.
Kako misliš koliko dugo možeš da digneš Erensa, idiot?
What's it gonna be? Here comes the Rift.
Opa, Vaske ide na Island, alo.
This is going to get good. In day 1, we didn't see
Vaske
too
da
many
Surge
teams try to
tika, sam
contest it. In
retardio.
day 2, it was like a house party on
Nema
top of
Surge-a
Rift
već.
Island. Everybody wanted to join, and it does look like Hen and Vaske might be the first ones to try to contend it.
Bravo.
They did get it in game 1 of the lower bracket, and that was a huge part of their
Bravo, Ken.
success very,
Bravo,
very
bravo.
early on.
Oh,
They were able to
bolje da
keep
bude.
up the pace and
Alo,
eventually
uzimao je Island u
qualify
Grencu,
for our grand
razumiješ.
finals here
Ovo je
today, and they're looking to try to
vrhunka,
mimic
manje
that.
vrhunka.
And you see there's not very
Ovo je
many other
bukvalno
players
vrhunka
that
pa
are
u
going up
FNCS.
towards Rift Island, so that might be a free 15 points and very, very valuable slurp juices.
Exactly. For those of you in attendance here, for those of you looking back at this island is worth 15 points if you can secure the objective. It is going to draw in the lot of the players. If you can get 15 points, that is the equivalent of 3 or 4 eliminations worth of points there. So it really can set you very far ahead. This becomes a very interesting time to play the game now for Miro and Cooper, because they have decided they want to fight for it, and they are a very dangerous team when it comes down to them making a decision and sticking to it.
Yep, does look like though Vaske and him were able to capture it. They were there first. If there's 2 people going ahead and capture it, it goes much faster than if it's just a solo. So Cooper and Miro, they're ready for that extra prize, the alternative, the height, the elevation. That way they can get surged. But Peppo, Cliff, and Zaku in another fight against Rue and Mshari over on the other side, just battling for those pieces. Mshari just sitting high up on that mountain. He's not really worried about his teammate. He trusts him to play safe. And that's a massive amount of trust in a lobby just like this.
I can't believe it. I can't believe he didn't go down there to try to support. He says, hey, man, you got this. Defense comes out, plays very well.
Aj golo ljudi, golo, spamajte golo za naše, brate. Teni ubio lika, Teni ubio Kanadu. Ne, Livš ubio Mišu. Nije ga trsto, brate, čekaj. Dobro, tika srđ, brate, aj Teni ne klača. A trstali ga, brate.
And that's the battle that they were having. You see Agers is solo against t3ny over on the other side. Steno and Lushi might possibly be looking to take advantage of this opportunity, but that's Acorn and Cole down their sights. They know 23 above the damage threshold. It's enough to not have to worry about Storm Surge actually doing damage, but it's not enough for comfortability. So they're on the hunt for even more, but they're just on the receiving end of so many other players trying to put their hand in the cookie jar.
One of those duos is Acorn and Cold. Agers here, of course, trying to extract revenge now as Kanata was taken out. He still finds himself very
A bolje ludo ima. Zamisli Teni kao napravi sad neki klač života, ali. Zamisli Teni napravi sad neki klač života na top 2 uzme.
To see how t3ny turn that fight around, you have to wonder what went wrong. Kanata comes out looking for tags and low on HP. t3ny and Misha waste no time finding that one.
Immediately, and they are well above the damage threshold as well.
Evo ga queasy. Brate, ja mislim da se Teni i Misha opustili, da će da... Dobro će odigrati Teni i Misha, majke. Mota, hvala puno za sub. Kogod se sub izlazi na ekran, dobije pozdrav.
Rotations over towards Kenjutsu Crossing, and they're probably one of the most deep teams that land on that side of the map. They're over towards Shattered Slabs now, 193 above the damage threshold, and you can see that they're not necessarily going over towards Rift Island, because they know in these next couple of zones, it's going to pull away from Rift Island, so they don't want to get too close, then have to rotate far if it does pull max.
You know what? We haven't seen a zone like this. Hard West, full West, right? Really giving teams on this side an opportunity to have the advantage and start off strong. Momentum is everything. And sometimes all it takes is securing that first game. t3ny goes for the save in the zone here, so Misha will potentially be picked up. Possibly will be able to situate and get back into this, but not crossing my fingers here. It's a very difficult thing to bounce back when you start off with nothing.
Yeah, and they're just outside of that Rift Island position where the majority of the lobby already is. So they're just going to have to figure out what they're going to do to rotate, because going straight in is going to cause for some dangerous situations for them to try to survive. So they need to be looking for some heals, so that way they can go the long way around.
Ljudi, može 1000 lajkova, molim vas. Zajevam se, Jotski screen. Jotski screen, ajmo ljudi 1000 lajkova.
But they actually choose to go their separate ways from 225 above the damage threshold. And they're looking safe for now. They're trying to figure out what their rotation is going to be. It is a pretty far rotation, but not too far from some of the other players here in this lobby. The first knock is going to get cleaned up. Steno's there by himself. But you can see they're not getting greedy. They're not just trying to bulldoze for it and try to grab that loot. They're just saying, hey, let's just grab the surge. That is going to be enough.
Bravo!
Pressed on momentarily. That was bold to try to make magic happen, but he goes out like a light.
That's crazy. He tried to time that, and it just backfired completely as another team also started to look inwards, and they pick up a set elimination there. What a huge point swing for Pink and VELIKO there. Meanwhile, in the feed, Peterbot down, Booba down, trulex. So many exchanges here to catch up on. And the landscape is changing right before our eyes.
Even Pink in the feed getting Steno as well. Him and Lushi. Looked like they probably went down. That was 3 straight eliminations on that side of the map.
Yeah.
Threats being a solo, though. I'm not really worried about Threats being a solo because he clutched up big for their qualification spot. He got a 2nd place. They had 9 eliminations as a duo. Now he has to do it with Surge just hovering over his shoulders.
A lot of players on the move right now. If you look at that right map, all of those arrows flying are teams trying to navigate their way to the new zone. You have to be very cautious. Take a look though. Rise tries to go in with a hero's play here, finds Cold, but Acorn is there to back him up. But Rise slips out of there without getting taken down, so he finds Cold and gets right on out.
I feel like that was perfect timing with Acorn trying to plan an escape.
Oh, Queasy is here.
Bulldoze their way right in. You can see why. Barely being 118 above the damage threshold.
Vaske je živ, jebi ga, Vaske i Ken chillaju. Sad trulex je mrtav, Čičo je valjda živ, ja nisam vidio da li umro. Umro je buga. Čičo je živ, evo ga ljudi, evo ga Čičo. Vidite ga, gore iznad Queasya.
But there's so many superstars around him. I already mentioned Cammy and Seti. Queasy and Vino are to their right. So this is a dangerous area of the map to be in. But I think it's a little bit more safer than all those players just to the north outside of zone.
Yeah, looking pretty dicey right now for sure. But if you're a Yam Zone Rise, you're pretty happy that there's not that much going on around you. They can kind of determine who they're going to battle next. Alex and Worthy also comfortably positioned at the safe zone here. Let's jump on over to Seti and Cammy. 2 eliminations so far from the start. Nothing else since then, but we haven't saw
Čičo mora klač. Opuštno ljudi, mislim, jedan game i do sjebu ne veza, mogu klačati.
Very, very sweet spot here right now.
Znaš se, zamiskao Čičo i Vaske tu.
So nicely here. Look, they can look down on
Ten je
players
solo.
trying to come up.
Ja ne znam, vi kažete da umro.
We haven't even been given placement points just yet, so there's still so much work to do. You can't get behind that curve as Cammy and Seti feeling like they're comfortable in their position for now, waiting for all those players to try to rotate in. MK, Papa, and Shalom look like they might get a sneak attack onto Podosai and Snazy.
Baš ti koji gledaš ovaj live nisi lajkom, s tobom pričam.
Super
Bulbo umro, vidio sam. Navijač kad igra Zvezda Partizan. Pa ne, protjeruju stvarno određeni, ono, baš se deru. Umro je Ten i više, jebi ga.
Here's Papa. Here's Shalom though, still looking around playing the bush.
Da vidimo je li umro. Čičo je chilla.
Pretty far off, so we get
Vero, Queasy, fighter.
How they are doing. A single elimination, so not really turning online too far yet. As far as the overall heal situation, I'd say they're middling in the pack. Material count wise.
Pazi, ako je Queasy dobio zonu, dobio i Čičo, tako?
I think yes.
Umro Rogato, jeste, a?
We should go for it.
Yeah, they're probably just gathering all the
Isti su,
information
ali,
around the
Pink i
map for
Rogato
now.
isti.
Figure out what's the best position, who's already on high,
Evo ga Čičo,
how
gled
do we
timing,
chop them down and make it our own. We've seen that happen to start our tournament on Friday. They grabbed high ground, they looked down and never looked back as they took the game. They actually qualified off that game 93
dobro igraju ovi sa drugog
was
servera,
the
brate,
threshold.
otpad nije.
They kept playing out because it's all about bragging rights, proving that they are the best, just like Iamzo and Rise. And they quickly move to the front side of the zone, so that way when it does begin to move, they secure their spot and they look back and try to hold anybody out and get eliminations.
Čičo iznad Queasya, da. Vaske low, nisam da vidio. Bravo je, ovom su... Čiču sam vidio, Vaske, nemoj Kami, kaj. Nemoj da se lože, doći im Queasy i usreći. Ovo je jako loš. Mislim, ima dobrih timova i dalje koji će da idu na kaj. Evo ga Čičo, alo, Billy. Nemaš mac, Billy. Bravo, doktor. Ne, 0 mac. Ajmo, najbolje na Balkanu. Na Balkanu, čuj mene. Na svetu najbolje, ajde.
Trying to do it by himself. He's trying to play patiently, waiting for anybody to run past him, not knowing that he's there. Try to hit a little bit of a peekaboo. And that's going to be a massive refresh.
Pazi, ako njega niko ne smora ovdje, GG.
Iskreno. To get the siphon itself, to get his heals up. And that's going to be big. Duke by himself, though, on the other side. Which, honestly, I don't have too much of a worry. We saw a 1v2 clutch from Duke yesterday. We know anything is possible here this weekend.
And now, treći je Vaske, jer je u Island.
Beginning to set in. It is very few for now, but there's still more to come if you can survive.
That was an excellent time to update the standings, updating in real time right now. So,
bravo Flexi Gripi, bravo ovo, 5 kilo, svakim čast.
It is really about surviving
Da,
this
Jocke, neskog toko
gauntlet of
igra.
action to come right now. The surge is equally active. Worthy's going to find the solo.
Svako
And
ima-
Shari, big pickup for him.
svako drugačije
And
igra.
Flixi and Gripey leading here with 5 eliminations now. Front side of the zone, team gets right in front of him. He tries to see for the box up, but no, it's more important to stay safe right now. Look at the rotates here. You love to see it. Excellently done.
Nije ga vidio.
Flixi and Gripey are really playing well right now.
Yeah, sacrifice.
Au, queasy, fight high, gledaj.
Go to the front
Nice.
side. The high ground battle's going to begin. Cammy and Seti, Vino and
Bravo.
Queasy with the bounce pad. The fadeaway shot unsuccessful from Queasy and
Nula maci
Vino.
imaju.
So the
Dobro.
kings of
Ne,
the
Queasy umro,
FNCS
ne mogu da verujem,
Invitational
brat.
are still on the high ground for now. As Cammy's looking to come crashing down. He's built a little bit of a tower, so he doesn't go too far. So all the battles being forced lower and lower down in the mud. Duke trying to fight with his back up against the wall by himself. Multiple duos beginning to surround.
Čičo je
him.
živ, ljudi, da znate
Top
samo.
17 though. All these points
Umro
in the
Čičo,
solo
dobro,
are
top 16, ajde,
massive
neka.
for their run here in this
Bolje to nego top
competition.
25.
This is a battle for ego, undoubtedly. Duke looking to see what he can set up, turns around, breaks everyone off fight.
Down goes Cammy.
And down comes Cammy, and then he's looking to target him. Duke is the destruction here in the lobby by himself with the knock.
Au, Duke je
What
si
a
grifo Kamija da me
beautifully
jebe
timed
neko.
landing spot there, but Cooper hot on his heels.
Kao nije mi žao, ali
They know
kao
he's here. Miro comes
solo
in,
je
they're
pa i
trying to hunt
grifo
him out,
sve.
but he's off to the races. Finds Pixie, big tag. You know Duke wants to finish this one. Can he get it? In he goes. It's only going to take a single tag. He's under the ramp.
Big X
Goes
er,
for it. He gets it there. Nicely done.
Takes out Cammy, takes out the next one as well. The
Wow.
list of
Flixi
eliminations
challenge,
keeps on climbing before he finally falls. Into the top 10 we go with Flixi also a solo in this game. There's 4 total solos
Kako
still
vi-
left
Viko ubio.
alive. No builds. He's trying to make a play,
Kako
but
ubio.
from the outside of the zone, he goes down.
Eye drop na
It's
kraju,
Mappy, it's
what?
eye drop on
Seti!
high ground. Take a look.
Gle
Reed is
Setija,
still
ovome,
alive.
ja vam o ovom
Seti is
pričam.
still alive.
I gle, može vinat game
Backside
solo.
zone,
Evo, gle, vidjet će game
but
solo.
the high ground comes down a little early. He has a true
Ne,
chance.
ne, mogu
Seti
si
brings
bilat.
it down, and now he is the one on
Evo,
top.
jesam
Can
rekao.
he clutch this out by himself against all odds? We thought it was over.
I o,
Have
bravo,
their words
Riti
for everyone
Grifo,
in the
ovo je
lobby.
solo,
He
Seti
goes
vina game.
down into that top 4
Jesam
we
rekao,
go.
ljudi,
The
da oni
only solo
snikaju
left
uvek.
alive, well, you saw him moments ago,
Mislim, ja sam
it
rekao da
is
se
gonna be
slikaju,
Seti.
ali evo,
Cooper
očigledno
and
slika i
Miro
sam.
almost won a game yesterday. It was stolen away by both Bryce and Chubbs. Now they're going for some toe tags on
Ne
Koyo and
moguće,
Speaks.
jo.
NA
Ko vina game,
counterparts
Seti, ovo je
going
ovo je
at it. Eye
history,
drop on
je.
the other side, but he gets taken down by the
Ovo
NA
je baš
duo.
vratno,
Huge
to
shot
sam.
by Miro.
Nema Mero da mi vina
Trying to
game.
go back, but they fall down the mountain. That's gonna allow for Koyo to survive momentarily.
Aj, molim te, van pampa ga, ne. To je to, ajde.
On the
Dobro, neće
chase.
vinat,
He
Mero.
sacrifices himself to go for the elimination. Seti out of nowhere. Final 2 teams. Miro's trying to stay alive, but there's one duo still left alive, but it's actually a knock. Miro versus Sphinx. NA versus NA to take game number 1.
Incredible that NA will
Meni je
secure this
smiješno kad
here,
vidim da
but
Mero vina
talk
game, ne
about
znaš.
the turn of events here. Miro taking down Seti, putting his name in the conversation. People forget what Miro is capable of. But now,
Koliko će ovo zapravo naputi da bude, ali gle koji su timovi zapravo...
basically, Miro showing, hey, I'm the big dog of the region. Sphinx says, I want to prove that I can do it. We already know.
Do Serbian Enderman vina game, ljudi.
Where they need to go.
He needs to put some respect
Jebe
on
ga,
his
to znaju
name.
malo
Miro
stariji.
running out of builds. That's his last chance. He falls
To nije vino, Mero.
Miro goes down. That is Koyo and Sphinx.
Ko su ovi, alo?
That is their second
Svaka
victory
čast, alo.
royale on the weekend.
What an excellent job there. We already saw them take a win in the upper bracket that even bring them this far
Odakle su ovi ljudi, ja ne
into
ist...
the stage, and now they are proving that they can do it on the biggest
Jocke,
stage against the
hoćemo
best.
džepove sad ili... Ljudi, bacite like za momke, iskreno. Bacite like sam. Svako sabo izlazi na ekran, svako ko lajka izlazi isto na ekran, niste znali, ali iznenađenje. Zeba se. Bacite like sam. Hoće džepovi, Jocke.
You proved you can get a victory royale on LAN in the upper bracket, and now you proved you can get a victory royale in the grand final. Talk to me about those last moments in game. Did you manage to talk less?
I would say so, a little bit less. I think my comms were more clear.
I
Oni
mean,
su
you were
juče.
having to come for yourself in
Oni
that
su juče vinali,
1v1.
spakuje.
How did you manage knowing someone was above you on the high ground?
You know, I just have the best awareness at this LAN right now. So, like, obviously I know there's a man above me. You know, I'm just like that.
But what are you thinking, though? Because he can jump on you at any time.
I'm thinking I think like 25 builds about, and I'm, you know,
Alo,
I'm best fighter,
odakle
best
su ovi?
user. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna just go up 200 pump. That's what I did.
And you waited, and then he fell down, and he did the job for you. Koyo, what was it like starting out today with this man?
I was dead. I didn't really do much that game, so he actually went crazy there.
And you let him just talk his way through it. You didn't give him any advice or guidance.
Nah, I just told him his maths and he did the rest.
Now, going forward, you've got to try and maintain this consistency. You've managed to get your way through an aggressive lobby. But can you see yourself managing to top the competition again?
Yeah, we just need to live off spawn. I think we can do good at literally every game.
All right, well, good luck in those off-spawn battles, boys. Congratulations. Everyone give it up for Sphinx and Pollo!
Pollo and Sphinx looking to set the tone on the day. If there's anything I learned from game number one, these next couple of games are going to be chaos.
I mean, that game was pretty much everything that we wanted, right? We saw the matchups happen towards that end game that we really wanted to see, but it was the clutches, right? We always talk about being on the global stage. It requires you to go ahead and clutch up when it requires, and honestly, Sphinx right here, this shot on the Cooper, this was the one that sealed the deal.
Yeah, that changed the tempo of the end game completely. From that moment onwards, it's like he said, he's just like that, you know? He's going to go through and win the whole thing. And I mean, it wasn't an easy finish, right? They were going back and forth a bit. It was only the materials that was able to let Miro down, and Sphinx was just had a bit more left in the tank. Even though, actually, you can see he had none. He just was playing around with the stairs, and it wins him the game as well. Of course, again, a team that has already shown they can win on this stage, and they do it once again.
Just being able to stay calm, cool, and collect in that situation. Many duos would look at their material count, what they have in the tank, and just go, this is it. Let's start Hail Marrying. I don't know anymore, but Sphinx just said, no. I've been in grands before. I've been in these types of situations. We know they're up top. Let's break those builds. Let's bring them down. And unfortunately, Cooper and Miro did fall, but still a second place for them. I mean, starting the day with 84 points, that's pretty good.
That's not bad at all. But look, Pollo and Sphinx up above 89. I know their parents out here to support them as well. When I actually flew into Copenhagen for this event, I was in the airport with Pollo's dad, and he was like, good luck to everyone, but my son's going to win. I want my son to win, a supportive parent, as we love to see. And right now, so he will be beaming from ear to see his son sitting in first place.
Absolutely incredible game number one. But listen, we got to talk about some of those higher profile duos. Of course, Cammy and Seti coming in third place. The all-spawn wasn't what we expected.
I mean, it wasn't, right? But they did so well, right? We tuned into them. We see them with 2 11s. I think everybody sort of knew what that meant. We weren't expecting they had said they were going to land somewhere else a bit, right? But clearly a misdirect to try and fake them out. But Cammy and Seti were prepared. And in that endgame, Seti survived as a solo for so long.
Which is very uncharacteristic for this duo, actually. Usually most of their points, a high percentage of them actually come from when they are a duo alive, right? Usually their points fall off whenever there's a solo clutch opportunity. But Seti's showing up.
Yeah, you don't associate either of them, as great of players they are, you don't associate either of them with mega solo clutches, right? You look at some of the other elite EU names, a lot of them, you think of them and you think solo clutches. Thomas Manabuka, right? Veno, even Queasy, you know, these guys you expect to solo clutch. Cammy and Seti showing us right now, yeah, if one of them's a solo in these games, they will step up.
And I think for them, like, obviously Seti's a little disappointed there. He wanted to take it farther. But ending as a solo in this situation, on this stage, and ending third place, my bad, Seti. I mean, I know you're king of consistency and stuff, so if you just do that a couple more times, I mean, we are in for the running. Queasy and Veno as well performing. I thought it was interesting. Like, I love seeing how all of these players...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 4 Amerikanci.
All these duos are just looking for those windows, right?
Yeah, for sure. And in this end game, with all these duos here, I do want to give a big shout out to Dukes, man, because that was going ballistic. Right? He wanted to put an end to everybody's game that he could as a solo as well, right? So a bunch of really sick solo clashes. Oh, that's painful. I didn't realize that's how Queasy went down there. The 4 damage getting everybody so far in game 1.
Yeah, 100%. Listen, that was pretty much the head-to-head battle that we wanted to see on the higher down. Honestly, though, Cammy and Seti picked up more points for that. But Zeke, I was really impressed with Cooper and Miro. I feel like some of those IGL late game calls were really good.
Yeah, super crispy stuff. And I mean, when you think about their performance just this weekend alone, I mean, this is starting to look real good, but I still think there is quite a bit of first game jitters from upper and lower bracket. The stakes were maybe a little bit different. Right now, you have your to show up. The stadium's packed. Every single elimination that happens on that feed, the crowd is going crazy. That seems to be playing a bit of a factor right now. And so I feel like the players can kind of hold on will kind of make it farther.
Zašto ne piše timer onaj
I
ovdje?
mean, listen, it's all
Ja
about,
prstima pokazujem kod da
soaking
mišem.
it all in. You really got to use the crowd to your advantage, right? Kind of play off of that, but then in those key moments, you really got to be good at blocking them out as well.
I mean, one person that got to
Što
hit
se
the
radi?
crowd
Ništa,
more
brate,
than anybody
podržamo
else throughout
naše.
that game would have been Thomas
Pazi,
GM Malibu.
niko nije s 0
They
poena,
went down
brate,
Osborne after
završio.
first fight we saw, right? Up against Canada and Ages, they went down not the way you want to start the competition, right? You
Pošalji mi
wanna get
link,
into the swing of things.
slobodno u chat
Once you
pošalji.
know the cheat
Ne,
codes
čekaj.
and then we're getting
Pošalji mi link
into
od
things.
Bupa. Bup je,
Again,
misli,
we go back
trebalo
into
bi da je
that fight
izbacio
the next
tweet
time round.
kog
How do you
Delenda
now come into
u
it
finals.
mentally?
Aj,
You
molim
don't
te,
wanna have to sit there and watch
pojačaj,
the
eto,
whole
ja
game
čitam
all
chat.
over again.
Pošalji.
Yeah, I wanted to highlight very quickly just a couple of these
Aj, molim
strategies,
te.
right? We've been talking about these secret pocket strats. Portisai, Snazy coming out with the let's go ahead and take the kinetic rock all the way across the map. Let's take this body. Let's get Surge. Absolutely crazy. I do want to talk more about this, but I'm getting word. We are ready to get back into the action. We have game number 2 upon us. So casters, on over to you.
Games. That's all we want this weekend is more games. And that first one, Monster, that was so exciting to really
I mi
start
da
off
kreće
the day.
odmah,
It was
znaš, šta
perfect.
naći.
EU versus NA and the big names really showing up. We saw
A čitam malo čaj ljudi, ja ću ovako smanjit. Jer kao zašto bi slušao njih. Jer Klado Money... Evo kreće game ladno. Jel Klado Moneymaker? Da, igra Moneymaker. Gle odmah meč startao, nice. O, odlično, alo. Ljudi, da možemo ove live na 2K lajkova možda? Ja ga smorio, ovo je Opa, Teni odmah lenda.
By both Pollo and Sphinx, and they carried it
Kakav
all
si
the
super sam,
way
braćo.
to the end. I said they were the first team to get to this
Sjebao sam
weekend.
spavanje,
Will
malo
they-
budan sam
will
do
they be the
6-7
first
ujutro,
team to
to
go
me malo
back to
smara,
back and get their
brate.
third victory royale on the weekend?
Uuu,
Only time will tell
a
on
lete
that
sabovi,
one.
ljubi vas,
Rematch,
bratalo.
probably
Ju, sabajte s
everybody
pogodin
here
ovi,
in the arena wants to see Thomas, Malibuka, Kanada, Agers. Let's get it.
Ajmo.
Let's watch it. Sphinx is
Mali
going to be
Buc ima
able to
bolji
watch
drop.
in the
Mali Buc ima
distance
bolji
there
drop.
too. So who's going to be the
Molim,
first to
aj,
touch
Mali
down?
Buc,
Who's
molim,
going to be the
ne može
first to
zadnji
land?
bit.
Shots coming in this time. It's Malibuka
Ajde.
gets tagged. So does Agers.
Ajde.
So
Ovo je
both
win,
sides
ovo je win,
already. And
ovo je win,
Malibuka gets
ovo je
a
win,
weapon.
ovo je win.
He finds Agers with a huge
Ovo je win.
tag. Kanada's already
Bravo.
down. And they're finished.
Bolji drop, sve
They're
bolje.
done.
That was a huge start for Malibuka.
To je
Gets that
trebalo.
Havoc suppressed and immediately goes to
Čiče
work.
umro.
And it was him. It was actually him who was getting tagged out of the sky. I thought that was
Ali
going to
onda
be a
kako
huge
ubio
advantage
Čiču, brate?
for Kanada
Šta,
and Agers.
dok
They were able
leti,
to clean that
brate?
one up.
Zašto bi
We saw
lendali na
the
istu
contested
stranu,
fight
brate?
in the replay, the first game, Cammy and Seti get pushed off the actual barn, so it is going to start as a little bit of a
Predori
split
Lima,
jump here
brate,
over
evo.
towards Frenzy Fields.
It really shows that they
Čiča,
were caught off guard
trulex,
game one for the
queasy,
50-50. Here's TK, here's
Vaske,
Quanti
Teni,
over at the
Miša,
Slappy Shores. They are
Tayson.
also
Slovenci i
contested
Srbi.
down in this area by Tayson.
A
And you
dva
can see
tima
that
ih
they just
kona,
really got
aha,
reactions.
pa da, evo,
Čiča
Trulex
with
je
Trulex
dipa.
as well.
Ovaj ga je
There's a
ubio,
whole-
ovaj ga je
there's like
ubio.
about three
Gle,
teams
da, ubio ga u
here,
zraku
actually.
sigurno.
Slappy Shores is just not big enough.
Everybody's trying to go to the beach someday, but for now, the
Dosta nas
actual
ima, hvala
south
na
side
odgovor.
of
Ništa,
Slappy's
brate
gonna go
moj,
to
uživaj,
TK
brate.
and Quanti.
Ja
They
znam da ima
have
dosta
access to
novih
that
koji ni
vault.
ne znaju
It isn't the
neke
most
stvari,
massive
tako da
vault
ono
with
slobodno
mythics, but
pitajte,
you still
braćo.
are able to get
Ajmo
a
Teni.
ton of loot.
Evo ga
And
Slovenci.
Misha and Tini doing it again. They
Gde si
switch their
bato?
drop
Evo me,
spot
evo ga,
once
brate.
more. They go on over to where Baka and Pars at, and they're going to go ahead and sneak. They haven't really looted up at all. Will Baka and Pars take the bait?
This is a very interesting position to be in, of course, because you have the chest here as a
Malo prije ti
potential
gledamo,
option.
tačno sad se nađemo. Nisam pratio FN 2 mjeseca, dolazim Vaske u UFC finale i kako? Šta se desilo, neko mi uputi, neko molim vas. Pa hvala dečko, jebi ga, trudio se, brate, on dugo.
This is a viable strategy. Because like I said, in the lower bracket, or in the upper bracket, they were contesting Baka
Low.
and Pars. Didn't work out for them.
Ako im
They
ovo
switched
uspe.
up their strategy. They started doing exactly this. Playing roulette with their
Ako im
drop
ovo
spots to
uspe.
try to sneak up on some teams, and that inevitably
Full
was
surge,
what got
full
them
sve.
across the finish line. And it's only a matter of time before Baka and Pars go in this direction. So no matter what the result will be.
Pazi, ima loš shotgun, loš SMG. Ali Teni oni imaju najbolji aim. Često se bavi sad o streama, nisu dugo čuli. A bavim se nekim stvarima, brate, ali ono. Mislim, zabušavam sad malo, ali kad popravim spavanje, opet ću da krenem da...
They have some sorts of
Šljaka,
See
šljaka.
them hopping over the covers. They know they're around here somewhere. They probably already seen them drop just a little bit. But the bait has been
Bravo.
taken. Down goes one of them.
Bravo,
Misha and
doktor.
t3ny strike yet again.
Najbolji
Now
igrač.
Pars is stuck by himself, and immediately you see him creating distance between him
Koji si ti
and his
Ogi?
counterparts.
KLG,
He
taj
doesn't
Ogi.
want to be the next one on
Koliko
their
sam
hit
Ogi
list.
upoznao?
And we don't want to be the ones to give away the edge. So to keep it low, to keep quiet there was a tough one, but take a look at that. Misha and t3ny, 2 games in a row, surprise,
KLG, pa
surprise.
ja sam upoznao jednog tvog drugara koji živi tu, grad pored mene i upoznao sam ga i rekao mi je kao da ste me gledali kao klinci, kao kad ste vi igrali Ford, da ste me gledali kao. I ono, bukvalno viđem ga, ono, svaki vikend ga viđem, bro. Kao znate, bro, da sad ne govorim ime jebi.
But Pars is still able to put up a good defense for now, but
Možda
t3ny's
ti
hot
je
on his
rekao,
heels. First shot could be
ko bre?
landed. Pars goes down to the low ground, and the 2v1
Ne mogu ime
has
reći,
been
javi mi se
secured.
negdje, negdje
Misha
mi se javi.
and t3ny strike first.
What a play. What an ambush set up there. Definitely highlight worthy. Meanwhile, we jump in with VELIKO, Pink. Their draw spot split by Acorn and Cold. You can see that they have lost a fair amount of the advantage of the general area, but it hasn't affected them that much. They have still maintained a very, again, more or less successful setup. In the feed I saw that Cold might have picked up
Ko je ostao od vas koji
there,
streamaju
so
Fort, samo ja
already
bat.
down south, some action
Svi ostali
going
su
on right
nebitni,
now. Acorn
iskreno.
and Cold here looking very much solid.
Pa nisi streamer ako te gleda 200 ljudi. Zajebas. Čemu ovo? Šalim se. No sad kako Cold i Akon čovjek koji ovako juče su bili, ne, prekriče su bili prvi.
Acorn is trying to alleviate some of that pressure, but Polarized keeps trying to break his way into the box, but he gets denied entry more than once. Now Acorn's simply going to try to hold the covers, peek through, try to figure out where Polarized is at. Give Cold time to
Mi zajebas, ček samo moram sliku neku da pošaljem.
Now Acorn has to make the decision. Do I just go straight up into him? Do I continue to play my game out? And I saw third-party shots coming in. He hits it. He goes right back up. Zipline once more. Polarized goes down, but it's not the team you thought. Cooper steals that one away.
Man, that's the worst feeling right there. You put in all that work, all that damage, and 4 points slip away. Meanwhile, Poda, Sai, and Snazy, the M8 boys are back
Opet ovo rade. Ne, umro je. Oni uvijek ovo rade, ali kraljevi.
Lost damage, but the strategy was still there. The idea still potent.
Eto navijači opet.
Performing so well this weekend. 90% has to be them, 10% has to be the crowd on their side, fueling them. Anytime they feel like their gas tank is empty, you see a loud cheer from the crowd. And that's a little bit of a refresh in its own mind. But with one elimination,
Vramor, da ti kontaš šta se ovdje dešava? Još ja neskog si igrao Fortnite, brate, ali... Jel ono kontaš po prilike šta treba? Da čujemo reakciju, čekaj. A nije ništa spec jer bilo je baš free. Bilo je fazo, nice, let's go. Tomas ništa ne radi, jesi skontali?
Good job. Big set of eliminations right there. You can hear the comms clear and concise. But for a second there, they didn't know where they actually were. That's how tough a 50-50 can actually be. Slight, bus route deviation, all of a sudden, you're coming in from different angles.
Yeah, that's one thing is can have the best drop when everyone's going for the same weapon. Now Lucas one out, which of course cannot an ages elsewhere, but our game one victors, Pollo and Sphinx, who probably got a front row seat for that battle. You saw them flying through the sky when that contestation was happening. They looted up. I got to say their loot is looking pretty impressive. 8 slap splashes, 3 big pots. That's just on Pollo alone. They got a free rotation to where they want to go. You can see some shots coming in, a little bit of a warning shot at that. Cammy and Seti contested over towards Frenzy. They won it in game 1. They choose to split it in this next game. And they're going all the way over towards the western side. And somebody gets beamed from afar. That's just helping their surge plan altogether. But they're just trying to rotate to where they think it's going to go, to where the least amount of teams will try to huddle up.
Meanwhile, Noxy in a fight right now. Chris severely damaged in this battle here, but does manage to find stable ground here.
Danas hitamo 123.000.
This is going to be a tough one to close out if they allow Asa to bounce back. It does seem like he's got a chance to do so.
Mali Buca živi u BG-u. Beograd na vodi, da? Ima stan. Druže, ja saboj nije izašlo. Pa imaš subscriptions na private. To staviš u settingsima public i... GG. Meni isto na private, ja kad sam rekao nije izašlo, ja sam stavio. Ali ako želite izašlo, treba staviti public. Ne znam, Bogdan, Noble Open, stekana s lošim igračima. Hito 123k, 123k 600 mislim. Fali još 50 sabova, to možemo do kraja ovog gema. Desu u Njemačkoj, ne volim to da govorim, brate, jer previše naših ima ovdje. Aj, ne bih čuli da vas od vas 1520 imamo. Ma i više, brate. Previše naših, brate. Ja ne pričam njemački. Otkad sam u Njemačkoj, ja ne pričam njemački, brate, nemam očaju, brate. Uđem u prodavnicu, ono, radnica naša, brate, uđem u kafić naši, uđem da jedem naši, uđem da kupim pištolj naši, uđem da zajebam. Katastrofa, znaš. Što živi u Beogradu? Pa zbog ono što se desilo u Rusiji, brate. Hvala Luki za sub. Ono što se desilo u Rusiji i one silne earningse koje je uzeo par hiljada eura. Luka, hvala za sub. Nije mogu da podigne jer je u Rusiji bio rat, ovo ono šta već. I mora da ode u Srbiju da bi podigao pare, da bi mogo dalje da... Čak ja neko kaže da nije podigao pare nikad. Hvala Duje za sub. I da mora se useliti u neku zemlju da bi mogu podizati pare za buduće. I da i sad živi u Srbiji, a njegovi su tamo. Hvala za subove, ljudi. Ključite zvonce, kogod se sub uključite na zvonce, stavite all in. T3ny ubio lika, nice. I stavite all in na zvonce da vam stiže notifikacije i to. Viki koljača, au. Naš brat izabro Srbiju. Tibor, hvala za sub. A i Grolls isto, ista situacija sa Grollsom. Igra sad isto finalse, Grolls. On isto to napravio. Ono i Blaye u Beogradu i sve ono. Ja mislim da žive čak obojica na Beogradu na vodi. Not bot sim, hvala puno za sub. A da li igra naš Miki, ljudi? Naš Miki da li igra. Da li igra naš Miki sad? Nisi siguran, nisam ispratio. Vidio ti si najveće. Desi me batene. Poruči nam najbliži. Da li igra naš Miki? Miki naš, no nije Miki, da li igra? I'm not sure.
That's instant shields. It's 10 less than a big pot, but it's faster than a big
Zole,
pot
mali
altogether.
A sad je sve okej, to je bilo...
Definitely important to have those quick heals. Threats on the move right now. They're not happy with being on the outskirts of the zone here. They
šalim se, sutra krećeš da radiš, vidio. Nemoj samo šiframa priča, ali sutra krećeš.
They also have to bounce back.
Ima 5 dana da se isimaš i vidjet ćeš. Trulex umro. Piš! Čić ubio Vadala, ili? Da. Ajmo Čiću, seri ga, izblamiraj ga pred svima. Ne! Brate, nemoj! Mux, hvala za sub. Đorđe, hvala za sub.
And this is big because we already seen at least one of the teams in our top 5 go down. That's iDrop and Mappy. And as long as a couple more of those teams at the top of the leaderboard go down, that opens the game up wide open for any team to overtake that spot since it is very, very early on. Mr. Savage and Vidil showing what they can do out of naughty nets, which a lot of people don't necessarily like that spot, but that just goes to show how good they actually are.
Da prestaneš YouTube-om, brate, to je bila sprnja za vlog. Joki se hvala sub. To je bukvalno bio bait za comeback, bukvalno. Bilo mi je dosadno, brate, taj kao odradim i izbacim najjače vlog. Evo ima 90.000 pregledanja. Hvala Ivano za sub, ključ zvonce, dobrodošli na kanal.
Saw Buga's HP there as we were
flying by
as they were coming just past Oyo and Sphinx.
Rift
Island spawns in beneath Stain and Datus, a team that absolutely needs to make a comeback. What a better way than to find points other than to take the Rift Island for yourself. Will they go for it?
Koliko ima gemova? Koji game, drugi?
A weapon cache with the slurp juice in his inventory. Throwing a bush directly on top to cloud their space. That way
bolje
they
je
can fire
Čičo
freely.
od sebe.
Not very many players able to kind of tag
Hvala
us
Luka
back.
Bajevski.
And you can see the teamwork. Stain's there to try to break the build. They're timing it right, so
Vaske
that way
je živ,
a sniper
nisam
shot to
ispratio.
try to sneak his way through.
T3ny je živ, queasy je živ, Vaske ne znam.
This could be big as Batman,
Vaske
Booga,
se
and
sabo.
Rapid are actually going to be the first team on top of Rift Island. And we saw last game, the team that was on top, they were able to capture it because they were the first ones there with nobody really contesting the actual flag. Let's see if that'll change around this time, now that's more than halfway full.
Rapid and Batman Booga are well on their way to securing it here. I think it will be there.
Vaske je živ, video si. Brata Vramova, analitičar, ali.
When you're just late to the punch, why jump in? Why take that risk? It does seem like
Luka, može pitanje, pošto ti se razumeš, ti si profesionalac. All Watcher and Gamer, hvala za sub. Luka, imam pitanje, treba neke pare da mi legnu, okej pare, znaš, mislim nisu to velike pare, ali ono, za tako nešto su okej pare. Jel dobro da stavim te sve pare u Litecoin? I da držim na Litecoinu? To svi mi to kažu. Iskreno, Litecoin, šta kažeš?
Of the lobby, and those teams that have to rotate from the south, from the east, that is who they're looking at most of all to try to get the storm surge that they need. You can see they have 224.
A kad ti legnu pare, kupim mic. Ja ne znam šta je s micom, majke mi.
Rapid, although by himself, he did make some placement last game. Here we jump in with Edgy and Duke so far. 600 above this surge. They're going to be well and fine here. They're positioned very nicely already at the Eclipse Estate, which is near dead center.
Čekaj, ovako ću.
Where the storm's going, because this is some prime positioning right here.
Yeah, we got these forecast towers all around the map. It allows you to read where the zone is going, but Duke had 46 solo impact points in match one. He was just gobbling up those placement points, and you saw him in those type spots getting eliminations as well, especially when he needed it most for both the Siphon and the Mats. Malibuka and Thomas well above the damage threshold. Even though they're falling, they have more than enough surge to where they don't have to worry about it. For them, they're just trying to see where these teams are positioned at to try to make their own rotation in. The zone continues to pull towards the north side of the map, over towards Eclipse Estates. So if it stays there, this one could get dicey because there's some unbreakable walls, there's surrounding water, there's even the moon there that we saw Cammy and Seti use earlier on in this tournament.
Clownski grows on the move right now. Already setting up for a nice position here, looking out for fights, looking out to see if they can find tags. This is going to be a team that, if they don't get active, will surely have something to worry about, but they find more stashed there. Great tags here for Strauss, Grolls, and Clownski, and already now they have a chance to go ahead and alleviate some room near them, get back into this game. But no, Grolls, you saw yourself for a moment. The punishment comes in its Pixie off to the right there.
Alo, kako mi sad čujete? Loše.
Oh, Grolls, you saw yourself for a moment. The punishment
Alo, ljudi, ja sam promenio mod. Alo, kako mi sad čujete? Loše. Promenio sam mod kao da ne čujete ništa oko mene, nego samo kad sam tu da me čujete. A sad mene, ja mislim da me sad ne čujete, gle. Alo, sad me loš čujete. Sad me loš čujete. Sad me loš čujete.
Material count, making sure that he's able to save him. But look who's knocking on that front door. Trick or treat. In comes Acorn and Cold. And no tricks up their sleeves. All treats as they get those eliminations.
Yeah, they knew they had the knock. They had to finish it right there. They were in the perfect position, and with the zone going south, hey, we gotta go this way anyways. It was well timed and executed on their part. And it puts them at 2 eliminations now, very comfortably in the game, and the full refresh to really set yourself up for success. It doesn't get much better than that. Meanwhile, Snazy, Podesai on the move right now. The M8 boys playing deep outside the storm circle here. There had to be something worthwhile, but it looks like it was just a late rotate. A fight in the zone.
Litecoin je dobar, ja mislim. Litecoin je dobar. U Litecoin ću sad ostaviti. Stefki, hvala za sad. Mislim, ja ne uložim u kripto, ali treba mi neke pare doći. I to ću na Litecoin. Queasy umro, neću da igram.
A
neću, joj, znaš koliko se nervira malo. A krivo mi, a Henom, dobro, ja utrpao da igra Queasy s Henom, ja kao ljudi, umro, dobro, možda klača
What's crazy is Mshari had no shield, so talk about a opportunity revealed to him, and he finds shield just off the elimination. Look, he also did not have any heals. It's just a perfect star aligning moment for Mshari and Rue here. One of, again, the few representing for the ME, so making them proud so far.
Evo, pojačao sam. Evo, Jocik, sad sam ga pojačao jako. Sad sam ga jako pojačao. Sad sam ga max pojačao. Ovo je na pola. Evo na pola, brate.
Vaske by himself, 140 below. Daring enough to go for that Rift Island very, very early on in game one. That's helped their position on the leaderboard, and being able to survive here a bit longer will be huge. You saw Duke in his solo points in game one. Vaske is looking to mimic that here in game two, but he really does need at least 7 players to go down before he gets a single placement point.
Yeah, and this is definitely going to make him uncomfortable here, as he is really dependent on the heals here.
Dobro, Miša I Teni full chillaju, ali Vaske ne chilla.
No one's moved just yet. It's just tough all around. Meanwhile, he gets punished.
Oh, ima da rage-a Vaske. Ima da rage-a Vaske možda.
Now he's surely on the back foot here. He's going to have to use everything he's got. Meanwhile, players around him looking in his direction, they can tell that some damage is happening here. They can hear the
Teni I Miša moraju da...
They're wondering, where is this player? Can we find elimination?
It's a big opportunity if somebody wants to go ahead and take that risk, and he needs a handful of players still needed to go down before that Storm Surge does go off. And without any more heals, he's going to have to go for it eventually. Spadillo's out. Savage still alive. He's one of those players that makes the sneaky plays, trying to make sure that nobody spots him out. More than enough materials, but he has to figure out where he's going to get these
Dobro,
heals
Miša ga je
from.
ubio ako ništa, brate, ubio ga neko naš.
50 shields, 58 combined. His material count is looking pretty healthy though, but
kako ovako figotira? Ej, alo.
Having to figure out where he's going to get it from. He turns around and goes down to Reed.
Yeah, he was wondering, he saw something there, but unfortunately it wasn't anything, and he couldn't get the tags he needed. Reed's going to go in and jump himself.
Luka, gdje se to kupuje? Nema na Binarysu, nego moraš na nekom shit site.
Just moments away here. 27 duos remaining in the lobby. This is it. Match 2 of the grand finals is now starting to approach its end.
Radule, Sević ne igra, brate.
Turn up now. Boyos fixed down on the low ground. If they make another big splash inside the top 5, they will surely start to take away up towards the top. Gripey flicks here, not trying to make it easy though. They find Sphinx, a great knock there, and Boyo is now by himself. Tags coming too. He's big time punished.
Miša umro.
Finished there. Spoken too soon. Down they go, and now to the bottom they fall.
That is huge. Cooper and Mira already taking first place throughout that game. And honestly, without Queasy and Vino in the lobby any longer, we set our eyes onto Cammy and Seti. They made that daring play in game 1 to go for height. They defended it successfully until Duke had crash landed, taking them all down, and Cammy with them. They're trying to make up for it here yet again today. They're trying to move their way towards the front side of zone. See the brief as well over on the other side. Information damage itself. And you can see he knows somebody's on the other side of that cover. Just trying to see if there's an opportunity for him to strike 39 above the damage threshold. He's comfortable for now, but he knows that time where he's gonna need to fire a shot is gonna come soon.
And it makes you wonder what went wrong this game for Cammy and Seti.
A svi smo ljudi svi.
On the surge damage, low on the heal options, not many.
Teni Tayson. Da, Tayson, ajde, dobro je.
And it's not like the zone went very far.
I Teni je solo.
It's just a
Ako uzmeš što više pojena.
Something must have went terribly wrong in that outskirts.
Ne vidim, ja ne vidim nigdje, ja ne mogu da ugledam. Dobro, imam 2 sekunde samo. Teni, nigde ovdje.
Striker in his duel. Asha from Team Monaco here. Asha looking pretty solid right now. I do like.
Ovi ako dobiju zonu, GG.
Trying to play for height here.
And who's daring enough to go ahead and contest them? A lot of our heavy hitters are either weak or out of the lobby, so it could be free taking for them. Fortunate enough, there isn't a twin mag. He just had that suppressed Havoc AR. I could deal some fast damage, but it's not as fast as some.
Moneymaker živ? Ne znam. Mali bucu žive, evo navijemo uz malu bucu. Ja živ Moneymaker mali. Ne, ovo je za ljudi, ovo je finale.
versus Kanada's. They are doing far and beyond better. They have 4 eliminations. They're actually in the end game.
Ten je živ.
Everything they need to succeed. That is what you want after you survive a drop, but let's look at Peterbot forced to play by himself. He's known for what he can do as a
Eto, ako naši ne mogu da play-se lepo, nek što više... Da, nek što više Evropljana, brate, neću da Peterbot, ne volim Amerikanci, nerviraju me. Glup narod, mnogo. Ne volim Amerikanci. Ubiće mene. Stepa Stepanović, hvala za sad. Nemoj da uzmu refresh ovako, nemoj. Ali debeli McDonald's, samo znaju šta je cheeseburger. Znamo i mi što je cheeseburger, ali oni znaju samo što je cheeseburger, ne znaju ništa drugo u životu. Tomas umro, au, Tomas toliko prodaje da je to nerealno. Šalim se, mislim, ne mogu ja da kenjam, nisam tamo, ali brate... X-Force, opa!
It's Malabuka, it's Peterbot on the mid. Peterbot still up, looking for the fight, jumped into a box. He's playing spoiler. Was that Cammy there? He takes out potentially in the exchange in the full finish too. Peterbot has shut down.
Peterbot je mnogo dobar, svi su ga ekspozali za cheat, kao da cheatuje, da hakuje. Ali evo pop-offa, brate. Brat, pop-offa, opasno, brate. Volio bi da odigra dobro, jebi ga, jeste Amerikanac, ali da odigra dobro, brate, da... T3ny umro, dobro, klačo je top 12. Volio bi Peterbot da sad neki klač napravi da dokaže ljudima da nije cheat. Ali lud. Bra. Pazi, mali buca opasno klaču. I Tayson je klaču, dobro. Imaš me, najviše maca ima u lobiju. Bile.
But Malabuka's got work cut out for him.
3 solos left in the game. One of them is going to be Malabuka, continuously dropping down low. He's letting all those players above him
Peterbot
fight down for him to try to survive. But Cooper, they are ready to end that.
Aha, oni full, braća, bravo, ovi ako ne bi na game ubili. O, Pixi na haju, bravo, bravo. Ali ne zna se ko je... Mero opet. Mero je prvi, šta, posle ovog gema. U Beogradu živi, ali nije naš, Rusi. Ali ono, ko da je naš, već godinu dana je. Ko da je naš.
This is a 2v1 situation. Pixie and Cheatin, they're trying to go ahead and go against them. That's Chari there as well.
Mero ako klaču, GG. Mero može klačat. Mero može klačat. Mero može klačat.
In that last game, but he has no materials. Zone is taking him out until the final shot is in. There it goes.
Mero da je ovo klaču, znaš šta bi to bilo? Džepovi se ponavljaju, znaš je od sve. Šta misliš, džepovi or not? Da će biti džepovi.
Excellent performance indeed. Let's see how they're feeling. Frankie, take it away.
We're seeing duos come back to prove that
zatvoren mu
were not a fluke in the past couple of days, and they're doing it again against the toughest competition.
Zatvoreni su, Jocke, si vidio, nije mu zdalo otkopčat.
It's feeling really great, bro. We are full stacked again, like yesterday, and we just played it all again.
Do you think that these duos are letting you have it too easy?
Ovi su vinali ljudi u openim, ovi mi prvi vin u Grencu.
It's interesting because you guys were not a duo at the start of the year. You were with different partners. You had to find each other. Why do you think the two of you have come together and managed to dominate this LAN so far?
We're both really smart, good fighters. That's all we need.
Do you not need brains as well?
We have enough brains.
You've got enough brains, but really you're all about the firepower. Listen, I want to
Ne, ljudi, vinali su game samo, ne, ima još 3 gema.
To your fans right now, I know that you've got quite a few in the audience as well. Have you got anything you'd like to say to them?
Thanks for everyone supporting me.
And would you like to say that in Polish?
I don't know.
No? Okay. Would you like to say anything?
Thanks for my family who is watching right now and everyone who is supports us.
Well, thank you guys. Congratulations. Let's see if you can keep it up as we head back to the
Bravo, respekt, alo. Ja, bra, zamisli gledajte roditelji, brate, familije te gleda, brate. Ovako. I ono winaš game, brate, i ono, znaš.
Big congratulations there, Cheatin and Pixie finding themselves yet another victory royale. This is now the second time today we've had
Pa evo, oni su sad vinali game, ne znaš koliko kilova. Vini je 65 poena, ja kažem da su imali 10 kilo ti 40 poena jer je kill 4 i 105 poena, kontaš. Igra sa 6 gameovi koji ima najviše poena, brate, evo ti poeni dole. A ne, malo killova su imali, malo killova su vinali. I ko bude imao najviše poena ako 6 gameova, uzima $1.000.000 evra. Drugo mjesto uzima 500k, tako nemam pojma. Ali prvo je $1.000.000, to znam.
Now 1v1 for Miro again, he couldn't quite do it, but you know, I'm sure there'll be more chances for him to redeem himself.
Bravo, svaka čast, mnogo dobre igre,
If you're not familiar, right, these are very hard-working players. Like Frankie said, they didn't start the year playing with each other, but once they did get together, things have just been clicking for them.
Nema bolje ošće kad, brate, igre, stojiš pored svog druga i, brate, igrate za $1.000.000 evra, ono, znaš. I ono, buraz, stalo, ne, još vinaš game, brate.
5 points. Coming second, third, still a massive amount of points as well. But again, congratulations.
Bravo, možete imati 100 kilova, brate, niko ti ne brani, ali ovo su sve najbolji igrači. Ovdje ti je 50 najboljih timova na svetu. Ne iz Evrope, nego dolazili su i Kinezi, i ovi, i oni. Ne možeš ti... Niko tu ne ide na kilove, ne mogu. Nerealno je, svi idu da pobede. Kontaš? A Mero prvi, brate, da me jebe. Ako Mero vina, stvarno, razočarat ću se. Nerealno mi da Mero vina, brate. Pix je drugi. Nisam vidio, brate, šta da, 30 sekundi. Nije, kao, jeste World Cup, ali nije World Cup. Jeste i nije, FNCS je ovo, ljudi. Ali kao, ima kval za Kopenhagen, kao. Nije World Cup, vidio. Jebi ga, Sink, tek sad vidim komentar, onak. Pesiceki, legendo.
They very well could walk away champions. I did want to take a look more at the standings though. Let's highlight a few more duos up on this board.
I'm looking at VELIKO and Pink there in third place. I mean, with how their weekend's gone so far, I think a lot of
people here
were obviously supporting it.
Vico treći, Kamičeto, Noxi, Grippy, Rit. A dalje. Koji je Queasy, mora Queasy vina s 15. Queasy back to back baca, znate vi to? Znate da baca back to back sada, Queasy. Brate, jeste World Cup jer ovo je na pozivnicu, ne na kval. Na kval je, brate. Ljudi su igrali FNCS da bi kvalili za ovo. Nije ovo na pozivnice, brate moj. Ako su ljudi igrali, kao što sam ja mogu igrati, ja sam mogu kvalat. Nego ja sam bio u Beogradu i nisam igrao FNCS. Ja mislim, brate. Nije ovo na pozivnice, brate. Znam da su ljudi igrali FNCS, brate. Da bi kvalili.
Even after this kind of shambles game, they're in top 5. That's not where you want them to be. They're way too close to striking distance.
Hvali, pa da, znam
but that's enough for right now. We have Kelly standing by on the stage right now with Lois.
That is right, Zeke. Fortnite veteran and Danish native Lois joining me here right now. I gotta ask, you've been competing in Fortnite for so long. What is it like to be here at the Global Championships in Denmark?
I mean, normally I sit here with the players, but the fans have been absolutely incredible.
All pro players, sorry.
The French ones, and I also hear some Polish ones over here, so big shout out to the fans.
I mean, it's been an incredible weekend so far, from the fans to the players. What has been your favorite moment out of the competition?
I mean, it was first day here, so I mean, the fans is probably the most important thing here, and I also like the game 1 ending with Miro almost clutching up as a solo. But yeah.
Well, then he almost did it again in game number 2. So with that being said,
Da Miro je bio 2 puta drugi, ali?
who is your favorite to win?
I think right now, I think Miro is gonna win, but I obviously hope for my Danish boys, Thomas HD and Steno and Lucio.
Flois, this just means so much to me to be able to talk with you. I've been watching you play for so long. And what is it like to watch just all 50 duos here competing on this stage?
I mean, it's absolutely insane. Like everyone from the other regions, I normally only play in EU, so to see people like Asia region, Middle East, and also shout out to the one OC duo, Alex and Worthy.
Thank you so much, Flois, and I can't wait to watch the rest of the games with you, but we're going to be heading back to the desk for now.
Thank you so much, Kelly.
Ma neće gasi Fortnite se normalno ljudi, to je sprnja na TikToku.
Absolutely amazing, super wholesome, but, as much as I want to talk more about what happened in game number...
Zapamti što sam rekao, alo, zapamti što sam rekao. Balkan comeback sad. Balkan comeback sad. Eto, sad Balkan comeback, eto. Sad ćete vidjeti.
On into this next one. Casters.
Koja, Ivane?
You know what they say, time flies when you're having fun. We're already into game 3 in just a few short moments, and it's been an impressive performance so far by both Cooper and Miro.
I must say, man, if Miro does it again,
Neće biti comeback. Samo gledaj comeback. Samo gledaj comeback. Spamajte svi Balkan comeback, ljudi. Balkan comeback svi. Balkan comeback. Svi spam, ljudi. Mora, brate. Queasy će back to back vinat. 100%. Ba ne. Ivane, ne znam, brate. Ne znam da li to dobra ideja. Majke. Ovako mi je smešnije.
This is the moments here that kind of make yourself one of the best in the world. This is the last game before that halfway.
Spavajte Balkan comeback, ljudi, da učite drop jebote. Nisam znao da se... Hajmo.
We don't want to leave it to those final moments. But you know what it is, from games 1 to 3, Kanata and Agers, Thomas and Malabuka yet again. You even see shots coming in, but Kanata takes damage. Thomas is already half health, and the fight has barely just begun. Kanata gets the first strike. Thomas goes down. Malabuka by himself. He's on the chase for Agers. Agers doesn't look like he has a weapon. It's all up to Kanata, and he strikes while the iron's hot.
2 for 1, back and forth. Kanata, Agers have an opportunity now to potentially run away with it. The problem that they have, though, is how far can they take it when the chance is in front of them?
Uh-oh, I already see Baka that's down. Giannis and Reason. They go for that 50-50 at the top of the tower.
Kako je Tomas loš, brate?
Pars, he hasn't even been able to knock that over. That's not going to be an option. They both got ARs and
I na uperima je čovko. Jebi ga, ja kenjam. Ja nisam tamo, brate, on je tamo, tebra, ali...
They even get a shield briefcase. Uh-oh, this is a very, very daring play. Pars just going through. He's trying to make magic happen. Shots on the both base players. Pars almost does it. Takes down Reason, but Giannis saves the day.
So close, and he seals the deal in the final moments. You wouldn't think it would be possible, but he does do it. Here's Chicho, here's trulex. They have TK nearby. TK had that explosive entrance coming out. Of course, that lower bracket, they managed to turn online, and already they have taken down his teammate.
Bro.
Unfortunate for TK now. He's going to have to figure this one out. Play this one as a solo for now. Meanwhile,
ma ti mali bucal, bukvalno, ja imali bucal, GG.
Ready to battle it out. They changed up their drop spot. Normally going over towards Breakwater Bay. They qualified to the FNCS.
Nije mato ovo World Cup. Gledamo veliko finale FNCS-a u Kopenhagenu. FNCS samo u LAN.
Breakwater Bay, but sometimes you got to be adaptable in the bush, trying to go for a hide and seek style play. Paper getting taken down low.
Ja kao alo, znaš, on kao vidi to što ja vidim.
But they got to be careful. Misha and Tini yet again, all around the map, all
around
the world.
Bravo, bravo Tini, sve ih ubi.
Misha and Tina might be the most versatile duo in this lobby right now, and they are showing how it can be effective even while you try new strategy. But no, Price comes in, he's got his attention to put on the matter. Where is Chubbs here? Will he back him up? Misha now has to back out here. We have spoken too soon. Paper will get the final finish, but Bryce got the knock, so the rewarded points will go to them.
Invitations were sent out to everybody this week.
You
can join the party if you want to. If you want to take that chance, as both Paper and Muzz get taken down. They get cleaned up by Bryce and Chubbs, who already have 4 eliminations so far. Impressive way to start game 3.
What a great spot to be in right now for Bryson Chubbs. Bryson Chubbs,
the lower
bracket duo that definitely performed, I would say, above average, finishing up towards that top 3 by the end of the day, putting themselves in the conversation. Upper bracket they were contested, they had a bit of a difficult
vaske,
time
trulex
up in the north side, but right now could be their chance to turn things around. 4 eliminations, what a way to start the game.
And you know, our first 2 games were decided by teams who already have a victory royale throughout the weekend. Bryce and Chubbs have one as well, so that trend could continue. As TK goes down to Chicho, he gets cleaned up, probably trying to go for Quanti's reboot card. So they're going to be out of this game early on. But Cooper and Miro, I like this. They go ahead and get it uncontested. They
vaske, čili. Ovaj Cooper je na TikToku, pita ga nešto, kao, prave content nešto, Reason pravi content i kao, pitaju ga kao, ko vina, ja vina, kao, I'm the best, kao. Ko je najviše underrated, ja sam underrated. Sve se pohvalio sebe, bro. Ti gledaj sad, prvi su, bro.
But this drop spot, man, Mega City obviously highly contested. Plenty
of action
to unfold here. And then if you just peer off to the outside, you have constantly hovering around. So you never really are safe inside this big city.
Nije mi jasno, ali šta da radi tamo?
Invictus Kanata already starting to look up and over. Getting a little dangerous here.
And you can see his streak. He's the only player in the world to go for 20
queasy
for 20, reaching a grand finals. He won his first one in the FNCS Major 3. He's looking to go back to back in some way.
Canada is the only player. Alo, jedini player koji igra 20 grencova. Kanada je najbolji, alo, zapravo.
Only person in the world to have made every single FNCS Grand Finals and also perform extremely well. His top 10 performances, by the way, you can hold a candle to it. It'll stand strong.
Kylie is going to fall here
to fast Stroky. Oh, to the hands of Danis and Steen. So from the fringe, they come south and they influence Kylie and Frostroki with the quick finish.
That's huge. This team has been slowly but surely upping up their firepower game after game throughout the weekend. It's only a matter of time before they hit their final form. But Reet and Ritual, they've been out of this world so far, consistently performing at the top level. Not only online, though, they brought that skill here to the big stage. And see if they can keep it up, but they're close by, neck and neck with both Edgy and Duke. I think a lot of these teams know the risk of taking an early game fight. And so Edgy and Duke just continue on with their rotation. They're trying to not take too many risks early on. We'll save those for the late game.
Now we tune in one of the most seasoned here. Tayson setting up what could be a potential ambush alongside Merstash.
Sljedeći game ide Balkan Komek. Ne, inače Queasy sigurno game.
A 3-2-1 is all it takes, and Kaizen is caught out.
To da znate, Queasy mora vinati jedan game. To je tako.
A moment is all it takes. If it were me, if it were you, it'd take forever to line up those shots, but they make it look so easy, so quick, so deadly.
It was more than just a two-player 3-2-1. Threats and Booga on the other side, who actually were the ones able to steal that one away. If I thought two players were hard to survive, 4 players is literally impossible.
Hvala Dare za sub. Dare, jedan te usta. Hvala puno, ljubite.
You see him floating around in the mini-map, ready to kind of make an attempt at that.
Još 20 suba do 123.600.
Anybody wants to do, even if they're separated like this. Cammy and Seti going for that workout tower, which is a huge part of the
live je najveći live. Ovaj live je najveći live u ovih 39 dana. Ana Dis, brate, sam play, majke. Gledam ovaj turnir, brate, neću niko dada. Sve sam odjebao. Promenio sam vam. Promenio sam. Brate, sam gledam. Pričat ćemo neki drugi dan. Kad ne budem live-u. A ono live-om 8 sati.
It's just one of those things, man. You don't necessarily plan
Kako si igra game-ove, ovo je treći, igra se još 3 posle.
That's one of the most simple strategies you'd see some of these teams do, but it's honestly the small things that you tend to forget on the biggest stage.
Evo su najbolji igrači. Inače queasy opušteno. Da, bukvalno ljudi. Bukvalno, znači, ne brine se. Sad, ne znam koliko oni imaju poena. Da znaš vidio koliko ima poena Veno, znaš ono. Čisto da otprilike ono vidimo. Ali kontam ako oni već vine game da će oni vinat sa 10 minimum, tako da ono. Kalu, ja sad imat ću neke pare na kriptu, bez prnje. I ako imaš neke kalove dobre, bez prnje, reci mi. Šta da poduplam para iz zezanja. Dam ti za kalu. Adrian, hvala za sub. 30 imaju. Pa je, da vinaju iz 15, znaš koji je to chillalo? Mislim, puno je 15, ali na haju, maybe. Evo, nek zest vinaju i to je comeback.
Wrap this up quickly. Back he goes. Not many other options for him left here now.
That's, I feel like, what I drop best case scenario. Let another team come in this direction. Start to fight off both Vanjak and Karmi. That way he can try to slither his way out.
Bolji. Vanjak je najbolji, stvarno. Bravo, ali iDrop je toliko mehanički dobar da je on ladno Rahim piko, reseto i stavio kon da mu ne prođe metak. Tayson se osvetio. Tayson se osvetio, gle. Osvetio je trulexa, gle. Kupuj Solanu. A brate, ali na meni ide na... Neću psovat, ali... Svako kaže drugačije. Svako kaže ovo, svako kaže ono, brate. Koga da poslušam? Mislim ono, ili da ubacim 500 evra tamo, 500 vama. Zajeba. Pa da zna kako poduplo pare, on bi poduplo. Pa on duplo pare u razoru. Nego mi je drugara i uskočio bi mi pomoć. Dobro, Kalu, nemoj da praviš pare drugima, brate. Onaj tebe nikad ne bi pomoć. Znaš, zajeba se.
What a different story compared to the upper bracket, also taking their learnings.
Evo ga Nugato, ljudi, ajmo Nugato. Ajmo Nugato. Gdje je Nix? Evo pojma. Bio danas u chatu Nix, nije? Opet sam gladan, opet sam gladan. Nema ništa slatko, ali...
And sometimes you have to go through the ringer against a team like Acorn and Cold before you go ahead and say enough is enough. You start to go ahead and play to your full potential, and that's why you see him at the top side of the leaderboards. Stacey and Podeside, they're kind of making a very, very similar rotation that they have in Games Pass, going on over towards the Creaky compound, just boxing up. They're, wouldn't say slap.
A nemoj ovo da radi, alo. Debra, kurem ti salo. Krenuli su ribe, alo, krenule su ribe da stavljaju TikTokove. Kunem ti se, brate, gle ovo. Koliko želiš da te voli? I kao skrinaju ove moje TikTokove. Ja ne mogu da verujem, alo. Au, šta ste vi meni napravili, alo, s ovim? Ju. Ne mogu da verujem, brate. Ja sam viral, jebate. Au, brat. To nije moj profil, skapirajte. Au, brate, nije moj profil, jebat, nisam to ja.
Access to the north side of the map, and of course, what is there lurking at the north side of the map? It's the forecast tower. If you don't know, that gives them access to know when the next zone is going to be and where it is going to be positioned. So, of course, that's absolutely vital information for them. We can see them taking out another player here.
Avramov, kad ja dođem u BG, brate, dolaziš mi na stream jedan, jebat. Prvi put, face real. Dolaziš mi na jedan streamić, jebat.
My zero build carry, I should say, when me, Vivid, and Zeke all squad up. And it's just very, very sure that we
can... Jel živ Vaske? Hen je živ. Možda će ga rebootat.
That will have the awareness of where that zone's going to go thanks to that forecast tower. And if you're one of those teams that may have seen them, may know that it's a chance for Cammy and Seti, you might want to try to follow them around without getting targeted. But Rift Island, you know how competitive this has been, and now Mshari and Rue are going to be one of the first teams going up to it, and that's been the trend throughout the first games. If you make it to the island first, you more than likely capture it and get those 15 points.
You really have to.
Doktori, ovi su verovatno, ajde kažemo, zadnji, ali evo, 15 poena. Ne škodi. A Kali, hvala za sub, iskoristi debeloga. Što debeli, brate? Što je tebi? Šalim se, ono kad sam vidio zadnji put za Johnny Rođena, bio sam, brate, jebi ga, 82 kile. Ali nisam debel, brate, samo mi je stomak malo. I ti sad imaš stomak, jebote. Može Tayson da spasim, a queasy spašava, boraz. Kakav Tayson? Kakav Tayson, hejte. Jedan palačinke, a nemoj to da mi pišeš. Ne, molim to da piše, a u kogu mi si do palačinke sad? Ljudi još ne kontuju da će queasy da vina, ali bukvalno.
I feel like it's pivotal for a team where they're positioned if they want to be in the conversation and not force themselves to have massive games to do well here in this third game.
Njemu je dosta i 10.000 dosi. Ali bi volio da, na primjer, osvoji što više, jer je mali, znaš. Sjebile ono vepa, vi ste meni ustrali već. Ja mnogo volim palačinke. Meni palačinke sve. Hvala Jura za sub. Ako f9 klača ovaj moneymaker, uzimao sam pojena, bro.
Should he save up? Should he clutch up here? It'll be okay. You know, Fnagen wants to turn things around and get the full finish. So Video does have to be careful.
Ooh, even third-party shots.
He saves him just in time.
Outside of the zone and inside as well. The breacher for Fnagen is going to be the huge money maker.
Šta radiš?
A nice shot from Video trying to make up for him.
Miso ga je vod.
He burns. Fnagen says you are out of the line.
A vadalo, šta nije mu opucalo, brate? Ko je tvoj pravi? Ljudi, ja molim vas, klipajte ovo. Evo, ja vas molim, ljudi. Ne mogu vam pokazati moj pravi TikTok, ali evo link. Ne mogu pokazati da se vide privatni snimci. Ljudi, ovo je moj pravi jedan jedini TikTok. Ja vas molim samo, kliperi, klipajte vi, ali nemojte se predstavljati ko ja, brate, znaš. Ali klipajte, radite hoćete, ali nemojte se predstavljati, ovo je moj TikTok, ljudi, ovo. Followajte svi ovo, znači ovo je moj TikTok, moj. Ono sve ostalo, to su fan page-ovi, fan kite, šalim se. Ono su kliperi, ovo je moj TikTok. Jedan jedini, ovo je moj. Ovo, to je moj TikTok. Aj sad ispamajte brzo nešto u chat, ispamajte GL za vasketa. Followajte TikTok. Uglavnom, ko me ne radi link, Leon Ljubić iz 23, brate, 38.000 i to je to. Ajmo ispamajte sad GL, ljudi. Malo, šta, vaske, fighta za Island. Ljudi, zašto to razmišljam, majke mi? Ovaj lik koji klipa već ove TikTokove, brate, uzeo 5 miliona pregleda, da ja njemu dam, brate, moj TikTok da mi kači gluposti. Majke mi, ja bi mu pustio. Ja bi mu dao account, majke mi da kači. Lik je legenda, brate. Kako zna napravi pregled, Gle koliko vas me followalo, brać. Followajte, eto, to je moj TikTok. Jedan jedini moj TikTok, sve ostalo nisam ja. A Čelen Ljubić 23, 40.000 followera. Nema drugi. Koji parfum koristiš? Evo Invictus, ispraznio sam ga juče. Dobar parfum, majke mi.
Now Cammy has to play this out by himself.
Queasy comeback, to je to. Ako nema setija, nema pretnje na haju, kontaš. Merstaš umro, super, nema pretnje, jebi ga.
Forget about those later plans, but for now, I think it's going to be go for that rocket ramp, forget the reboot, forget all the loot, and even that team I was fighting. Let's just go ahead and go in towards zone. You can see it's the least congested side as of now. Nobody's really begun their rotate from across the water.
What's crazy about this as well is Cammy was considering taking more mobility
Ajoj, brate. Naježio se, brate. Mnogo volim palačinke, nemoj to raditi.
He actually couldn't even secure it. He couldn't change his loot up. He had to just leave. So this isn't even the most ideal situation for him.
Sad ću čestiti da napišem da napravi palačinke. Nema nutele, verovatno.
But Cooper Miro, the problem children of NA right here, setting up shop. Forget that. The problem children of the Globals right now. They are second and second back to back. This is by far the toughest game for them as they don't have much of a material account to play with. And they've been found out.
This is big because if Miro and Cooper end up with the top finish yet again, they're 39 points ahead of the next best player in team right now. Placement points have not even begun to set in, so if they can continue that trend, they will be the team to beat in the second half.
This is kind of crazy though. Take a look at how this situation is playing out. There's not a soul on this side of the map. Very rarely this late in the game will you even have a chance to farm.
Ma ljudi, ja ne volim one u Milkiju. Ja one u Milkiju ne volim, ono, pune su mi, brate. Mislim, verovatno ima i da uzmeš, brate, ono, normalno. A najbolje su mi ono odem, brate, na random negdje uzmem, brate, palačinku, normalno, s hotelom, plazom i GG, znaš. A ne tamo da mi pune, brate, brašno. Zajebam se, ono. Shraniš normalno, no, ne pazim, niti se hranim normalno, jedem gliste. Sve jedem, brate. Želim da budem velik, neću ono definiciji. Ono, želim i da imam stomak malo, brate, ali sam velik.
And honestly, consistency is key, and they've been one of the most powerhouse teams on the weekend, if your mind is day one, of course. Well, if you look at that top 10, there was definitely room at the top.
Ha, vi provocirate, alo. Ale, kao, od 1500 ljudi vas 1000, svi palačinke sad imate na stolu. Jebote, ono. Jo, kako volim palačinke, nemojte to. Sad sam pogledao sve TikTokove kakav si bolesnik. Pa brate, ale, trebam ja još TikTokova. Ljudi, ja bi snimao TikTokove, radio bi one slajdove, znaš ono. To je najjače, brate, nešto, to su najjači trendovi i pregledi. Ali ja nemam to. Ja nemam tu opciju, brate. Ja moram uzeti sestrin telefon, pa onda ono, prebaci slike, ne da mi se. Tako da ima da dam svoj account onom liku, brate, koji klipa moje streamove i to i, brate, nek koristi TikTok, nek izbacuje da ga nabusta na 100k, jebate. Majke mi. Zašto idem da kupim palačinke? Pa lako vama u Srbiji, u Hrvatskoj, brate. I u Zenci. Jeba se. Lako vama, brate, ono, vama radi sve, evo me ništa ne radi nedeljom, brate. Ništa.
The refresh was massive, and they're
Cooper
right back in the game. But do they have heals? Did Cooper find anything there?
It's the little details that matter. Because now that he has materials on the side of Miro, of course.
Another one.
And able to heal on up. Oh, there goes his teammate as well.
Pazi, ja sada sam lud, ja bih rekao svoju adresu i neko bi mi doneo palačinku. To je 100%. Tako smo isto u Zagrebu napravili. U 9 ujutro, Neška je lajamo na trovo, 100 ljudi gleda. Mi kažemo adresu u Zagrebu, gdje nam je apartman. I brat dolazi sa 5 bureka i daje nam.
There's still going to be a fight in front of them. They're not stopping there. They are literally continuing, but on the other side, Cammy is still a solo. He is still playing this one out. Where once he was going high ground game after game, this round here, he just has to do what he can to survive the gauntlet. Top 25 is here now. Placement points have been earned. That alone is something.
To bi išli mi gledat da nisi krenuo daily live-ove, to bi išli gledat. Jocki možda i ode s crazy, znaš kao. Šalim se, nisu dobili kartu. Sens, u Njemačkoj ti ništa ne radi nedeljom. O, radni danima ti radi sve dosta.
No success, able to shoot through. Pink goes down in the feed.
Da,
That's
da,
Miro
da.
yet again, out of nowhere, trying to come back. But Cammy's not really finding any success when it comes to Storm.
A jebe ga, Invictus.
Eventually, he's gonna have to just get into one of these boxes.
This is really starting to heat up here. We get to look at that one more time.
Ja mi smo imali neke drugare u Zenici. I nisu mogli da nađu. A Mero, brate, stvarno najbolji je, brate. Ovo je rizično ako on sad odigra dobro game.
Truly heating up here today. But Miro and Cooper are just the unstoppable force at the moment
Vaske umro,
in
ne.
this lobby.
Now they've made it to the point of the game where you're getting placement points for every team that goes down. And this is where Cooper and Miro really do shine the best. In these end games, being able to be a little bit more aggressive and take those risks. Peterbot and Bai like to say the same thing about them. They were in the situation that Cooper and Miro were in not too long ago. They have to take a page out of their playbook, but that's Kanata and Agers over on the other side. See Peterbot trying to take the space.
Mero umro, dobro je.
He hears a lot of teams crashing in and he doesn't want any part of any of that.
Bile and Peterbot still on the move right now. Meanwhile, Peterbot is finding more and more. He gets the finish, but there's duos down low. It's not safe by any means. Starting to run thin on material. Plenty of teams down low. He's got to get out. That's Duke. He takes down, so fragmenting a team there. While Iamzo finds Edgy, high ground, unsure. Cooper by himself now as Miro's fallen to the hands of VELIKO.
Pazi, Cooper klačaš malo, oni su i dalje prvi. Veno umro. Joj. A što ne specaju njih? Alo. Što ne specaju? Hen živ, dobro, Hen je živ, koliko je top 19? Queasy je živ.
Queasy still alive as well. Talked about a big game needed to keep them within contention so they don't leave it up to the last moments. Quickly redeploys on over to the other side and goes for the shot, but narrowly misses his opponent. He's able to escape, and we're quickly into the top 15.
Chubbs and Bryce are online right now. 7 eliminations and almost a top 10. Chubbs and Bryce may be one of the most impressive duos to pop out of NA right now. And they have the experience, but this is the first time they're in an in-person arena with a crowd this big. With this much on the line, and so is Cooper, and he is still...
Dobro, zaslužuju da vinaju, eto. Evo sad ću da kažem, eto, zaslužuju da vinaju, brate. Ako lik klača 50 pojena sam, brate. Nice, Hen je uzeo top 8, dobro je. I Queasy je uzeo, ja mislim.
40 plus points already
Queasy.
separating them thanks to that elimination they've been picking up, but they're on the high ground. They could be the first team
Pixie win a game.
3 VRs on the day. They already have 5 eliminations, more mats than they know what to do with. Another elimination almost grabbed up by Cooper.
Brate, džaba Cooperu, to je, ne, džaba Pixiju win kad je ovaj Cooper i dalje prvi, brate. Ali opet, bravo Pixi, bravo. Bravo, bro, ne znam da kažem.
Pixie and Cheat take their third victory royale of the weekend.
Is that a back-to-back for Pixie and Cheat? Are they just on fire right now?
Back to back, brat.
I want to repeat what our cast has just said. Are you on fire right now?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, of course. I mean,
back
you're
to
a man
back.
of few words, but you do have some Swedish words for the audience right now. Would you like to say anything to everyone who's supporting you?
Tack för alla som supportar mig.
There we go, nice and simple. Thank you everyone who said in Swedish. So tell me about that end game then.
Svaka čast, bro.
Yeah, full stacked again and just play it out. Like we had so many mats and stuff, and we just
Svaka čast, eto, majke mi.
And then we looked up and it was free, and we take it.
So do you think the key to your fantastic end games is actually you're having great...
Znam Pixi je najbolje, brate, fighteri, sve, ali nisam očekivao ovako.
And what's the secret to this? Have you spent a long time preparing your game plan?
Svaka
Or is
čast,
this just in the moment when you sit down, you just know what you want to do?
Opet on je vidim da me svaka čast, ali.
And then we just play from there.
And who is responsible for those game-winning strats?
We both. We just both looking for strats together, and then just looking for our game plan, and then we just play our end game game plan in the finals.
Well, the target on your backs, boys, is growing ever larger, but hopefully you can hold off the competition. I'm going to let you go and get ready for game number 4, but right now, everyone, Pixie and cheating!
Cheating.
Bro, no shot. No shot. There's two stories. We're gonna highlight. We'll start with the easy one. Pixie and Cheatin, the back-to-back. Guys, understand this. We're gonna highlight. We'll start with the easy one. And Pixie and Cheatin say, Victory out? Nah, let's keep it 2.
Pixie and Cheatin have to be on top of the road, and look at this. It's all
šta, 1 poen faza, ne?
backside of the moving.
Brate, what the fuck?
Is weakest. They go ahead and spray it out, and then they build up, and how they have so many materials going into this end game.
Igraš li Valorant? Nikad ga nisam pali, igram CS i Fortnite samo. Ljudi, bacite like, ljudi. Ajde 1500 lajkova i sub. Znam da smaram, ali brate, dosta novih ima jebot. To sam danas tek video kad smo dobili brdo sabova. Još 5 sabova do 123.600. Nerealno, brate, nerealno, eto. Ne mogu da pogledam, daj mi leaderboard. Ja sam gladan.
All the way until the end. I mean, even with that being said, Zeke, they still won in first place.
That is the second story.
What? Da, rekao sam, da, Cooper je klačo život, brat. Život je klačo.
Obviously, Pixie and Cheatin are kind of like, right now they have the spotlight on them, which gives Cooper and Miro the opportunity to say, okay, spotlight's off us. Let's operate in the shadows. Let's make some plays. Dude, but the solo clutch as well.
Pa jedi palačinke, jebem vas usta, alo, imam ideju za novi trend na TikToku. Ne morate više za lanu da klipate, to je kao da radite one slajdove, sad radite za palačinke. Stavljajte isto one slike, alo. Sad queasy 3x3, ma ja vi inače queasy sigurno jedan game, sigurno ću vinati jedan game.
Like the refreshes just came flying in.
I mean, when your back is against the wall to do what these guys
Inače game sigurno, brate.
Forcing their way into the box and forcing the limbs. I mean, it's craziness. And then Cooper at the end there.
Ma doktor, vam pump ovdje. Stvarno.
Shots onto Rapid and just surviving, outlasting all of these opponents. It was ridiculous.
Miro went down.
Da, igra queasy, ljudi. Kenny je dobro odigrao ovaj game, Kenny i Vaske.
Teams alive when Miro went down. Cooper just went down in top 5. He solo clutched for that long.
Još 2 saba, ljudi. Još 2 saba, kogod je nov neki saba, ljudi. Gle doktora, alo. Svaka čast, alo. Cooper je mnogo dobar, brate.
But Cooper's like, whoa, why am I getting disrespected right now?
I mean, unbelievable play.
I dalje misli da vina queasy. Pazi, ima 3 gema, brate. Velika razlika, trebamo, ali... Ko vam samo... Ne bi bio prvi put. Ne bi bio prvi put, brate, da back to back vinaju, znaš, zato. Samo zato, ono, dajem šansu i dalje. Jer šta su sve comebackali, pa su jedan, ono, kad je bio FNCS, jedan dan su bili 40. I drugi dan bili prvi, brate, i kad se to spojilo, bili su koji 8. brate. Ili tako nešto, brate.
Really quickly, I want to talk about more of the standings overall. I did kind of just want to double back to Cooper Miro there. I'm sorry, Cheatin and Pixie rather in second place. So they've not been able to overtake Cooper Miro. And they're kind of, you know, gentlemen of very few words. I was kind of curious if you guys had insight as to how they are just going wild right now. How are they making this happen?
I mean, for me, it looks like it's
a high ground play, right? Like somehow,
you know, we talked about it coming into the day. We expected a couple of teams to be battling out up there, specifically Queasy and Veno and Cammy and Seti. But honestly, we haven't really seen those in a healthy enough position to go ahead and contend for it. So it's kind of left that area of the end game.
Ne znam koji je price pool.
Yeah, and I think you can see from the interviews, they're not really letting the moment get to them. It's like they're playing at home, chilling, playing some scrims or something, right? It seems to be very low pressure right now. And for team...
Kako lošo sad će ovo da završi, onda ga nema najmanje godinu dana. Pa jeste, evo ga UK Drill. Top boy. Zaban se. Ljudi, pa da, ali bit će FNCS-a. Lupa, sljedeće sezone je trio FNCS. Tako se priča. I bit će FNCS, ono, igrat ćemo ga svi od kuće. Neće biti ovog, jebi ga. To jeste, ali ono.
I've ever seen you. Why are you so calm right now?
Well, it's 3 games in, and well, there's nothing to really win right now, so nothing to lose. So it's just like there's nothing really that we need to like have pressure about, because no one really thinks that we're gonna win or anything. So
I think you've got a good chance. You're in third place at the moment, and right now the drop spot feels quite safe for you because Cold and Acorn, they're not trying to grief you, they're not trying to 50-50. They're actually just giving you space.
Yeah, they're just giving us space. Like, we're giving them space, they're giving us space, because there's not really a reason why we would fight, because it's just gonna get delayed. And if we both play our end games, like me and Acorn, and like we're just both gonna do good.
Who do you think has the stronger end game out of the two duos?
Probably me and Pink.
And why is that?
Because we practice a lot. Like, in these last 3 months that we have played together, we have practiced like almost every day, or like almost every second day. So we have a lot of prac in between us. So
I just saw your coach BloodX walking past as well. He told me
Hola,
I have to teach this guy anything.
Hey, Gufo.
But there must be a reason you're working
Brate,
with him, so what's
trebalo mi, jebi ga.
Basically everything, like
Pardon,
the game and actually play the game.
Brat,
There's a lot of stuff that
šta radiš ti? Si dobar. Predikta,
What
jebi ga, Ivane, on
What
zna.
has he really taught you about playing the game then? What does it mean to
On zna,
play
brat.
Fortnite?
Well, there's like stuff like
On osjeća to, mislim, jebi ga, brate, jesi ti analitičar od prvog dana, nisi, on je. Jedan je po analitičar, brate, od prvog dana, razumiješ?
It's one of the things that's ever changing about Fortnite. Given that
Čao
you
Gufu,
are in
čao
this
Ivane,
third
pa i Gufu
spot,
se zove
you can
Ivan,
go
brate,
either
slobodno,
way now, you can
može
go
samo
up.
Ivan da napiše.
Obviously you can go down and you can go all the way
Nemoj ti
to
meni
that
čao.
trophy.
Yes.
What are you feeling right now in terms of your
Emo,
chances?
emo.
Do you already see yourself lifting that
Uskoro
trophy on
Ivane,
that
uskoro,
stage?
ču.
Well, I don't see myself lifting it right now because there's a huge point difference between first and third place. But these next 2 games, they just show everything. Like, Mero and Cooper can choke as well as like second place. I think second place is Pixie and Cheaton, they can also choke. It all depends on these next 3 games because a lot of people will get nervous.
Exactly, and yesterday you did get a victory royale where you scored, I believe, over 100 points. So it might be 100 points separating you from the top, but I know that you can pull off a big game. So Viko, thank you so much for talking to me. Good luck to you and Pink, and let's head back to the desk.
Mero ljudi je prvi. I drugi je Pixie.
But BloodX is the biggest liar there is. For him to say I've not had to teach Viko anything.
Ljudi, slobodno objavljujte sad neke TikTokove, brate, da izbustamo malo na live-u, brate, da se prebuju.
We're grateful he has, right? Because look how Viko's playing, look how he's improved. It hasn't always been the smoothest, it hasn't always been the easiest of rides for that.
Bože, evo, stavio ga neku TikTok već.
It's the perfect time for them to be peaking.
Absolutely. I mean, and I think too, him being able to kind of take that step back and humbly say, look, I still need to get sharpened, right? I still need to focus myself. That's how you improve. If you're just assuming I'm at the top, I can't do anything, I'm the very best, you'll never actually improve. Now, we kind of talk about the standings, a couple in the top 3. Let's talk about the
Evo, bacite like on, burazere, evo, dvojice su rekao kako će TikTok.
I'm just terrified, man. I feel like this happens all the
Evo,
time.
bacite like obojici,
brate. Though they might have this like, they haven't quite made it.
Bacite like, pogorajte malo, braću, ono što da ne. Je jedan kiflić od Nutella, brate, to je gas. Meni su bolje slane kiflice, jebeš mi sve, ali. Ono, sir, brate, i salama neka, brate. U kiflici, ono. Ne sir, nego ono kao ketchup, kao. Ne znam kako da mu objasnim, brate. Ovo, sram da to bude imeno. Slane kiflice najjače. Da, onako, brate, parizer, to je parizer, da, parizer. I onako, brate, mini pizza, bukvalno. Da, gaz. Pizza kiflice, jest.
And you could argue their performance hasn't been anything amazing by their standards. Just says
Plazma najjače, plazma.
Need to know about this too.
Lane, kako se Lane se zove njemački? Pizza kiflice best.
I think so, right? I think all throughout the year when they face hurdles, even at times when it maybe looked like maybe this duo would split up and things weren't going to work out for them and it was going to be the end of Cami and Seti, they've been able to work things out. They've been able to get together, get on the same page, and it's paid off every single time.
Absolutely. We saw 3 games, right? Anything can happen. They just need one insane game and they could suddenly overtake that #1 spot. There's a point differential. But we can't focus on that.
Da, nemačke Lane, da mi NPC s imena. Da.
As we turn our attention back over to the standings, let's just take a look here as well. I'd love to highlight Carmi and
Šta je bilo, Ivane?
fifth place, up 20
Ili neko mene dira?
places. Again, it takes one good game.
Ne vidim ja,
And
meni je
then
otišlo.
suddenly we just shift the entire leaderboard.
Evo ga ljudi, evo ga leaderboard. Mero prvi Pixie, svaka čast Pixie, 2 vina za redom ljudi, nije to sprednjavo. Potraži price pool, evo za braću.
Did you know that in 4 of those titles, he didn't actually win a game? So those back-to-back second places are just very much so his style.
Evo ljudi. Aj za čepi. Zar nije €1,000,000? Dobro, ja mislim da je 500k svakom. To jeste, tako je. 500 milion, dobro, je 500k svako. Drugo mjesto je 325.000 svako. 200.000 svako, 150.000 svako, 100.000 svako, 75, 60, 50, 40, 25, 15, 10, 9, dobro 9, to je to. A ko bude? Ne, fuck. 5.000 zadnji uzima. Da, ovi koji su otišli kući su uzeli po 2. I... eto, 5k uzima zadnje mjesto. Ajde da vidimo fazon. Top 35, 8k, fuck. Dobro, top 9 su već ok pare, šta će mi 25.000? Dobri smo bulju s tim. Šalim se, chill. Ponos, šta i zadnji da budeš, brate.
What I want to see is a halftime show. Who better to prepare us than Monster D-Face?
Ali opet, svaku će zaslužiti koliko je zaslužio, znaš. Znaš ono. Neko ko dobro odigra, brate, nek uzme milione, boli me kurac. Ono. Brate, malo, brate, ali to je zbog face.
Show one that's going to be fun and exciting. So if you're down on the floor,
ljudi, još 3 gema ima,
stand up, enjoy yourself. If you're up here inside the stands, enjoy it. And if you're at home, don't forget, turn the music up. Here we have it. We're going to jump down to the floor. Things are already dimming out. And then we get to see what's in store for us.
Limbio, šta je ovo, alo? 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 Napala čink. Alo? 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 Šalim se. Aleksandar Prijović arena, bukvalno, taj gas. Taj gas, zajeba se. Šta je ovo, alo? Čaka dođe Mongrel. Ko je ovo? Ja sam gledao, vrat. Ovo je neki pjevač, a ja ne znam stvarno.
Show me what we got. Come on.
U ome muzika radi. Zajebam se.
Fortnite, let's keep it going strong right here. Follow us on this one.
Got a lot of love, little bit less money. Don't need too much on me. Besides you, met a couple friends.
Aha, možeš u kurac, Leon dobi strajka, mi kao koncert. Biću se, poslučao Markonisa. Ne mogu, brat, dobit ću... Neću ja da gledam ovo, brat. Šta je ovo? Šta je ljubav? Brate, gledaj koliko pregleda uzimam, brate. Ja molim ovog brata. Invictus Clown klipovi. Evo, daću ti moj TikTok, samo objavljuj takva stranja, brate. Plaćat ću te, nije bad. Nije bad. Ovaj brat ima da osvoji, osvojit će sigurno. Ma ovaj brat... imaju dvojica koji deru s pregledima, znaš, majke mi. Imaju tako ove Invictus Clown klipovi i Invictus Clown clips, ja mislim. Braća imaju, ja mislim, 5 milijuna pregleda ići. A moramo nešto novo za TikTok, braćo. Moramo nešto novo za TikTok. Bez prednje. Smorili ste s lanom. Aj smislite nešto novo. Palačinke sad, okej, to je okej. Fora. Šta bi mogli, brate? Šta bi mogli neku foru da radimo na TikToku, brate? Lana, full smorila. Uzeli ste već 10 milijuna pregleda. Možemo promijeniti. Možemo promijeniti. Karlica. Nemoj Karlicu. Tamo mi komentariše TikTokove. Nemoj nju. Nemoj! Zebam se. Nemojte mi Karlicu. Ruku i džepove. Ali ne možemo to nikako spojiti sad ovim. Ja kad je Breneta, ja kad je Plavuša, ja kad znam da napravi palačinke. Leon je jednom rekao. Palačinka je slađa od lana. A daj! Koji je sad game? Brate, ne znam koji je game. 4. game, brate, ali ovo mi se ne gleda. Ne gleda mi se ovo, brate. Maradojko. Kao. TikTok. Ne mogu ja TikTok da gledam. Ne mogu. Ovo što TikTok možda gledam, a?
Je masno, vi ste smješni jer po spotovima prosipate brašno, trčiš brzo, ali kasno stignem te, a nemaš kasno trening da nas pucam.
Ludi rak, imaš li muda kliza po podu, kao kreten. Najluđi si, Bog te, najluđi.
Znam da si se pobio s nekim bokserom.
Ma nisam se ja pobio, ja da sam se pobio, lik bi me...
Ja ga sre jedan put htio da slikim, brat rekao da mu ne daju otić majka da se slika.
Ubio ko...
A gasto se gotijan lik, brat.
Topa priča, brate, nova godina, mi završili nastup, kao ajmo na after, normalno.
As we do.
As we do, brate, lik je rolo buksnu, i ja svako telefonom, kao, nemoj to na internetu. Rekao, što ti je, brate, opušteno, koji ti kurac za mene? I on nešto, ne, iskoče na mene, ja tu njega kragnu, i kao, smiri se, brate, ljubite, brate, pom, brate, odavde dolazi pestica, i lepo me zakačili.
Ne sedi, to je taj ožiljak, to je to tu.
Da.
On ili neko drugi?
Pa naboj me ovaj do zgore. I on kad izvalio da je mene udario, kao brate, izvini, znaš, ono svi pijeni, jebi ga, znaš kako ti...
Znam da si se pobio s nekim bokserom.
Ma nisam se ja...
Brate, kako mi čudan forio, brate, gledaj sada.
Nisam kriv što je pola njih tu vanabi, krajem 200 nasad kidam...
I čudan mi je forio, brate, na kompu, brate. I onda ja kad gledam na PC, onda mi se sjebe i na telefonu forio.
Today I'll be leaking the best Fortnite warm-up that a lot of tier 1 pros use. Welcome to part 3 of Play Like the...
Ajno gato, idi igraj tu. Idi igraj.
Ma hajde dođi garava, pitni brku s parama, mene loži crno, a tebi je...
Može i bolje. Rez da si dobra bez da kažeš da si dobra. Izvini. Izvini. Nema da zovem Tandije. Nemoj da zovem tam gdje.
Otvaramo novu firmu, gori sprava, nisi video na filmu, patron tequila, postava, troši mnogo para.
No, nema ništa protiv mojih likova, ne znam ni ko su, mene bi bilo sramota da me neko vidi ovako, da prođe auto i da me vidi. Mene bi bilo sramota da ovo izbaci. Ali da, oni iz Dubrave, 100% jelci. Ne mora ništa da mi kaže, ovo kao. Ok, udar on možda dobro, možda i udar loš. Ajde da udar najbolje na svetu, brate, ali opet. Brate. Znači Titan di je.
Tu smo gdje smo bili, kad bili smo djeca, kakva crna frizura, batu šišena kenca. 7-1 i 3-0, Martin Scorsese.
18.
Šta je bilo? Gdje je ta minuta naša?
Samo ovaj rad. Ovo kada... Sve mi jasno kada radim ove krugove. Samo krugovi ljudi, samo krugovi, bukvalno. Ovo je najveće, ali. Ja je najveće mi kad izađe, kad ja sam sebi izađe na foriju. A više ljudi da dođe.
I know you guys seen that.
Gle ovo nisu primetio.
Sutra svaki brat na vrhu sad ne prospavane noći. 5 soma dnevno dimim barem, na 2 brata 4 kurve harem, na 2 brata 4 kajle.
Ko peva ovo? Ovo je kurac.
Ale, brate svi bi s nama ribe blele, pojele bi eksere i samo bi se smele, ale.
Vidi. Ajde, Dino Short, hvala za sub. Bas se sub ljudi, bas se like. Ajde na 1000 často lajko. Ovaj je isto. Ovo je isto krugovi, ovo je full krugovi kad ga vidim.
Oh my god, Hocus Pocus! No! Fuck him up, Hocus! No, he died!
Ali on se zajebava, sjebao je čoveku milione. Ko je on budala?
Ovo je legenda Kung Fu Panda!
A gori foriju da mi bude. A brate, ono... Prehladit ću sutra, sestre mi. Ovi su opet pofajtali. Fortnite tenis.
Da li učestvovanje u zadruzi kao pozitivno iskustvo ili negativno?
Negativno. Što smo tamo ušli, brate, nismo znali šta je to. Ja rekao,
ja znam šta te čeka,
ostaću nelju dve.
Što pitate da krenu?
One se tu nešto podžapale, napravile kao dramu oko mene i mene zvali. Moraš da kao nešto budeš samo aktualan da bi te zvali. Ja rekao, ajde, ceo moj gang ide, oni kao, ma ide. U stvari samo Vojki i Palki. I kao ušli mi, Palki tamo izbacili i ja ostao sam tamo. S Vojki tu mi pojma nemamo da smo ušli, razumiješ? Dosadno, ne mogu da varim, ne mogu da jedem slatko.
Budete oni kad oni hoće, jel?
Ma beži, budete s nekim sanjima. Nije ni bitno, jedino što imaš da je...
Sada sam nervozan, poborom bi svako ko je napisao da krenu game, ali ono, ekstra mi.
Te ribe, to...
A i to, brate, gledaju svi živi.
A brate, počete boli.
I si uspio što para zaraditi?
Brate, zaradio sam kitu mlohavu.
Da li učestvuješ?
What's your name?
Mladen!
Evo ga opet Mladen najjače, ali.
Petar!
Yeah, for both of you, I'm gonna ask you one question. It's for 500 dinar, okay? Okay. The question for 500 dinar is, which is the smallest bird in this world?
Vrabac!
Which is the smallest bird in this world?
Vrabac. Wait. I'm gonna translate. No,
just say, just search the name. Okay, wait. Let's just change the question. Yeah. It's because it's for 500 dinar. When did the humans, us, landed on moon first time? Which year?
1994. I don't know.
Nah.
No, one more. I follow you.
1984, eto, ja sam pogodio.
I follow you.
Okay.
He was your cameraman.
Kuđe, ne pite mene ništa, ja sam čovjek koji ima najviše problema, brate. A jebe vam mater, ovo. Ne znam, Jocki. Sad ću da pitam. Pitao sam, čekam odgovor. A preterao je, brate, Sain, daj, gledaju mi se finals.
U bilo kom poslu, da li to bio YouTube posao, da li to bila fudbalska karijera, da li to bilo, brate, ne znam, ono, da si pevač, ono, znači, u životu, brate... Postoji dosta nesposobnih ljudi od tebe. Znači ono, koji, brate, realno nisu nešto ni talentovani za to, nemaju ono, razumete, neki dar za to, ali fora što žive vaš san. Zašto? Primeti sad.
Ma gufo, Invictus uređuje malo.
Zato što ti ljudi koji su nesposobni od vas su, bato, ustali, zapnuli, imali petlje, bato, pokrenuli se, ustajali ranije, radili na sebi, nisu ono, razumeš, izležavali se kući, brati, i gledali ono, kockalone. Primjer ti dajem, super je Sunđer Bob kockalone, ali šta je fora? Ako želite da uspete u bilo čemu, u bilo kom poslu, i cilj samog života je da uradite...
Čedaš mandarine, brat. Nisi pojeo sad picu, brat, sad je mandarine.
Nešto od vas. Da, brate, se pamtite ono po nečemu. Ne kažem, ja sam youtuber, bato, naravno, ja tek imam 25 godina, ja u životu imam 100 nekih ciljeva. Znači, jednostavno trebate imati ciljeve u životu. Ako ste tužni, ako ste depresivni, morate jednostavno
Kreće,
da
super.
razumete da ste vi došli na ovaj svijet da uradite nešto.
Malo TikTok, šta, uglegalo.
Ma hajde dođi garava, pitni brku s parama. Mene loži crno, a tebi je vlažna marama. Štikla ili sandala, te to važa mandala. Kako si mi dobra cigančice, moja mangava. Ma hajde dođi garava.
Mala periferija, Nokia radi ko iPhone, Diego Armando Ronaldo, prva smo postali...
Nokia radi ko iPhone, brate, jebi ga, Jocki. Ma mislim ovo stoji iz kraja, brate, znaš, ne razumijemo što je bitno, a svako greši.
Don't do this edit. Do this instead.
Young got no one that back calling me splurge. Let me jump right off the curb. Bentley Smurf fly like a bird. Spin on the first and the third.
Ubili budi ubije, nema sredine jer u...
Jel moguće se moj...
Ovo mi je zgadio sve, ne Gotinga. Šalim se Gotinga, ali ono kao, ovo je futbol, kao wow. Hajde smijemo.
Well, I can't wait to see what the desk has to say, but I also hope that Zeke is going to show you guys some of his moves.
No. Listen, Frankie, you're not gonna bait me into that, okay? Look, those moves are way too powerful, okay? But man, that was a crazy set by.
Ljudi moji, ja sam danas pijan.
I gotta agree with Frankie.
Ovo je
when
futbal.
Casey on the sax came out, I was just not ready. Like, I was like, yeah, this is amazing, and that just dropped, and
Ne
I'm
razumem,
just
ali možda ja uvijek kažem, brate, možda ja nisam zanimljiv. Znaš, ja uvijek kažem, možda ja nisam zanimljiv, možda ja to drugačije gledam, možda su oni baš zanimljivi, možda su oni bolji. Eto. Šalim se, ali ono kao, možda ja ne kapiram tu foru, nemam pojma, ali stvarno mi nije smiješno.
Heat from those waves.
I want to keep the party going, bro. I don't want to stop. Let's just keep it going. Tell them to come back out, man. We can keep it going.
Ja, vrati se kameru i valja dobro ovako.
Just let it run wild. And of course, I don't know if y'all saw, they had the wristband, so as they're changing the songs as well, it's just the arena lighting up, kind of in like tandem with the songs. Man, that was
još lik umišljen ubija. Pa da, ljudi, da vam ja kažem sad nešto. Bez prdnje. Ti tiktokeri su, ne kažem, možda on gote, ja ga upoznao nisam, ali većinu tih tiktokera sam i video i vidim kako hode, vidim kako se ponašaju. Brate, razumeš, oni da snimaju za YouTube imali bi 10.000 sabova, kontaš? Ali ni toliko, brate. A njima TikTok, ono, ode jedan video viral, znaš, ovo ono, brate, 2-3 miliona pregleda, znaš, po video imaju 10 lajkova, oni odmah se utripuju, brate, misle da su neke zvezde. I to je problem, brate, i svi tiktokeri su ufurani, misle da su nešto, stvarno su kurac. Pa evo, moji kliperi su uzeli sami 10 miliona, ja mislim da su uzeli koliko, 10 miliona pregleda, njih 3, 4, 5. Halo? I šta, ja sad trebam da se ufuram, kao? Poraz. Pa moja 3 TikToka imaju 2 miliona pregleda. I šta? TikTok je, nije ništa bitno. Znaš ono, tiktokeri su, da ne imenujem sad neke ribe tiktokerke, ono je... Znaš ono, uzme 5000 lajkova, ja sam ono, zvezda. Alo bre, ti si kurac. Majke mi. Ja sam kurac, svi su mi kurac obično.
Dangerously far ahead right now.
No, I mean seriously, what it comes down to is making mistakes out of them and literally.
Ali baš tiktokeri su baš ono... Ne, ima dobrih, brate, ali su jednostavno, brate, ono... Stvarno misle da su zvezde. I gledaju se ko ništa. Jer stvarno njih znaju svi. Evo, ja evo, Jockidu da kažem 20 tiktokera, ne trebam da mu kažem ime. Ja da mu opišem, on će reći, da, to je onaj peder, to je ona kurva, to je ovaj, to je onaj. Jer je Jocki listo i video je svakog od njih. Nije on njihov fan, ali on njih viđa ih non stop na for you. I zato tiktokere, lupam evo, zato mene sad, lupam, dosta ljudi mene ne zna kao Fortnite ovo ono. Ja izađem sad u grad, meni ljudi kažu je tiktokeru. Zbog ovih sad trendova što ljudi kače moje slike. Znaš koliko ljudi sad mene će prepoznat na ulici samo zbog toga. I to tiktokera pravi poznatim jer, brate, non stop mi iskače, brate, ono, ne znam, ko Vavana, na primjer. Primjer dajem sad. Kontaš? To je jedino što na TikToku, brate, zapamtiš im ta mrtva lica, mutava. Kontaš? I oni su kao poznati. A ono kad ih dete pita za sliku ne kaže, brate, lupam, Jocke može slika, nego kao je može slika, jer ne znaju ni kako se zovu, nego su ih vidjeli negdje na internetu. A nemaju pojma ni kako se zovu. Nego kao, aha, vidio sam to, ovo je neki TikTok raj slikam. I to je tako, to je 100% istina. To je tako. Ali opet poštujem, ima i normalnih, brate, ali većina tiktokera su ufurani. Ali ono, ima i neki koji zaslužuju, brate, nek budu ufurani, brate, ali većina, buraz, ono, nisi zvezda, buraz, tiktoker si. Moje mišljenje, brate. Ja nemam ništa protiv TikToka, brate, ja kažem, svi pređite na TikTok, na TikToku se možete probiti lagano. Ali ovo što kažem je istina, brate. Koliko imamo još? 3, brate. Bit će ovo dugačak live, jebote. Još 2 sata sigurno. Još ako kasnije budemo rokali CS ili nešto. Ili malo Forta pa CS-a. 2 Islanda uzo vaske. Šta je ovo, 6? Aha, ovo je verovatno zone su uzeli. Da, jeste. Vaske uzeo 2 Islanda, bravo. 6 gameva si igrao u finalsi. Ne mogu, Viktor. Ja utripovan. TikToker. Slušaj. Ne znam ko je kakav, ali nešto mogu da kažem je da smo ti Nikša i ja prišli kao neko te gleda i ti si izbleja s tama što ne vjerujem da bi ko radio, ono najbitnije nisi... Alo, pa daj, evo vam primjer ljudi. Jocke i Nikša jedan, Jockitov drugar, Mislim, Jocke nije fanboy, Jocke je normalan lik koji me zna ovako preko YouTube-a, igrali smo roleplay još zajedno, ja bleo na Kalemegdanu i prilazi mi Jocke s njegovim drugarom, ja bio sa jednim drugarom, i prilazi mi Jocke i kao, desi Leone, kao, nije rekao može slika, nego kao, desi, kao, što radite? Ja rekao, brate, evo, stvarno smaramo se, idemo do Meka, ja rekao, aj s nama, kao. Ja rekao, aj da kažemo kao Jocke je bio fan, aj da kažemo. Znaš, ono, prepoznao me. Ja rekao, bro, taj s nama koji idemo jedemo nešto. I ja izbleo, tako smo se Jocke upoznali. I dobro ti kažeš Jocke, ovi svi tiktokeri, kad bi to napravili? Ne tiktokeri inače, neko, brate, ne bi to radio. Nego, brate, ali to je meni prvi put da se to tako nešto napravio. I u Zagrebu, brate, neki lik je hteo sliku sa mnom. Ja rekao, brate, aj sa mnom, bio red, znaš kakav red je bio u Zagrebu ispred Meka. Ja rekao, aj sa mnom, brate, da čekaš red sa mnom, brate, i častio ga nešto. I isto i Neške me čeka na stanici, ja izlazim iz busa. Ble, kidovi ljudi ko nas. Mislim ono 09, to je kidovi jebiga. Iz mog oka je to kid. Iz mog oka. I brote ono, šta radite? Mi opet kažemo ništa. Jer ne radimo ništa. Tako nekad izađemo onako late night na bleju da blejima po kraju i to je to. I brote i... Bilo 4 lika i mi aj s nama kao. I blejimo se 4 fana, bukvalno. Ali ne mislim da radimo to svaki put, ali stvarno kad nemamo šta da radimo, brate, ono, meni dosnija, kažem, aj idite s nama. Jedu s nama, ovo ono, jedu kući, brate. Ja imam bol u kurcu, ljudi, ja se mogu družiti sa mravima, se mogu družiti. Bravo! Hajde, Tomas! A neću, brate, ništa ne radi. What? Ko? Nemoguće da Ri se ubio. Ovo možda je imao angle. Šta? Nije Diego. Diego je druga priča. Nije to je davno bilo, pre 2 godine. Diego je GG. Diego nice guy. Nije Diego bio u Meku, Diego ja sam slučajno se upoznali u Puls. Eto, izlaziš u Puls. What the fuck, brate, da me jebe neko da se ovo desilo. Pa koji QB je? Pa oni sa strane, brate, nema ko drugi. Tomas drogiran, ne znam, brate. Šta mu je, možda... Nije da nema sreće, ništa ne napravi nikad. Mali pucao hit ovog 50, ovog 50, ovog 50. Jesi vidio s Lamsom? Nikad s Lamsom. Lamsom živi kod Pariza, on živi Lamsom. Aj, dobro je da su ih ubili, bravo. Opa, Teni puša Moneymakera? Ko je ovo? Solo lik, ubite ga. Solo lik, jeste. Ajde, solo je. Ovo je one čelavi. Dobro. Teni najbolji aim. Najbolji aim! Čić ubio lika, Teni ubio lika. Sad zaista ako ne vladaš na možeš ti menjati dropove, brate, niko ti ne brani. Ma retro ne bi to koliko spukli, nije mi to ništa spec. Vrate oni pare, brate. Ne gube oni pare nikad, brate. Kad puno napravi. Ti. Trulex dead. Na kako vi vidite da je dead, ja ne vidim. A ovo što radi ovo, brate? Prebiće ga Trulex, prebiće ga. Sad vidim ovako u Dubrove, jel bi dao da častim ekom? Gdje ne, brate? Eto. Miši kao, ja sam naučio tako, ako ti neko nudi već nešto uzmi, brate. Jer sam ja bio jako stidljiv kao mali, brate, i uvijek sam odbio sve i... Malo kad sam porastao, brate, kogod me nudi, uzimaj. Voli me kit. Opet Podasaj radi ovo, gle! Eto stepa, eto stepa. Queasy kvalo, jest, jest. Jo, 3 gema još, ljudi, jeste vi svjesni da ću ja live-at još dugo? Znači vi se ne brinite, najlaganije tu, streama se još 3 sata sigurno. Pretjerao sam možda, ali tako? Primjer, Dimitar, primjer. Neću ocjenjivati nikakve pesme. Nisam ja lacku. Da, Joks. Udare ga, healaju ga. I umjesto da uzmu, koliko su ga hitali? 200, ima, ajde da kažemo 200. Trst je 100, znači 300. Oni ga ubiju, nokaju ga, uzmu 200. I ajde da kažemo da ga izudaraju još 200-300, brate, ga izudaraju. Kontaš. Ideš negdje večeras? Ne ide nigdje. Mogu da odem, ali neću. Ne moram svaki vikend da odem. To je svaku nedelju i svaku subotu. Neću nigdje da idem više. Ne izlazim iz kuće. Lel, uvijek tako. Bolji? A ovaj je stvarno dobar igrač. Ali Muz, pazi, Muz je opasan jako. Pa šta onda CS? Paj? Ali nisam otišao u teretanu, brate. Treba sam juče. Dobro, mogu otići, radim ramena i noge. Znači noge neću raditi sigurno, tako da onda samo ramena, to mogu završiti 40 minuta. A mogu da igram, brate, ali... Mogli bi CS-a, brate, pre teretana. Ili ne znam, neću da obećajem, brate. Odradio su obje, ali bukvalno, brate. A ujebote, pa bukvalno. Bukvalno mogu, ali otiću da je teretane, brate, gas mi je malo prošeta. Kada ti radi? Ima do 12 ljudi, da radi 24/7, ja bi išao u 4 ujutro, brate, 5. Zadnji game si igrao u 10, what? Što? Ja ne mogu vjerovati šta ja gledam 3 sata. Što, brate? Koliko sati ljudi, ja sam u Njemačkoj, meni je sad 19:14. Alo? Koliko su strpljivi, gle ovo. Svaka čast. Svaka čast, alo. Dobro, Jocke, GG jebot. To je GG onda. Ne znam tamo, znam da ima ona velika teretana, 3.500 dinara mjesečno. Mislim, ja imam teretanu pored, ali zavisi gdje ću ja da budem kad dođem. What a sneaky little play for Peterbot now. Bila, they need to score some points too if they want to jump back into that top 5 conversation. Because up top we have Cooper and Miro potentially. Amar, nije kval ništa, brate moji. Ovo su finali. Juče i prekuče su bili kvalifikacije. Šta radili? Excellent elimination in a great timed fight. And if you're Nutty and Gabzera in that instance, almost can't fault them for wanting to commit. Seemed as though he was nearly through that revive process, just a little bit longer, and he might have been able to make a huge turnaround play there, but Cammy... Još na Banovo brdo. Ljudi, ko zna gdje ću da budem ja u Beogradu kad dođem? Da onda bude, ako bude sve išlo po planu, nećemo ništa. Nadamo se ljudi da će sve po planu. Jer onda vas čekaju najjači streamovi stvarno. I meni najjači period dok budem u BG-u, a vama najjači streamovi. Što jest tako. Samo da bude sve po planu, da podržavate streamove, da meni i ostale stvari idu po planu i GG. Dođeš u Pazovu, uskoro. Moje tretana 3.500 mesečno. Meni je, brate... Brate, ne spavam i sad, zjevam, brate. A zaspat ću u 6 ujutro tek. A sad kao umoram. Koliko fake umor. Koliko plaćaš gym? Ja plaćam 20, 30, 40 eura, ne znam ja. 30 eura, ja mislim. Ali velika teretana, ono baš velika teretana tu u Njemačkoj. A ja u Srbiji plaćam, idem u tu blizu moje zgrade, nije baš blizu, ali idem u Mozart gym, u Mozart. Bukvalno Mozart se zove, Mozart teretana, podrum. Znači imaš ono 10 sprava i sve ostalo tegovi. I tu kad sam u Beogradu idem u tu teretanu. I ta teretana je isto, ta teretana je 3600. 30 eura teretana, podrum. No hejt, ne hejtam ja. Ali 30 eura teretana, a ovdje u Njemačkoj plaćam 30 eura za ono 1.000.000 kvadrata.
Strong too, but then you have Pixie and Cheaton just nearby, ever lurking, hungry for more.
Vaske, ma vidio sam, brate, neće ni da. Ideš busom u BG? Da, brate, busem ili taksijem? Zavisi kako kada, brate. Ali većinom busem, ja nemam taj kompleks kao... Znaš, ono, kao, moram taksi. Nego ono, zavisi, brate, ono, ako nas se više lupam, šta, uzemo taksi, šta, svako da po 300 dinara i GG, ideš. Pa ne, ljudi, ja sam mislio da me lik pitao kao je li ideš busom kao u Beogradu, kao. Ja sam tako mislio da me pita, brate. Jebi ga. Avionom idem, brate. Ali ovako kad sam u Beogradu idem, brate, idem taksijem, busom se vozim. Pitam mi, znam, krivo sam pročitao, brate, poruku. A dobro, seti. Avionom idem. Vidio sam to u busu jednom. Eto. Šta sam radio? Al, slikali su se gdje je to bilo? Ne bi busam išao za BG, znaš, ima se može s avionom. Brate, avion je jeftiniji od busa, kunem ti se. Majke mi je to. Jeftinije ti je, brate, avionom do Beograda nego bus. A i brzo dođeš, i duplo jeftinije su karte. Ljudi, to avion ništa ne znači. Avion vam ništa ne znači, wow, avion. Ja sam isto ko mali, misli ko mali, ima vas stariji. Ali ja kad sam se prvi put vozio avionom, to je bilo, kad sam imao 7 godina, ja mislio avion ovo košta 1000 eura. Sad kad gledam, brate, karte, smeh. No, nađeš kartu, ono, 10 eura, buraz. Bez prdnje, 10-15 eura nađeš kartu. Dobro, račune, evo, 15. Evo, nemoj ni 15. To je aj kao rijetko, evo 20 računaj, brate, i uzmeš kao sedište, 2-3 eura, koliko košta. Ajde, je 5 sedište, eto, 25 eura. Kurac, 10 eura. Evo, prijatelj koji sad treba doći kod mene, treba je da leti iz Frankfurta za Beograd, ali doći će, ipak preći će dosta kilometra, doći će do mene i ići će od mog aerodroma će ići. Jer mu je karta bukvalno 10-20 eura ovdje, a iz Frankfurta mu 200-300. Da nađeš, toliko jeftino. A brate, zavisi odakle ideš, brate. Ja ti idem s aerodroma Memmingen, mislim ne živim ja u Memmingenu, ali u Memmingenu imaš aerodrom, brate, i svaki let je jeftin jer je to mali aerodrom. Kontaš? Ma Wizz Air, nekad Ryanair, brate. Ryanair lupam kad sam išao, Kad sam išao Memmingen, Zagreb, Rijanar, fazon karta mi je bila 30 eura. Povratna 30, nisi siguran, tako nešto, 40. I sad verovatno, brate, kad budem išao, sutra moram uzeti kartu za Beograd, ono, Kosta će me bi... Sad ću ja sad to provjerim. Sad da provjerim.
They've had a good game so far. They finally found their footing here, but they're going against Pink and Vika, who were just warmed up after the first three. Already, though, what can they do?
Pink's got to be careful, though. Pink and Nico don't want to wind up as the team being sandwiched with so much commotion happening here at the Rift Island. Still trying to break through these wall edits from Misha and Teeny. But capture point,
19
it's been claimed. Viko and
19 eura.
massive 15 points bonus, regardless of what happens next.
Moneymaker živ.
It seems as though they still want more. They've got the loot, but they want some elimination points to go with it.
Ma, Pink i Vicu uzimaju ovo, nema šanse. Ja kartu do Memmingena našao za 5 eura jedan. What the fuck? I Vico i ovaj uzimaju 15 pena. Koji game? Četvrti? Oće comebackovi Veno i Queasy. Trulex ubio Livša, nice. Veno ubio Merstaša, pazi. Može comeback. Može da bude Balkan comeback, znaš? Ma susa, njima još 3 gema, što ne bi? Ja opet zjela, brate. Hila je Veno, brate. Jure Queasy, alo. Queasy.
Touch on the take, and Vino and Queasy want nothing to do with it. You have to heal, they have to bounce back. They are having a difficult tournament run, as is Cold and Acorn, a lot of our favorite picks so far.
Ne znam Hen da li je živ, gledam sad leaderboard, ne znam.
Just 3 games, right? All you have to do is play even better on the back 3. You can be very much in the competition, in the conversation.
I mean, we've seen just how impactful even 2 games can be.
Yeah.
Ljudi, tek sad kreću napeti gameovi, jeste vi svjesni toga? Jeste vi svjesni toga da tek sad dolaze napeti gameovi, sad svi daju sve od sebe? Dobro, Matkins, Beograd, Crna Gora su skupi letu jer su... ono, kontas. A ti blizu Stuttgart, pa je. Onako. Balkan Comic, sigurno. Ljudi, bacite sub! Bacite sub ako ima novih ljudi, obavezno bacite sub, bacite like, okej? Bacite sub i bacite like, ljudi. I naravno Invictus Lono Shop, ljudi. Invictus Lono Shop, braćo, ako želite supportat. Znači, nije da ne znači. Dobro, Viko bolji da bude. 1400 lajkova, možemo i na 2000, braćo. Hvala na podršku, ljudi, majke mi.
He's going to need the support of his community here for sure, because with only a rocket ram and crash pads for utility and no heals, it's going to be pretty tough, but somehow he is above the surge. Here it is, he charges it up.
Nemam ljudi Instagram zapratite ako hoćete. Kako ne hit, aj, kako ne hit, aj. Ali on ih može usrat, on će ih usrat. Sad izgubio. Pampaj ga. Ovo toliko lagu da oni se verovatno ni ne vide. Ko sve živo od naših, ne znam. Queasy, trulex. Samo to i Hen i vaske, ja mislim. Hvala Andrejiće, hvala puno. Ti je vratio onaj lik pare za napajanje? Nije, ali mi je odradio za free. Mateja Đorđević, hvala puno za sub. A vaske low. Tayson živ! Au, moneymaker, što je to nalo? A vaske umra. Tek sad kreću napeti game ljudi, gledajte sad. Ne veze, vaske umro, jebi ga. Ali queasy, trulex i Tayson su još živi. Mora queasy comeback, mora queasy comeback. Jo, Seti i Kami opet imaju sve.
Complete different story. We've already know they play deep out of the storm line, but they're looking pretty fine right now. It's going to be natural high ground. This is looking like good old early chapter days.
Odi na tvoj Igi pod pratitelja, samo napiše Lana, neverica koliko ih je. Ljudi, ja sam dobio, mene jedno 1000 Lane me zapratilo, eto, 1000 sigurno. 1000 Lane me zapratilo, samo me Lane prate na Instagram. Bolji da bude. Ja se nađujem ovaj dečko, stvarno. Kako su im kompovi tamo, najbolji. Nije uzeo loot, ovo je problem.
Solo play by himself when it comes down to clutching up, and he's got that charge. This thing hurts, it hits hard.
Charge. Halo. Kako je juče igrao s chargeom, ono je nerealno, brate. Najbolje je juče s chargeom bio. Ovo je troll, on trolla. Ali dobro uzeo je Surge. Šta to ovo je najbolji play bio, iskreno. 5-5, prvi put vidim da neko ima 5-5-5 mač.
Those were some of the most destructive rocket rams that we have seen all day today. But Axfor is putting himself into some very strong positioning for the time being as a solo.
Da vidite queasy, ljudi. Nemo da je mrtav queasy, evo. Evo ga.
Backside of the zone, but Cheatin as well. Seemingly the same idea here. He's just trying to wait for everybody else to start moving first, but when you're hanging just above the
ovo je finale, da, ljudi.
Some pressure.
Mora queasy popo.
Placement points have been given out, and finally now we start to see.
Jebi ga, pretero je Viko, hoće cijeli lobby dobije, ne može. Trebao im je dobar game ako su planirali da vinaju. Nemoj Seti da vina. Želio sam zapratio malo, pa ne znam ko je to. Mero, brate, jel realno da će opet Mero dobro da odigra? Jel živi Pixi je, brate? Mora queasy vinat, brate, ovaj game. Ajme ljudi, GL za Balkance, ajde ljudi. Au, Pixi, ovaj mora klačat. Ma svaka čast. Ja ne znam kako dobro igra je ovako je. GL ljudi, ispamajte svi GL, brzo svi GL da ispamajte.
Just what an incredible story for Pixie and Cheatin. Jumping in, this opportunity coming in for final moments. So
ispamajte svi GL, braću.
Think about it. If they fall now, you give Cooper and Miro potential runway that no one can close the gap on.
I uključite zvonce ljudi, uključite zvonce, svaki dan su live-ovi, 100 dana daily challenge. Kontam da će queasy ovo uzet će ovaj high sigurno. A ne možeš se ovo uzeti, stvari. Ovo je stvarno. Trulex, ne. Please da imaju raketu ili nešto. Oni se fightaju, grifaju se. Gledaj šta rade. Dobro je. Ova Cheatin stvarno najbolji igrač. Jel ima sve sad? Mes uzmi. Ne nis. Morao s raketu, bro.
He's going to make sure to utilize at least one of them. Again, just more builds being completely ripped through here.
Front side of zone is where he finds something. No, he slips off the mount. He's got to be very careful here as it bounces back. So
Evo ga sjeb. Najbolji si. Ja ne znam što navijam za njega, ali toliko dobro igraju. Mero živ, Mero ide na 300 poena. Brate. Solo je na kraju, ne, seti ih Kami, ne. Ne.
Be careful here on the descent though, with Neno on that rocket ram. Queasy.
Queasy jedan health imaš, brate. Nema mat. Trulex nek ode na high onda.
Now it's all about the mobility, soaring sprints, keeping him in the air. Possibly a little bit longer than he is intending, but Miro dropping down to low ground, finding that elimination onto Vanyak. And now it's going to be Mr. Savage as well, alongside of Yamzo, pushing all along the sides here. But Miro and Cooper, they're still managing to stay together, at least for the time being. Cooper though, completely
Bravo,
out
doktor.
of the scene. But that's the
Pa, misli se, jebem ti mater. Ne, seti, bravo. Veno najbolji. Ne, Queasy knock. Veno klača, Veno win a game, sigurno. Čić umro sad, nice, uzeo top 9. Bravo Veno, Veno najbolji igrač ikad. Sve ih ubi Veno, sve ih ubi dole. Sve ih ubi. Jebi ga, nije mogo da vina, koliko je Veno najbolji igrač. Koliko je Veno najbolji igrač.
They are rising stars.
Bryce, the sight of you
Ruki
winning a
džepove.
victory
Gde je
royale
Jocke
is
sad?
going to be one of the most enduring memories of this entire event for me, because every time you guys have success in the lobby, you just can't believe how good you are. What does it feel like to take a
Ne mogu zamisliti ovako dobro osjećaj, brate. Oni su mnogo dobro osjećaj sada.
It feels amazing. It's exciting.
And what did you guys discuss in the halftime break? Because you needed the points desperately, and now you're in 4th on the leaderboard.
We got this. We're better than everybody here.
Is that literally the conversation you had?
Yeah.
Now, I know that this is a first
Ko su
time
VELIKO,
on LAN
ne,
for you,
isti.
Bryce. What about you, Chubbs? How...
Ovo je respekt, brate, oni su winali game, oni su osigurali veće pare. Znaš ono, boli ih kita, brate. Svaka čast. Koliko još game ima, ljudi? 2?
Yes, that's it.
So tell me about your early games then, because that seems to be the trend here. The teams that are uncontested, that can just mat up and get their resources ready, seem to be doing the best right now. Are you finding yourself caught in early fights?
Only last game. This game, we're just
Niko
playing how we
čuo,
normally play, get surge.
So what happens then if someone comes to you to try and get that surge?
We're better than them, we'll just kill them.
Do you believe
Pa
this,
pokuša da
Bryce?
bude
Do you
smjeran ovaj crven sa
believe in
trese.
yourself now after you've had
Da, jest.
so many epic moments here?
I do. I think we could win.
And do you believe in this man, Chubbs?
I do.
Amazing. Well, I'm starting to believe in the two of you too. Thank you so much, guys. Congratulations, everyone, Bryce and Chubbs!
Koliko dobro osjećaj, znaš koliko oni imaju sad motivacije.
Bryce and Chubbs showing a lot of restraint, right? They could be going crazy, they could be popping off, but no, they're focused. They know there's only 2 games left to go. Now with this lead, with this victory royale and the eliminations as well, they could make a run of it. Now, very quickly before we even get going, Kelly Link, Mini Miner, welcome to the analyst desk. Okay, now hit me.
I mean, wow. This is something that we have
Da u
seen
šoku,
from
ova
this
reakcija
duo
da
this
su u
weekend.
šoku
They have
lupa.
got victory royales in the previous rounds. And we've just seen it again.
U
I think there's a
šoku,
few
šoku je
question
lupa.
marks about whether they could do it on the big stage. I mean, Frankie mentioned it. Maybe the lack of experience compared to some of the other duos in the lobby. But they're not showing any nerves at the moment. They're on top.
No, and they were on top of that mountain as well. Once we saw Mixon drop down from there. We also saw Vino, Queasy, Seti, and Cammy all fighting for that high ground. And when you have the mountain there, it is so important to be able to grab that high ground because it is so difficult to be able to recover from the mid and low ground. And we saw that with the likes of Miro and
Kami, treći. Ali opet bježim za 100 poena. 7. kvizi, to je to, pa kvizu treba win, samo win. Samo win mu treba.
Yeah, I want to come back to them first. Cammy, you said you kind of highlighted them. There, we saw them. We saw Cole, we saw Vino and queasy. My gosh, that end game was like who's who. Didn't matter where you were looking. You're like, I know all of these things. But I love here. You can just tell if you really pay attention to the way Cammy and Seti play. When queasy and Veno are close by and they're kind of like interacting, the way that Seti and Cammy, there's like this tiny little change. It's almost like now they're on the hunt. They can smell the blood in the water. They're like, no, you're close by. Okay, we switch it on.
Yeah, they definitely know. I mean, when you got two of the best teams in the entire world battling for height, it is an absolute spectacle to behold. That was such a good endgame from both those guys. Of course, making it to endgame is great to see for Veno and queasy in particular as well.
Pa ne laguje mi to pred kraj mi ne laguje, brate. A laguje ono. Drugih par zona laguje.
They can bring some better games as well because we know what this duo can do. And again, Kelly, that's just highlighting how they're not just a low ground team, they're not just a mid ground team, they are willing and able to take height.
It's just so funny how many people are saying that they're having a rough day, but they're currently in third place. Yeah. So clearly, their rough game is my best.
Koji PC oni imaju, CP?
But Cammy and Seti, I really got to give a shout out to their aggression early on, going so deep in the storm to try and grab that remaining player before they were.
Evo našao sam gdje živiš, pokazao si hotel kako se zove. Da su upoznao s optom. Brate, to je bilo jedno, ja živim negdje drugdje sad. Mislim, okej, eksploziju, slobodno da živim, brate, kad ne živim tu. Tu da su upoznao, tu sam išao u školu, kad sam išao u školu, ali to je bukvalno ono, ja sam imao, morao sam vozom da idem 20 minuta, ono. Da bi išao u školu. Šta ću govorit, pa ne živim svakako to, brate, taj video koliko sta, 2 godine se. Queasy, video, ne znaš ti ja moće da će Queasy sad back to back. Ne znam zašto, ne znam zašto. A možda preterujem, brate. Možda preterujem, brate, ali imam toliko veliko osjećaj, ali da je to...
Smash through so many builds and get to where you want to be without anything getting in the way, or at least...
Ne može FNCS ili neki LAN bez da Queasy ne vina. Znači ne ide FNCS Grants bez da ne vina Queasy game.
Top 5 teams all surrounding the Rift Island. That's no mistake. That's no mistake. All those teams are identifying, Cooper and Mira being one of them, is that they don't have to go for Island and claim it to get all of the beneficiaries that offers. Of course, you can have so many of those maps that you can refarm. Easy high ground. There's a reason why all of these top teams are going for it, and Cooper and Mira are showing us how it's done.
I swear in the mid game, every single time that we go to Cooper and Miro, they are farming, and it has been every single game, and they are one of the best teams to be able to efficiently farm and use that mid game so that they can have a better late game, and that's what we're seeing.
And we've seen a lot of west zones today, right? Games one
Ovo je drop mapa,
on the
verovatno.
west side, and of course, Miro and Cooper, they land on that west side. So for once, we're
Ma idu high kanku, idu im raketom. Grifa ih, kontaš.
If the zone doesn't pull their way, what are they going to do? Are they going to be able to sort of play to that standard? They've just answered all of my questions.
I mean, guys, Cooper and Miro, they have a lead. That's a 100-point lead. We have 2 games left to go. As long as they can stay out of their own heads, we could be looking at global champions. Now, we quickly wanted to highlight Veno. This man's is popping off right now. He is fragging out like crazy. Veno is doing what he does.
This is great to see from Veno, and I know their sort of game
strategy
and their game plan has been so masterfully crafted by his team, of course. BloodX, of course, on the coaching side of things, just doing things fantastically well. And Veno's been such a great player that's developed so much throughout his entire gameplay. He hasn't just been an all-out fragger, just jumping in boxes brainlessly. He has developed into such a fantastic half IGL. He tends to take control in these end games, whilst also fragging out.
Well, especially when you're in a solo situation, you kind of have to IGL for yourself just a little bit because you know your situation the best, and that is exactly what we saw from
Guys, I want to break down so much. There's just so much happening in this game.
But I'm getting word. Games are already ready. We're jumping back all up into the
Šta, Luka? Video, pošalji mi tweet od šta je Luka napisao. Molim te.
Always love getting that little bit of analytical insight during the analyst desk segments, but they're absolutely right. We have seen so many pop-off instances from so many different players.
Sad Vaske. Da, Vaske jedan pop-off game i queasy da vina i...
Lucky for us, we can do just that. The battle bus is here. Let's go.
Ne znam, koji je trulex, ljudi, provjerite. Ma, provjerit ću vam išto.
Game number 5 of the grand finals is right before us. This is where we are now in the final stages of the tournament here. After this game, there will only be one more.
Drugi je t3ny. Vaske 24. Trulex, trulex top 10. Queasy 7. Tayson 13. Trulex. A evo ga, 25. Ispod vasketa. Alo?
Buka still shuttered up, but it's not gonna be enough. Kanata and Agers will yet again take over the racetrack. But again, the help from afar just did so much there for Kanata and Agers.
This is all he wants. This is all he wants to say. He came to Copenhagen. He showed up to the grand finals. Who had the best score at the end of it? Right now, Kanata and Agers.
A nije selo video, brate, usralo ga, brate. Pogledaj kako im je uzo gun. Kako im je smrdljivo uzo gun, ala. Kako mu je smrdljivo uzo gun, ala. Dvojici uzo gun. Tvoj zid. Ustrali su, šta jest. Šta jest, ustrali su.
A lot of NA representation so far to start things off with some of these more heavily contested areas, but as far north side of the map, Crude Harbor section is going to belong to
Kanada je baš iritantan. Pa šta ste očekivao od Amerikanaca? Iritanti su, neprijatni su, brate. I one Izin, Jeff i Kanada i... Nisam vidio jer mi video ne želi poslati link. Vaske živ, dobro? Desilo ne. Bacite like ljudi na 1500, ajmo na 1500. Bacite like, bacite sub. Hvala na podršku ljudi, brutalna podrška danas je. Ne znam kako da se zahvalim, Eki. Pa uđi na laptop, debilu. Pošaljite mi na Discord šta je Bob tweetao da pokaže na live.
Hey, first place
ovo je drugar, ovo je drugar.
placement points, but second place at 56 is not half bad by any means, especially when you're able to back-to-back. Strategies, they have been coming in hot all weekend long, but they are needed now more than ever here in Game 5.
Yeah, Brutal Bastion's an interesting spot because Pixie and Cheatin have been here. They have been here round after round, but haven't quite gotten into any of the fights. And also, what a great stat. Pixie and Cheatin are the first duo since Aqua and Nyrox in World Cup with back-to-back VRs at an in-person event at a LAN. And Aqua and Nyrox set history that weekend when they did that, only to go on and take it all away. But today, we see something completely different here. This story, the standings, of course, Cooper and Miro's their biggest task yet.
Šta Bupa boli Kita šta rade t3ny i Miša? Šta njega boli Kita? Smrdljiva ona. Šta ga boli briga šta rade njih dvojica? Nek evo opet će da kempaju. Uzet će 4 poena i to će možda nabustat 1000-2000 eura. Šta Kenja debilčina? Svako igra za svoje pare kako hoće.
Watching his teammate go down so early before you could really wrap around for the assist help.
How impressive so many of these first-time LAN appearance players have been, including VELIKO and Moneymaker here, as they continue to find their stride here, taking out Bobby. Where is Larpex? I think they got the full... No, instead they pushed everyone out, so just got a single elimination, but...
Ma ne trebaju. Pa da.
Larpex just barely managing to squeeze away.
Uzeli 4 poena, uzeli su Surge.
A couple of other teams lurking just south of the Creaky compound, so...
Ok, da on napisao, pazi. Da napisao Miši te ne kempaju, čakaju lika da ga ubiju, znaš, a ne on kao, kao. Halo, debilu.
Right now. Moderately successful job. Paper looking to push from the front side now.
Ne on kao,
the wraparound, but Giras has finally managed to reunite with his duo, so Paper Muzz definitely reconsidering exactly how aggressively they want to approach
sad ovaj game
this.
će biti na 5, zadnji će biti na 5.
Especially given Paper's loadout. They might need this refresh monster because it'd be nice to have some extra materials this early on.
Yeah, Paper just uncertain, making the call. Hey, is there someone up there? I'm not sure. That slows everything down now. Muzz tries to scout for the information, but doesn't find anything from it. That right there. Okay, Kiris and Shari on the run. There was no one there. Little pump fake is going to save them.
Ovi su dalje
Now we jump
fajte.
over to Sphinx and Foyo.
A back to back
We saw
queasy sa
Moneymaker
pola gas.
chasing large packs, but look at that. It might have cost him now. As they run right into the solid wall that is Sphinx and Foyo, already a team that has taken a victory out here today. So confidence is
Jotki bili su džepovi, ali izbio tu, ja mislim. Ili jesi, ne znam. Mislim ono, hype je u njima, pa moraju džepovi.
He did sneak one up onto Sphinx. A little pause here now. Fine, debating which augment he wants to select. Maybe if he can find one that might help him out in this circumstance.
Ko je zapario?
Foyo and Sphinx, they seem as though they might want to finish.
Vinali su juče game. Juče su vinali game, prvi game, ja mislim. Dreadovi, ima dreadove, onaj drugi onako obična neka frizura. Nije kratka, nije dugačka. Sivi duks. And he's...
Sphinx finds an elimination, takes him out. Well, there it is. That's 4 points. You like that?
From the frying pan into the fire, essentially, at that point. But usually how the story goes whenever players are left in those
Moneymaker 14 godina, koji si trenikar, ne znam. Zadnji game, nije ljudi, igra se 5 i 6. Game još. Bricix, da. Ali nije veze. Da, brat, treba samo potrefiti. Nema veze koji gledaju.
I think they're onto something. I think they believe there might be a reboot card here or something worth holding out that will tempt these players to get closer to them. Zagu and Peppo are clearly rummaging around right now trying to find something. So for Misha and t3ny, the cheeky smile on his face right here. They're definitely cooking something up.
And bro is looking devious in that player cam. I mean, you got the fingers crossed. He is waiting to see if he can scoop something up here.
Da,
Slovenci. They've got a different nature of attack. One that's a little bit more towards
Usrli bucka jebi ga. Šta je bilo, ne znam, našli smo u cigare, alkohol, tako nešto smo našli. Ili je flertovao s nekom organizatorkom, ili je prozivao organizatore, svi kažu drugačije. Slezi, hvala puno za sub, dobrodošao na kanal, brate moj. Svako se saba izađe neko. Još 9 lajkova do 1500.
Trying to gauge whether or not investing into a full.
Ima na Twitteru. Pa zbog čega je onda? Vi napišite zbog čega je. Živ vaske, jest. Ko je vaske? Ne, sad ćemo da vidimo leaderboard.
Especially in this game. Stacey and Potus on the move right now, trying to get situated. Weapons cash for them, but t3ny.
Opa, t3ny.
The ambush finally pays off. They catch Peppo out in the open and then come crashing on in with a rocket ram. What a way to start this one off. Very explosive, very aggressive. Misha taking a wall by himself. No builds. What in the world is going on right now? He says, oh, that's
Bravo.
weak. I like that. That's weak. Gets right inside. Zagu has to clutch this one out right now. His teammates hurt. Petfo's on the run.
Bravo.
In goes T3ny. Zagu puts up the numbers.
Bravo. Kako je Misha dobar zapravo. A kijaju, ali oni su opustili. Boli ih kitalo. Koliko su najbolji, ali. Imaju srč.
So they needed those materials, but I guess you can just let other teams do the work for you if you're able to find the eliminations.
Not looking good right now for Cheatin, though. Very low on HP. Trying to decide, man, what do I do with my augments? More importantly, do I utilize these slab juices now? Or should I wait? Pixie in the meanwhile, trying to scavenge around here, seeing what he can find as he's got more health to spare. The problem is Baka is up on the hill. Duos are in the vicinity, so
Hvala, Loki.
There it is. It was all worth it. He gets a battle for this, and they should get rewarded here shortly with everything they need. Nice. It's gonna bounce them right back into it.
A Joski je nisu najčuli. Ljudi, Joski je najčuli kad objašnjava ovako što se desilo. Veno uzo kill. Super. Ljudi, back to back. Samo nije jasno. Vuk Stanković, hvala puno za sub. Dobrodošao na kanal.
Down low, Cheatin was starting to look with some of those builds. Pink and Vico, on the other hand, a team that's doing relatively well as far as resources are concerned. But now the question is whether or not they'll get a chance to fully utilize them, because as they make this rotation through Frenzy Fields, seems as though they've managed to spot out another team on the horizon. Whether or not they're aware of the fact that it's queasy and Veno is a different story entirely, but given the circumstances and where both of these teams are rotating
Koji je
out
queasy?
of,
7 ljudi.
wouldn't be unlikely for Pink to
A treći je bio, znači mora da vira game.
the fact that it might be queasy and Veno rotating out from Kinjitsu.
Yeah, and Kamiasetti right there at the frenzy as well, just to the left, so a lot of
A
danger
Butski
in
je
that
lud
area. Meanwhile,
postoji.
dead center, Acorn and Cold stick to their tried and true strategy. Worked last game. Up until now, it's been a little bit of a middling performance, but it only took one to jump them right back into the top 10. Had it not been for Cooper and Miro's ridiculous run, I mean, it would be that much closer inside the top 10. But the conversation's surely skewed right now up towards the top. But Acorn and Colt jumped into it. Queasy and Vino have as well. Tayson and Mustache now have room to make their way into these conversations too. Taking down Alec and Worthy there. Nicely done.
Sutra,
Luka,
Luka,
zone more or less
brate.
not too far, so
Sutra ja isto
he'll be
krećem.
balling out here shortly.
Dijana, hvala za sub, ali.
Can't say I'm surprised to see
Ljubio brate,
Stash and
ovo,
Tayson
sub svi.
trying to get a little bit more aggressive
Sad
into
zvonstvo,
the
jer bez
action
zvonstva nije
here,
sub.
understanding that they need to make up some points to keep themselves in the conversation of that top 10, top 5 territory. Well played here by Tayson and Mustache as well, just staying so close together here as they charge Oshi's last remaining hope. Unfortunately for Alex and Worthy, they'll have to wait for a final match to make another debut, see whether or not they can catapult themselves a little bit further up the leaderboards. But look at this, Rift Island. We've been seeing a decent amount of action pick up as the games go on here. Axforce immediately getting lit up, trying to farm some materials off the roof of this big building here on Rift Island. Fortunately for him, he's got Rubab Kabam toss him a couple of heals, but at the same time, Misha, T3ny, they managed to fly right in to join the heart of the action here.
Roba Kebab, jako dobro fight. Jako dobro fight.
I love this because T3ny and Misha, these last couple games have just been menaces. Pushing everyone, playing for Rift Island. They're trying to come back. They're trying to make this money right now. And they're not willing to give it up without a fight. That's what it's all about. This is exactly what players fear the most, though. Rift Island being highly contested like this. When teams are desperate to jump up the standings, Misha and T3ny are doing it here and now. They got to get in. They got to get closer, or they'll end up giving it away.
Seems as though Misha and T3ny may be hoping that they can try and catch Axforce and Rubab on the rotation out, especially if some other duos try to get involved here. But Axforce and Rubab, these guys aren't the only ones going.
Ljudi, T3ny isto mora, ja što skoro zaboravio, T3ny mora da dokaže da je najbolji. Trulex je ubio Pixija i možda mu je Grifa prvo mesto. Šta je najjače. Zbog ovog sad možda Pixi neće da vina, znate? Bravo za Trulexa, 4 poena, free surge. Šta ste da kažem? Brate, ovo je dobro što Teni ovako puša i što Teni, ako Teni dobro place, on će da dokaže da nije cheater, ako me razumijete. Ja sam to skoro zaboravio, svećate da su prozivali Tenija da cheatuje, da je haker, ovo ono. I ako sad Teni place-a dobro, dokazat će svima da nije cheater. Jer ne može da cheatuje na turniru, kontaš?
Now thinking the same thing, shows himself for a second, and there were players waiting. Bugha and Threats don't drop a beat there. The damage was catastrophic. Chia now has to see if he can pick up his teammate's reboot card and pick him up, but they're gonna have teams like Bugha and Threats just looking in, trying to say, see if they can get points gifted to them.
Pix je drugi, vidite, Mero je prvi. A Mero niko ne grifa jebote. Veno umro, brate.
That Bugha and Threats haven't really strayed too far from their initial position. They recognize the fact that Cheatin is a solo. They're still hanging out midway between Cheatin, Pixie, and where they need to be as far as the zone is concerned. They might just be able to shoot down Pixie before he even gets a chance to land. Pixie doing his best to try and juke inside the air.
Umro je queasy, kako ih je ubio jebote.
It does seem as though Bugha and Threats have started to move off now, recognizing that they need
Ali
to
vidio,
keep pushing
i
forward.
dalje vina iz zadnji game, stavi place. Miša ubio lika, nice, uzet ću Island.
Queasy
Spet se Mišu.
possibly has fallen as well. Big trades happening everywhere.
It's going to be Queasy and Vano that have actually met their fate here in game number 5. They'll have to wait it out as well
Ubio ih je treći tim.
for the battle bus to depart in match number 6. And who better to be the one to possibly shut him down? It's Pastroki and Kylie applying so much pressure.
Pastroki i Kylie, zadnji smo, aj pušamo.
They were in 7th place here. And now they've got to sit and wait to see where this leaves them on the leaderboard by the time it gets.
Sad će poslije game Pixi i Cheatin ledat na Mera da bi oni vinuli kao što su Queasy i Veno na Kamija.
Possibly got a little pep in their step for it.
Yeah, the conversation now for Cammy and Seti is surely can they start to close this gap and rocket their way on up to first place.
Nisam o tome razmišljao uopšte.
A little bit more work to do. Pink and Vico are still up. Cheatin obviously is brought back into the game with Pixie here. Still standing strong. Miro and Cooper, we get to touch base with them. This hasn't changed for them. Miro and Cooper are struggling in the mid game here, but Pixie and Cheatin are as well.
Nemoj Boga da grifaš Pixija, nemoj. Ma Mero vina ljudi. Mero za sad vinala. A u koliko su grifali sad, ovo je baš.
You could just tell that Bugha and Threats were not going to let that one go easy, and now Miro, Cooper, they just got to continue to try and play things out as cool, calm, and collected as ever before. Behind them, recognizing the fact that they might have some pressure on their backsides. Miro trying to be attentive towards how they continue to rotate in.
Da, nije bitno, kada stiču onda.
Couple of shots, some damage being applied. Cooper, though, pausing only for a moment. Slight regroup needed. Nutty, though, taking a massive shot. The shields are correct. Some well-placed shots there from Cooper. And that's going to be enough to put a pause to Brazilian duo's pressure points.
Taco, will we be calling this early? Will we be calling
vaske.
Global Championship early? It just might become mathematically
impossible.
If Cooper and Miro have the run right now, their closest competition is so far away at this point.
Nice.
Cammy and Seti have a chance now to keep this tournament run alive.
Žao mi je Pixija, brate, Bugha jebeni, ono.
It's so close.
Maintaining nerves is easily one of the most difficult aspects of being inside of this sort of situation here, especially when you look at the likes of Cooper. He's got such a veteran like Miro by his side. It's no wonder they've done an excellent job so far in maintaining their momentum and maintaining their mental as well.
Ne sada Kenjam, ja bi investira, ja bi pravi ovo, ja bi...
Imaš milijone da čuti.
Vaske umro. Nije živ, Vaske Trstan, a Srđ verovatno.
And all these other teams to the north side now starting to trickle their way back in. But you have to remember, Rumble Ruins, that's also Miro and Cooper's starting point.
Yeah, this is home territory, this is hometown. And they're looking to do just that.
Bravo. Najbolji su, najbolji su. Evo, stvarno su najbolji. 5v5 mača, stvarno su najbolji.
And this has been the story game after game. They're hurt. They need an elimination, they need a refresh, and they actually find it one of the few duos that can legitimately just do it.
Znam verovatno.
A little bit too good to be true almost. I mean, if I'm Miro and Cooper, I almost want to panic because it's like, I can't believe that I just keep finding the most perfect refreshes of all time. I mean, Cooper, practically max mats. Miro, definitely in a good spot. And the fact that they have so many materials now split between them.
Yep.
That they have so much familiarity as well in this POI specifically because it's their initial drop.
Šta je moglo bi da me
All they gotta
smori.
do is try to continue playing things through. You can see Miro making a push towards the high ground.
Mero je zaslužio da vina, stvarno.
They want to play for height right here and close this chapter out, but no. Things start to change, teams start to rocket ram on up. Destruction is ever so near. Head nearby, you can hear the shots. Miro makes the call out, this guy's hurt. I'm going for it, I can use these materials. Finds the wood build, but no, another team below him. Has to back up now. For a moment there, it was almost all over. Shots come in again. This time, Hen claps back for a little bit. And it is getting very, very dangerous here. Bryce and Chubbs are still standing. VELIKO and Pink still in this as well.
Decent discipline though from Miro to not try and push that situation any further. He knew that.
Pazi, ako Kami seti vinaju game, nešto ništa sad skenjam ja, ali ako Kami seti vinaju game, a Mero ne umre, onda će biti zanimljiv zadnji game. Onda će biti ono skakanje na glavu, verovatno. Pričaju Filip, samo ti to ne vidiš. Svi pričaju. Nekad jedan mutuje pa čuješ. Znaš, nekad jedan mutuje šta pričaju.
Almost no material, they would love a refresh and hopefully a rocket ramp to get on out of here because this is going up and over. The last two terrains have been very difficult to traverse here. And they have a crash pad, so off they go. Up they go. Miro's out. Rocket ram in full effect here. Lands him on the side. Cooper's here to meet with them, but the team's behind them. Good block there. Keeps him up for a moment. Now, looking for the refresh. It's Seti here in front of him. So close, yet so far. Meanwhile, Cammy's on height, holding things down as Duo meets with them. The big heels come out. They need to bounce back. They need these wins.
Cammy and Seti might be at the very top for the time being, but just across the way, it's Kanata, it's Agers. These zones continuing to force these players pressing forward.
Chicho trulex full.
Well played though.
Vaske.
Cooper in that secondary high alert there after the rocket ram.
Ovo je chillo, brate, što je najsmešnije. Ima sve do kraja gema. Dobio zonu! Najviše chilla, najviše chilla.
Buy him a good chunk of time as well to just pop this big shield potion. Make sure that he has 100 full shields because he's going to need every bit of it.
For Bryce, this is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars if he can hold on. VELIKO in pink as well. Top 5 is definitely the sweet spot to be in. And any higher, you're extremely happy, but VELIKO by himself on the move right now. Looking to swing his way around. 5 builds, teams in front, no one behind. Make that 3 now. Lurking. Can he get a refresher? Can he find a player? Sees one to his right. No one's behind them. Playing so smart right now. Miro comes dashing through here into another end game. It's all placement points from here.
Cooper as well, landing just slightly further apart from his duo, but they found their moment. Good shot for the builds. There onto Chicho. Gonna displace him momentarily.
Aj golo, ljudi, niko ne spama golo, brate. Aj spamajte golo za naše, jebote. Nice, ovi se naši. Mislim, ovi nisu naši, ali naši sve. Aj. Da, vraća zona, vraća, sigurno. A Cooper je stvarno najbolji, jel? Dobro, ispuštali su. Ovo je, brate, klača život. 8 poena ima pre 5 minuta.
Bryce can manage to clutch it out as a solo. Victory Royale might be within his reach here. Crash pad forward. The roaming
Chicho's nice. Chicho is solo.
Polarized in the box underneath him. Bryce though not taking a second to pause. He just wants to look for a closing shot.
Ko je Monaco, ali neki klač baci.
Materials to work with. He might just be able to make it happen, but it's Agers now on height. Pressing up, he loses Kanata though in the process. Finds Pars though in the middle of it. A massive shot, but he falls to his demise.
Ran out of builds there in the moment. The win could have been theirs too. But now back onto the hands of Bryce here.
Ako Bryce win again.
Player inside the top 5, still trying to make a run for it. Swinging his way between builds. He's trying to get caught up and gets trapped in the fly's web there. The spider's web, top 10 now. Threats in Booga, threats in this. Oh my gosh, so many solos still standing here.
We've seen this once already from threats this weekend though.
Leash is standing nice, bro.
Again is the real question we have to ask next is threat.
Chicho na kraju.
Ja
Chicho na kraju.
Recognizes players in the water and he strikes and he finds it. That's gonna be polarized run. Come to an end. Threats on the other end.
Chicho na kraju, to sam ja utripao.
Exactly what he needed. All of that brick.
Chicho na kraju, ali gledajte doktor. Ovi se grifuju svi po Chicho win game. Aj molim te Chicho win game, molim te. Glas spamajte svi ljudi. Spamajte svi glas. Svi za Chicho. Molim te. Solo sve, Chicho win game. Please da ima maca Chicho. Ne, ovdje grifali ga, nema da... Dobro, nemoj ovaj, brate, da ih userava sve. Bravo, Chicho. Useri me, mora. Bravo, Vino, Chicho game. Kako je doktor.
Hit there at the very end. Trulex and Chicho needed the points, but right now what I need, Monster, is the huge.
Oh, sad ću da njih jebote, da, ja zaboravim.
Wow. Chicho and Trulex, you have done it at the last moment. You've bagged yourself a victory royale and currently 9th on the leaderboard. Tell me about those final moments.
That's really good. I got soul clutched. Trulex died. First moving. He got full max mats, so I just started, got height in last moving and won.
Yeah, and you managed to main the focus. What was it like watching all of this go down?
So it was crazy in first moving, no, in like second moving, I landed in like four people in the box, and then everyone died. So I just told them like to come take all the mats and just play the game out. I gave him a rocket. He went to the zone and did the...
It's so tough in the top 10, boys. What are you playing for as we head into the 6th and final game of the FNCS Global Championship?
I mean, we're just trying our best. We're contested every single game at one of the worst spots to be contested at. If we were Uncon, we 100% placed the best, and we're conned by, he says, one of the best Ospan players in the game, but clearly it doesn't look like it.
Who?
50. Kaski is in top 50.
Who is the Ospan battling duo that you're having to face each time?
Panti and TK.
And clearly you guys are coming out on top. Good luck in the final game, boys. And congratulations on your victory royale. Copenhagen, please give it up for Trulex and Chicho!
Trulex, Chicho, congratulations to victory royale. It's gotta feel so good going into game number 5 with only a single game left to go. Getting that's just gotta energize them so much.
Especially in the way that they did it as well. Of course, Chicho's saying right there, solo clutching since, was it first moving zone? Incredible stuff. And that just shows how important it is to have that teammate that can make those big calls right there at the end, which Trulex was doing so well.
That's exactly what I was gonna say. Trulex communicating that you have to take all of my material that I have, everything that is in my loadout, and use this. And the fact that Chicho went for high ground as a solo towards that 10th zone was so courageous. It really ended up working well for him.
And that's something that we like to see out of solos in endgames. It's very, very easy to sort of box up and try and play as much
big smile on his
face. Oh, he's loving it. This is because he's just done something right there that's so confident in going for height as a solo. So many players will just sort of back off a little bit, be a little bit more passive, but it's the players that do take
kakav je ovo klač, gled ti ovaj play, brate, gled ti ovo,
200.
We did see this play very similar from like Kemi and Seti, queasy and Veno, right? The difference is when they chose to do it. We kind of did it in these other much larger moving zones with like 25 people left. Here in this like 1v1v1, you're like, okay, it's me and two others.
Ovo je prvi put da se ljudi normalno pozdrave, kao daju 5, brate. Svi ostali neko mutovo daju, jesi skontali? Nemaš, ti Amerikanci, ti debili, brate, nemaš.
So incredible. Let's take a look at the leaderboard. We have one game left to go. Can anyone stop?
Svi su tresli, ono, ovi najnormalnije, brate. Da mi čujemo voice, pa trebali su pust voice.
Points for victory royale. They get double-digit eliminations with 10. That's
A da, verovatno su psovali nešto, pa mislim ne znači, ali znate kako uvek puste malog bucu kada klača u spawn i čuje se kako pričaju. Možda puste reakciju.
Get the best game that we have seen so far, then there is a slight possibility that of course there is still Pixie and Cheatin who have a slight chance.
They do. I was looking at that leaderboard right there. 27 eliminations for Miro
and
Grigor. And throughout that game, we saw exactly how they got to that number. These guys are W-keying goats. I don't know how they're doing it, yet still staying alive. And something that I noticed there throughout that whole game was Miro was so confident in their Storm Surge strategies. He wasn't even carrying a shotgun throughout the mid-game. Their strategy then, going into that 7-zone, 6-zone situation, they try and go for big refresh. Then he picks up the shot.
Joske kaže da, mislim, Joske kaže da je to nekulturno, a ja sam primetio da to svaki lik koji vina game ustane i stavi ruke u džepove. I onda me to sprednja, bukvalno, samo čekamo da vinuju game, da vidimo ko će da stavi ko neće. Neko će istići Tysona, priča se po Copenhagenu, ali malo. Trulex mora da isprozira. Da. Još jedan game se igra. Ljudi, bacite like sub ako ima novih. Mislim, ako ima novih bacite sub, ako ima ovih koji nisu lajkali. Hello, brother. Like, hello, brother.
Just disgusting. Their average going into that game, their average placement 5.25. Wow. Just nuts. Now, before we get going.
Ljudi, hvala vam što je average 1500 ljudi. Ljubio vas, brate. Ne znam da se zahvalim. Hvala vam puno. Prvo mjesto milion, drugo 650.000. Treće 400.000, četvrto 300.000, peto 200.000, šesto 150, sedmo 120, osmo 100.000, deveto 80.000, 10 do 15. mjesta je 50, 6 do 20 30, od 21. do 25. mjesta 20, od 26. do 30. 18, od 31. do 35. 6.000 eura, od 36. do 40. mjesta 14.000, od 41. do 45. 12.000 i od 45. do 50. 5! Zaboravio sam previše, 10. Ili 10-5 pa 2000 za ove koji nisu hvala. Ne znam ljudi, nisu stigo pročitati zadnje 3 jebote. Nemoj Jocke, nemoj sad. Kad hoćeš. Idem. UK drill! Legenda, Nikola Crnogorac, hvala za sve. Znam Jocke, znam. A, ne preferiranje. Ma, ajde, radi što hoćeš. Ivana, hvala za sub. To bojalo. Brate, ovo urađe. Šali se. On je ludlik, ali... brate... Ali ljudi... Meni je smiješno jer ja čekam Jocketovu reakciju. Ja čekam Jocketovu reakciju i znam da će napisati nešto bolest. Krizira, Jocks, krizira. Ko izanira mog brata, ne znam. Nije NPC, dobar je, brate. Respekt za ovo, brate, majki. Ma ne, lik, brate, daje... Njemu je ovo posao, on daje 100% sebe daje u njegov posao. I tako i treba. Legenda. Evo, legenda, svaka mu čast. Malo, naspeo se malo, ali legenda, eto. Svaka mu čast. 100% sebe ulaže u ovaj posao. Čičo ubio lika, super. Ajmo Čičo, vinaj game i uzmi milione. Hvala Biseri, Divas, hvala Bikes.
A little bit further away from Kanata and Agers. They wish to play this one out.
Hvala Bang za sub.
To give
Kogod je
themselves
novi
the
nek su
best
sub, evo
opportunity
izlazi na ekran.
possible to work their way up the leaderboard. Could see some action coming back, but for
Ovo
Pixie,
je najviše para od turnira, 1200 sam uzeo odjednom. Ne, Pixie da umre.
already knocked Cheatin though, might have an opportunity here to revive his teammate.
They're off to a pretty
Dalje
rough
su
start
drugi.
right now.
Treba im samo
It's gonna
dobar
set
game
them
da
back
održe to drugo
time,
mjesto.
resources, and most importantly, damage. Is the hardest to
Kako ga lega na like Redar plaši tamo deco vrišti. Mental raspali 30 godina ima. Vodi forward event. A daj,
Could they survive a little longer? They clearly
Al plaši decu.
they were able to survive, but that's a story for another time today. For now.
Barely just Kanata and Agers.
Trulex ubio lika, to je to.
Thomas and
Alo,
Malabuka wanted
super.
that just as badly as them.
Samo da ih ne klina Vadal,
Right
brate.
now, neither side
Vadal
really faring all
preteruje.
too well for it.
Well, we're gonna have to put a button on it.
Da, ovaj zadnji game.
Six is here. Coop and Miro have an incredible lead over.
Što mislite ko vina ljudi, evo vam tu. Vico je peti, Kame je četvrti. Onaj lik Bricix, onaj crnac s redovima. Treći je. Pixi drugi i Mero prvi. Svaka čast, majke mi. Stvarno svaka čast. Za ovog s redovima, svaka čast, brate. Eto. Mnogo dobro igra lik i trudi se i... rip za malog bucu, baš rip. Gledaj njemu skin. Skin od malog buca, on trola.
For Agers and Kanata, not a whole lot to grab there.
Ne znam što Tomas radi. Evo sad... Alo, znaš šta mi je bilo prolazilo kroz glavu, ljudi? Znaš šta mi je prolazilo kroz glavu? Jel Tomas igra s malim bucom uopšte? Majke mi je, to mi je par puta prošlo kroz glavu kao. Sad dok sam gledao, šta radi?
There might have been a little bit of a rise of interference there in that elimination process.
I was gonna say, find out where that puts Kanata and Agers. You know,
Bilda je olovo dao.
tournament stride comeback. Hey, there's still plenty of money on the line here. A lot to fight for outside of the bragging rights. Video and Mr. Savage, in the meanwhile, are fighting up here against Thoric. And I got the update. It looks like that puts them at 13th place. Not bad for a team fully contested. Meanwhile, Vidil, though,
Bro, Max Savage.
back onto Thoric. Nicely done for Mr. Savage.
Očekio sam više od Savage. Pa ne znam koliko ima Savage. Pojena. Oro. A, evo ga Kylie skin, Kylie mene skin. Kako je to, da. Bro, ti imate najbolji loot, pusti se.
Just like that, gonna be forced to take a step back here, leaving Kylie on the offensive, but Kylie's got some great Datus though. No chance that he's gonna be backing up Stain anytime soon. He's gonna hide behind that tree. 2 versus 1.
Zezaju se
Pressure and Stain just not able to match up.
Mero da vina, ko je to tuga sa juga? Full tuga. Majke mi.
For the time being, but Datus might still be able to collect the reboot card, but he's got to be careful that he doesn't get Elim too.
Just doesn't get better than that when your team is.
Šta svi dobili muda sad zadnji game, a?
Can't even come in to support you. Axe Force and Robot. Robot had the run of his life last game, really turning up. And this was the same story. It's all early game fights. They didn't find much. They were hurt, but no.
Koga je snajpao? Je neko naš, je neko naš, je neko naš. A, ništa. Vidi, što su muda dobili. Pojača, evo.
Open up any door he pleases. Find Gyros, big tags there, not a finish, but he's hurt.
Absolute miracle that Gyros did.
Može biti najjači game sad na kraju.
But Muzz, Paper, they are relentless with this charge. Cherry doing everything.
Pa nije Damko, brate, ne zna se jebati. Mislim, moja pretpostavka da oni sad kjeju, ako umru jebi ga, ali ako ubiju dva tima, imaju sve i mogu winat game i mogu 50.000 evra više uzeti. To je moja pretpostavka, tako da ono. Kija će sad još 2 minute. Ne, u stvari Kija će cijeli game dok ne budu imali dobar loot. Tako da ono, ali neće sad biti 10 ljudi jebi ga.
I can't believe this right now. Just the fact that Gyros and Sherry nearly managed to escape.
Mr. Savage and Vidil close the deal. Close the books. On Bolt's run here, back to the tournament lobby he goes. That's going to be it for his grand finals run. And for every team that falls now, for every team
zadnji game, ljudi, zadnji game.
closes their chapter here at the Global Championships, you have to respect them for making it this far. Your 50 best duos across the entire world competing against one another.
Ne znam što imam ovako osjećaj, da će Mero, evo ga Mero. Ali oni su ahead, dok se svi fajtuju, dok svi lutu, oni su već boksani u sredini. Ja imam osjećaj ovako, Mero da će da odigra onako, a? I da će Pixi dobro da odigra i da će se spojiti bukvalno, da će biti blizu. On neće znat ko je vino, a Queasy će vina zadnji game, eto, tako će biti. Queasy vina game, Mero onako će odigrat i Pixi će odigrat super i bit će, ne znam ko će vinat, bukvalno bit će par poena razlike, tako je. Ali opet i Mero da umre 10 i uzima 50 poena, brat. Pojma nemam, stvarno. Nije vino zasigurno, ljudi. Ako umre, šta ako umre sad? Ako umre 20, 0 poena.
Panic by any means.
Not looking good right now for Pink though as he loses all his shield.
Ajmo Pink, sam ga fajti. Bolje će svi.
No, he's gonna back up. Respects the push, doesn't have Queasy here quite to back him up, so something comes out. Something must have been a little fishy in the air, so not worth it. The damage is welcomed here, undoubtedly. The zone now continues to move on. Now we jump back to Pixie and Cheatin. So they have survived. They have gotten back up.
Don't want to say against all odds necessarily. Think that that initial strat was because of the fact that Pixie might have been picked off in the air off the initial drop. But Cheatin and Pixie.
Da vidimo. Trulex 8. Ali bi Trulex u selo da vina je. Zamisli vina Trulex.
Because that's definitely something that they encountered a lot of difficulties with in the last match. Hugo and Threats able to put a halt to their attempts to overtake first place last game. And here, they're still within reach, but it's only getting that much further away because Cooper and Miro, they are not taking any risks that they don't need to.
As long as Cooper and Miro stand, the chances for others are not possible. So for now, they are truly the final boss here. Seti and Cammy, however, will still have a big mountain to climb. A lot of eliminations and a huge endgame run.
Ko je vaske, ne znam.
At least somewhere inside the top 3 to snatch up 50 or more.
Pa, al svapi, 10 kill vidite je 100 poena. Jebi ga, sve je moguće. Ali ja mislim da Mero, brate, jedino ako umre sad. Ali konto da Mero barem da upadne, brate, u top 15 i 2 kila i to je... Ma Mero je vino, jebi ga. Jebi ga, brate. Vino je Mero, šta? A nije 100 poena, jebi ga, ne možeš tako pričat. Vjeruj mi, brate, da... Ajde je 100 poena pa ajde, ali nije 100 poena, vjeruj mi. 80 poena je ništa. Kill je 4, kontaš. Nije još nisi sigurno, ali...
Quick response there to the sniper glint. Here's Chubbs and Bryce. This is exactly what they've done all day long. Continue to find fights in the shady stilts. Find fights.
Veliko 360 Hz ovdje da je po pola njih ima.
This time to the potential Giannis.
Mero ima top 2 na početku, dobro.
Snipers in hand. Bryce showing us what he's got. Doesn't quite land that, but the tags on the follow-up are very good. Meanwhile, Flixi finds a quick knock onto Kanada, so there's trouble in paradise.
Evo ga Bricix, ovaj mora dobro odigrati. Volio bi ovaj da dobro odigra, majke mi. Prvi put čujem za lika, ono treće, brat.
Let's get a little update real quick on them. They're doing just fine inside their home territory, but it's time to move. They can't stay here for much longer. The zone's already telling them they gotta go.
Could be difficult to get across these icy islets as well. But Pixie and Cheatin definitely going to use a couple of these slap splashes.
Uzmeš Island i vinaš sa 0.80 pojena. Još je nemoguće ako ideš na Island da uzmeš Island bez killer, svi fajtuju. Ljudi, verujte mi, ovo je, brate, sjebano ovo, nije ovo kao Mero najbolje beži 100 pojena. Verujte mi. Sve se može promijeniti u sekundi. Ne znam, Maki, viš da su svi najbolji, brate. Viš da su svi jebeno najbolji. Ja samo neće ime da mi izađe gore. Brate moj, to je... To je jer ti mama kurva, brate, vjerovatno. Nisi sigurno.
Bila and Peterbot still standing in the distance. Cold and Acorn up as well. Seti, Cammy, Snazy, Podesai, all in the conversation here. For Cold and Acorn right now, I like where they're at. Just in 7th place here, so real chances to jump up and earn hundreds of thousands of more. Any team inside the top 10, if you take a win, you're getting paid, son.
Što te nije ubio basketa? Evo ga.
Attempting to take out Misha and t3ny, but t3ny from the bottom, chopping out Vaske in the process, and that's going to be an easy.
Opet kažem, bolje da je t3ny ubio nego da je ubio neko drugi, ali... Ubiše ga Vaske. Baš zanima ko je koliko para uzet. Ali vidjet ćemo, nije još kraj. A dobro odigrao. Prvi mu je LAN, prvi Grants. Ne, nije prvi Grants. Drugi Grants. Prvi Grants Vaske. t3ny, bolji da budeš, on zna napamet sve.
They might have the best 3-game tournament run, at least for teams that were down.
Ajmo, uzmi Thailand ovaj game. Ajde. Bravo t3ny, bravo, kako imaju muda, brate. Ma ja sam rekao, brate, opene su jedva kvalali. Ali, brate, u finalsima ima da se opusti. I tako.
They're just looking to secure this capture point as quickly as possible. Again, 15 points that they could potentially acquire here on top of all the goodies that come with the capture point.
They were in 35th place coming into this game. If they secure this, they jump up into 29th.
Bravo. A t3ny najbolji. Ovi grifaju, šta glume? Ma kako su tako dobri? t3ny 4 kila ima. Ljudi, više zajebavajte, ali oni da vinaju sad ovaj game, oni su uzeli, oni su im boostali 3 skywara. Tako ne. Au, trulex iz njih, prošli game, sad će oni njega ovaj. Please, trulex čuo, molim te. Najbrže Island clean up pika, da, ovo treba i da klipa. Ovo treba da se klipa. Da se napiše. Dobro, čuje je trulex, zna da su to ljudi buildaći. t3ny, brate, Grants je, bukvalno. Koje godište će ići o 7, ja mislim. Ljudi, bacite like brzo, aj na 1700 lajkova prebacite. Jer 1600 ne računa, to je još 10, kontate, zato kažem 1700. Bacite sub. Dobar live, ljudi. Hvala vam podršci, ono, izgrmili ste. Tako, prvo i drugo mjesto imaju iste poene. Pa evo, ako lupam. Mero i Pixi završe na istim poenima. I Pixi nema win. Sorry, ne, obrnuto. Pixi ima 2 vina, a Mero je 2 put bio drugi. I onda će, aha, imaju isto poena, aha, ali Pixi ima 2 vina, ovaj nema ni jedan win. Pixi je vino. Pixi će automatski da bude prvi. Ili, lupam, obojice imaju po 1 win, ali ovi imaju 1 kill više. Znači oni su vinali, tako ti to ide.
Let's see it, Tayson, Mustache on the move now. They have to move in. Zone's going west once again, so we're going to have some very interesting tournament at play. Thomas tayson and Malabuka survived the drop somehow, escaping away, remaining back in it. So Thomas actually managed to save Malabuka, get the reboot card, bring him back.
Da, on ga rebooto.
The players that toppled the Giants up top, but
ja zaboravio, brate.
But they have no idea.
I thought they did for a second. I'm not gonna lie. The ambush comes out and
Gle šta grifuje Mera. Da me jebeš.
Wait, there was someone lurking underneath us. Be careful.
Pazi ako Mera umre sad ovo.
Anyone that's lurking underneath them, it's Malabuka, it's Thomas. Two EU Titans, well, they might not have had the day that they were hoping for. They're still gonna look to try and pounce back at least a few positions on that leaderboard. And they could definitely put a devastating stop to Miro and Cooper's run if Miro and Cooper are not careful on their rotation out. But it does seem as though for the time being, Miro Cooper, they're gonna take a moment here just to collect their thoughts, fully ensure that they've got the proper position, the proper pathway. Thomas, though, he's tired of waiting. He's just gonna look to charge right through them with that rocket ram. Good shot though, placed from Miro. And now it's gonna be Thomas. It's gonna be Malabuka. Looking to try and turn
Jedna žaba
back.
kaže crack, druga kaže kokain.
Possibly having caught wind of some of the action taking
Šta
place
radi
here at
Tomas?
the Rumble
Ništa
Ruins.
lik,
Miro
lik je
Cooper, they know
retard.
they've got to keep it moving. They can't afford to
Pix
get
je mnogo
stuck here
underrated.
now.
Ja znao da je on
They
dobar,
need to
brate,
get inside
play
the
se i
edge of
kvala
zone
i
before other
uzima
teams
pare,
start
ali
trying to lock them
nisam
out.
očekio da će
Here's one of
da
the
bude, brate,
strengths,
top
too.
2
This is their
cijeli kap.
drop. They know
Majke.
exactly how to maneuver it, so great for the time being, and they're just like, hey, look, we have so much surge. Let's just chill out. They go to the boat, they retreat back, go back to the heels that
U
they know
zadnji
are
game
there,
stoka ljudi treba
and
da
they
bude.
play it smart. This is really showing
Gledam,
that
treba
Miro
guru,
and
treba boss.
Cooper
To mi juče došao
want
na
that
TikTok.
payday. They want that big
Kako se zove,
check
super, kako si ti?
that could be waiting for them. This could be $1 million med kit right here that just keeps them in the game and a win from Thomas HD and company.
Nismo jovali, samo jetpovi.
Every play now matters. Every play so
Mali
important
buc umro.
to the remainder of this game for them.
Could potentially give them the ultimate dead side rotation if you think about it, because
Kad si
nobody
retan.
else is going to be trying to stick around like these two have been.
Evo, chillaju,
As you can
brać.
see other teams like Queasy and Veno, they've continued trying to just aggress ever forward
Mali buc je treba s tobom, je pa
to
to
the
ti
next
kaže.
zones, but
To ti kaže.
danger from above here. Queasy gonna need a moment just to replenish some of his shields.
You know what? Re and Ritual as well. You got to give them so much credit. They are continuing to find eliminations. They may very well be another team fighting for top 3 by the time this is all over. For Pixie and Chi in here, they're just trying to hold on to their second place and fight their way to #1. They've already gotten 2 victory royales. Asking for a third feels near
Pixie ima sve,
impossible, but
Lomba ima sve.
it's got to be done if they
Alo?
want to be the global champions.
Dobro, neće.
Chi and Pixie running past the team
Nemoj
here.
meska, trebali su jumpat.
Don't go for the peek, but instead play defensively now. It's Gab Zero in the box next door. Another team lands on them.
Ajde!
Who is this? It's Yuma.
Yumi and Source could pose a huge
Gore,
threat
gore.
right now for Cheatin and Pixie. Cheatin doesn't exactly have the most ammo to work with right now. It's going to be super dependent on his Maven auto shots to connect. Pixie as well,
Bravo.
trying to break through
Vinali
builds
su
with
game
this
ako ubiju.
breacher.
A
It's
lago
going
je
to be
puno,
Source
brate.
Yumi still just outside of their box. Pixie now trying to see if he can buy his duo a little bit of time here, but they're just caught in between this entire mess.
That might have been the biggest mistake right there. They pulled Source into the box, but they are so deathly afraid of losing second place. They are getting pushed back when they could have easily finished the elimination. But this is tournament fear.
Ovo je baš
This is
krimsko.
placement fear starting to kick in here.
You can
This could
almost
be
see the
one of
panic.
This could be one of the most expensive lessons they learn. I hope they fight back here.
Sam je.
It is just
Bravo!
crazy right now how hesitant Pixie and Cheatin are, and the hesitation is finally going to cost them. Cheatin has been knocked in the process. Pixie picking up his teammate now, hoping, nobody realizing that he's just below, but he realizes
Oni su
now
below.
he's gonna have to forfeit it.
A
Trying
full
to
su,
wrap around now
brate.
to UB and Source won't be able to find the breacher shot that he needs though. Down to his last 17 shotgun shells here inside of this breacher. Twin mag not gonna do him much good in such close combat. And Pixie now looking for the full retreat, throwing out metal builds in the process, trying to see if he can get down to the low ground, see if he can hide for a moment in the water here around Eclipse Estate. But he might just be open season for the rest of the lobby as Pixie now, in a moment of desperation, continues trying to build for his life. Hide from this rock, hope that
Ako vina game, kurac, sreća. To tako moram da
He
kažem.
needs builds from that. That's all he's trying to get
100%
at
na
this
live,
point.
dobijem strike.
No rocket ram or anything in sight. He's just got to keep going. Vito
Dobro.
shuts him down. And down
Baš
goes
bez
Pixie
veze.
and Cheatin before they can earn any points.
Baš bez
And
veze,
just like
možda ne
that,
uzmu ni
their
top 5,
tournament
baš
run
bez
is
veze,
over.
baš bez veze, baš bez
How
veze.
high can they hold here? As
Baš bez veze. Mero 0 poena. Mero ako umre... Seti može i dalje, Seti i dalje može. Pa nemaš. Ako krene endgame, GG. Šta je s Trulexom? Mišljeno Petrbu, dobro. Danas je pokida kako igra. Bricik su umro.
And they might just find it. They've got an excellent spot just outside the edge zone here. Decent amount of ground to cover as well, but Chubbs as a solo, he actually doesn't have Bryce with him. This is a best case.
Ovaj da klača malo, brate, da klača. Samo malo da klače, da osiguraju velike pare.
Hundreds of $1,000s on the line here. Life-changing money for Chubbs and Bryce. And their third place spot is standing on shaky ground here. He's by himself, but the smile says it all. He knows there's a chance here. I can still do this. Just gotta play smart.
Svidu, brate, idi ti.
Gotta play to the instincts. Here we go. Rocket Ram comes out. He's off to the air here. Down is gonna land. Potentially on a team. Meanwhile,
Mero ubio lika, ne, šta je place.
Continuing to push through this lobby here. Placement points now to be earned. Every team that falls now.
Mero, nema mac, Mero. Queasy umro. Groz ga ubio. Kako je ubio Groz kad je Veno ubio Groz?
Don't believe he's had an opportunity to look for the reboot either, based on when Paper was picked off. So now Miro in the backside. Merstash in Tayson's box. He could go massive here. He wants to find the shot to connect. Both teams gonna get dropped another layer here.
Ma bolji. Mero je najbolji.
Tayson first to fall.
Ruši, glupane.
Just continue to grow the count. 324 points currently on the leaderboard. And Cooper, despite having been knocked, Miro's still going.
No way, but he
there
too with a huge finish. And his teammate gets finished off now too. Shot from the side here. He has no more builds. He needs this refresh. If not, over, and down he goes. There is still a runway in front of Cammy and Seti.
Ovo možda nije vina, lalo. Zviš ovaj kill mu ne vina.
That will be a 100-point run. So it's not over yet. Chubbs falls too.
Alo, top 3 su! Alo! Top 3 su mrtvi.
Copenhagen, hold your breath. Let's see how far.
Kami ako vino game u razeru. Kami da vina s još 10, on je prvi. Ovo će bude historija ako vina s 10. Seti umro.
Seti soon to follow. Seti though, he's lost his shields entirely as he drops back down with the rest of the lobby. Seti nearly out of the count for real this time. And now Cammy doing what he can to try and back his duo up. Seti will find a brief moment, but it still might not be enough. They need these eliminations. It doesn't matter if they get the placements.
Here we go, Cammy on the run right now, trying to find some eliminations. Moneymaker might just be the next one, but another team's next door. Cammy has a decision to make, misses out on the opportunity to find elimination. Seti here, still 22 players in this lobby. Anything can happen right now. Should they just go on a run? Should they go on a streak?
Da ima White Hill. Teni Miša! Teni Miša živi, alo! Teni Miša od dobre pare uzeli. Ajde da vinu i Teni Miša, kakav Seti, boli me kita, nek vina Mero, jebe mi se. Teni Miša nek. Evo vino i game i nek Mero vina, cijeli je fantastic, to je to je zadovoljno. Trulex Čičo! Da nek Čičo i Trulex onda vinaju, brat.
But it's still the difference between thousands of dollars as far as his leaderboard is concerned. Acorn's gonna try to take a shot from some players on the backside. KVM Rapid looking for his escape. He still has Batman Bugo with him. So many solos and Orlando duos, but the zone is gonna pull back in Acorn's favor. Cammy meanwhile, Seti meanwhile, they're still keeping the charge going.
How are they still alive right now? Truly fighting for
GL, sad ispamajte GL, sad, bravo, sad ispamajte GL. Čiče, Trulex ljudi ako vinaju. To može da bude, brate, znaš koje pare? Top 3, ja mislim. A ne smoraj kamo. Teni 6, super, Teni je dobro play-so.
The chance is theirs. And there you have it. Cammy and Seti will have to fight their way up to earn as much as possible here. But what a run it has been for Cammy and Seti. Rapid and Batman Boogar in front of them. Who will be the next to fall?
It is an absolute scramble though throughout the low ground. Teams are just falling all over the place, and it's going to be finally Cammy, Seti with a little bit of a layer separation here. Other teams in the mid ground. But it's going to be Flixie first. Nearly putting an end to the Polish run, but instead, Cami Seti turn it around. 180, no problem.
Three eliminations now. Trulex, Chicho on the high ground with 6. All of
Bravo,
a sudden,
bravo!
trying to make a comeback here.
Molim te, gl ljudi spamajte, sad svi. Sad želim da svi spamate gl.
You gotta have nothing but appreciation
Lovo,
and
halo.
support
Nek
for
Trulex ode na
Cami
low
and
onda.
Seti.
Au, ubio je.
And keeping it interesting. Oh my god.
Kami,
4 HP.
ne, ja health ima, brate, nema ovo da radiš.
Cami will not give this up without a fight. Trulex now coming in. He's hurt. It's a 2v1. What's you gonna do? Got a player behind him. Trulex gets broken out here. Cami still giving him a run for it. One build. No builds. 2v1. He's healthier, but there are 2. Cami goes in. No shot hit. Trulex finds it. Siphon comes through. It's now a one-on-one, and Trulex wins the game with 9 elims. You gotta love it, but your global champions are here.
Back to back.
Miro and Cooper from day 1 getting knocked.
Koji je Trulex onda drugi, brate?
To standing tall here in day number 3, our championship Sunday. Your 2023 global champions even. Miro and Cooper.
Cooper looked up to Miro, reached out to Miro, asked him to play as his duo, and who would have thought it would have been $1 million coin flip? Congratulations, Miro. Congratulations, Cooper. You are our 2023 global champions. Lift that trophy.
Trulex treći. Znači, Trulex je bukvalno sa 30. mjesta završio na 3. Vino zadnja 2 gema. Kakav čale, bro. Krivo me što su ovi iz NE ista vinali. Ne, ovo je NVS čak, ja mislim. Baš mi je glupo što su vinali. Znači, idu gore da su oni bolji od Evrope. Hoće prozivati ove od ostale, brat. Ja mislim da bi trebalo. Koliko su uzeli? $1 000 000, da. 500.000, 500.000. Ajde vidimo da hoće prizivati, hoće zvaći sigurno ostale, bro. Ne, valjda ne idu kući odmah. Od prvog gema su prvi, brate, svaka čast, stvarno su dobro odigrali.
What a start for the day for them. What a finish to the day for them. They were almost faultless throughout the entire day. I'm trying to look for things that could have been better. Maybe they could have done that differently. They just popped off.
Ljudi, bacite like sub, alo. 1100 ljudi na live, ljubi vas, brat.
When it came to farming, when it came to engagements, when it came to rotating, they did everything almost perfectly. It was absolutely incredible to watch this duo do what they do best, and that is
Mero je stvarno, ne, odigra je stvarno dobro, najbolje odigra Mero. Trulex čisto da su imali kill više, drugi bi bili, ne seri.
An underrated, less experienced IGL who has taken the reins and led them to a huge victory by an absolute landslide.
3 poena za drugo mjesto. Koliko su izgubili onda? 100.000? 50 ili? Ne. 150.000 eura su izgubili, ja mislim.
Today history is made. And it's not only Cooper and Miro that are global champions, but that is North America.
To je, to njih boli, sigurno, boli ih, brate. Srećni su, ali opet, brate, ono, 3 pojena kontos. Boli ih i kurac. Dobro, Pixi uzeo 150.000. Tko da je vino FNCS, eto, tko da je vino normalan FNCS. Tako da ono, drago mi je za njega, eto, majke mi. Ne znam ko su ovi peti. Ovaj Bricik si uzeo 75.000. GG, brate, ono, zaslužio. Mero 500.000. I ovaj 500. Trulex i Čičo.
But they've just proved all of those consistent throughout the whole day, which is exactly what we expect from them. Even when zones were just not in their favor today, they still did very, very well.
No, we have a lot of these northwestern zones, and Cammy and Seti made sure to grab that tower every single time so that they were able to rotate early. And even though it seemed like they had some issues with Storm Surge, they did not let that bring them down, and they were able to rotate that into so much good aggression. And my goodness, that Gunner Stinger SMG that we saw Cammy and Seti using towards the end there was definitely such a huge part of their success in game number 6.
I wanted to highlight one other duo on that
Drago
list.
što ljudi veliče Queasy je došao Trulex Čičo gasili. Pa meni nije drago zbog Queasya, ali mi je drago zbog ovih što su pohvali. Ja sam rekao ono, ok, Trulex Čičo, ok, kao, ajde, neko dobro odigrao, ali sam, znate da smo već 3 dana govorili Queasy vina, Queasy prvi. I na kraju dođe Trulex Čičo, pam, treći, 200.000. Objasnili su. Ajde dalje.
For the duo! This is the 4th best duo in the world!
I mean, these guys, they're going to be feeling on top of the world right now because these are two underrated players. I think they're a lot more rated now after that.
Oh, yeah.
Coming 4th place in the EU region. I mean, what a fantastic performance those guys. Just let it fall off there just at the end.
Ti rekao, Balkanci moraju 2 vina.
4th place.
Well, we saw how
Ne, ja uvijek prediktam, brate. Rekao sam, moraju 2 vina biti Balkanci i to je to. I doće Trulex i ispuštuje me i vina za nje 2.
Get back-to-back victory royales and still have these rough last 2 games and still do as well as they did speaks volumes.
Absolutely. I want to relive that final game from Cooper and Miro. We've got a listen in standing by, so let's hear it.
You're good, bro. Don't even listen. Like I said, smiling. I'm dead ass smiling. I'm dead ass smiling. We're the best players here. I got Kenna. We're the best players in this lobby. On my life, we are. Pixie died. Oh, my God. I'm sweating, bro.
Ovo sad puštaj šta su pričali, ali sad ćemo čuti Čiču i Trulexa, ali.
Like nervous, bro. I'm just sweating.
Sad ćemo da čujemo Čiču i Trulexa, sigurno.
Top 25.
Ili će samo vinera, brat.
Play my life. Challenge. Top 26. See one more team to die. No noise challenge, bro. Okay. No noise challenge, yeah? Oh my God, Pixie spectated me. No noise challenge, no noise challenge. We should chase him, bro, I swear. Can you come? Okay, yeah, no, we can. We can chase another kid. No, it's a solo, please get to me. Okay, I'm on you. I'm listening, all you. IGL, go. Yeah, we like the drink. I'm in. I'm in. Yeah, same. I got dropped down. I got dropped solo. Wait, I'm in a box. Jordan. Get body, show. Got finished. I got mass, I'm playing my life.
Man, you could just tell, you hear that moment, I'm nervous. Why am I nervous? He already knew, right? You heard it from Cooper's watch. Dude, I got a big smile on my face. They knew going into that last game it was the victory lap. They had it all locked up.
Yeah, they did. And I was saying to you, Zeke, before that game, imagine going into a final game of a tournament like this when you pretty much have it all wrapped up. What is the feeling like to do that? It must be absolutely incredible. And of course, they didn't just back down. They didn't just try and double key and make a mess of it. They wanted to close out strong. And even in that end game, they played very, very well. And I mean, you can forgive them for being a little bit nervous in those moments.
Oh, it is definitely deserved. And I mean, just looking at how far ahead they are from the rest of the pack, to say that you are almost 60 points ahead of the reigning invitational champs of Cammy and Seti is just another accolade to add to their belt. But Zeke, I believe we have a special surprise right now.
We do. Gents, if you don't mind putting on these headsets, no big deal. We just have your FNCS Global Champions right here on the stage. Royal Arena, make some noise for your Global Champions, Miro and Cooper. Guys, first off, let's go, guys! Let's go! You did this! You guys have worked so hard. Let's first shine a light. The coin toss. Talk to me about this coin toss. How did this all go? Is this real? Is this made up?
Yeah.
I didn't really want to play the game too much no more. And I was like, you know what, I'm doing nothing better. I'm getting a teammate and I'm coming back. I don't care. Like, I just was. I flipped the coin and I was like, all right, we'll play on Cooper.
I mean, Coop, did you think back then a coin flip would lead to $1 million FNCS Global Championship title?
I mean, not at all. I mean, back then, I only had 5K earned when we started playing.
Oh my gosh.
Gotta up that number now.
Oh, yeah. He's the best to ever do it.
Hey, man, live in the moment. You live in the moment.
I mean, Cooper, you just mentioned it right there. You were a very underrated player, 5K earned when you started playing with Miro. Tell me what it's like to play with someone like him. What's he taught you about the game to get to this stage?
Miro's taught me so much. I mean, whenever we first started playing, it was my first time ever IGLing. But being with the best fragger to ever touch the game kind of comes easy, you know? It was great, man. I've learned so much.
I mean, Miro, landing Rumble Ruins unconned, it definitely seemed to give you guys such a big advantage. How did you guys use that for your success in all 6 games?
I mean, I wouldn't really say our drop shot was an advantage. Some games we were leaving with like no mats and everything. I say just being confident. I know I'm the best in this lobby, 100%. I came into here, I was thinking like after last Invitational I did bad, I was down. Like I felt so down, but then I realized I'm like, I got not 1, but 2, but 3, but 4, but 5 FNCS wins, make it 6 now. I just need to be confident. I played confident, I was just running around killing people, eliminating people, sorry. We did what we had to do, honestly. Like, that's all I can say.
How did you guys bounce back, right? So you guys got knocked into the lower bracket. For some people, they're maybe looking at anyone in that situation thinking the mentals must be rocky. You guys came in today, I just thought, man, y'all came up from the upper bracket, right? Nothing changed.
I think through the first bracket, I came here very nervous. I mean, this being my first major LAN, I mean, this is my 3rd grand finals in general.
Wow.
I came in super shook. I feel like I was really unconfident. So going into Heat 2, I kind of just played my own game. Mero helped a lot with that the day before. He just got me locked in, got me in my game. And then finals, I just...
Ko je vino, Mero I ovaj, ne znam mu ni ime.
It's insane.
Imao je 5K ring sa sad uzeo
I
milion.
mean, you know, obviously, Mero, you're so decorated. And there's so many times where I feel like we kind of almost not discredit.
Ne moram da ima 5K pre ovog, nego da ima 5K kada je krenuo igra s Merom, sad kada je krenuo, ne znam. Cooper, da.
What in the world? There was just moments where it's just you. And you were just in your flow state, and it didn't matter, man. You were going to go the distance, find those eliminations, the placement. Where did that come from, dog?
I don't know. I'm just great.
Guys, thank you so much.
Nerealno mi, brate, da... Brate, nerealno mi da Fortnite kao ono... Znaš, više nego ono... Brate, milion eura mu dao, ono, znaš, Fortnite, brate, baš ono...
This is insane. Like, I've never thought from playing video games when I was like a little kid to just sitting on stage in front of this many
Mero, ovaj tu koji priča je vino 6 FCS.
This is insane. My mom's watching back home. I love you, Mom. Love my whole family. This is insane.
Cooper?
Absolutely insane.
Respekt.
It feels great. For the fans out there.
Da, Jocki odmah se ustaje i odmah pehne.
Keep moving, man. Life's gonna knock you guys down so many times, even outside of playing video games, and it's just about getting back up. If you stay down, you're gonna stay down. Like, that's how it works. You just gotta get up and keep moving. That's my best advice.
Cooper, you want to say anything, man?
On je moje godište.
Global champion.
I mean, coming from me especially, just chase your dreams, man.
Da, Nevena, trulex i Čić su vinali zadnja 2 gema. Uzeli su 400.000 eura. Hoće da puštaju trulexa i ove, neće, ili to je to gas sve.
Before we get ready to say goodbye, let's toss it up to the casters to get their closing thoughts on the competition.
Miro's come such a long way, so has Cooper. And yeah, man, it's such a heartwarming, you know, conversation to unfold there, especially with the way Cooper says, hey, put in the practice, keep going at it. And
nemam Twitter, ljudi, ne mogu pogledat tweet od
Invictus. That was Miro too, and now look at how far he's come.
Beyond earned bragging rights for the both of them, and Miro especially adding yet another FNCS champion accolade to his count. 6 is insane. Cooper, really looking forward to seeing how many more you might be able to add on to that, because at this rate, it seems as though the sky's the ceiling for you, man.
Zamislite zakažu kao World Cup. Kao, ljudi, da vam kažemo najavu World Cup iduće godine, zamislimo.
Up, so you guys deserve all of your support and everything that you've earned so far. But from us here at the desk, myself, Monster D-Face, the best Taco, Jacob PR, who of course had the opportunity to cast all these games, we thank you guys from us up here. We're gonna send it on down to Zeke to close this out.
Man, emotions are running high. It's hard not to get emotional. I want to get you guys closing thoughts.
I mean, the day as a whole was crazy. The weekend as a whole was incredible. And I mean, we got here, right? We got
ja bih se smorio da nije bilo ovo.
Fortnite competitive.
LOL. Da me jebeš, ali gle. Jujujuju.
It's been an absolute pleasure working with all of the talent that we've had here, and you guys especially as well. I've been loving being on the desk with you all, and like you just reiterate, all of the fans, all of the players to showcase what Fortnite has to offer. Our amazing production team as well. This has been such an experience and one that I will never forget. And Zeke, I thank you for, you know, being the captain of the ship.
Being goofball supreme. That is what my job is. To everyone, thank you guys so much. From the talent crew, from Vivid, from Levin 2K, from Frankie Ward, from these two year casters, the production crew, from Epic to the fans, to the players. This is all possible because of you guys, your passion, your love for the game. It's hard not to get emotional, but man, as Minnie said, this...
Ali izgrmeo live ljudi, ali jeste normalni? Jeste, Make, jeste! Gledam kreće harda za VC, a bukvalno, brate, ovo je motivacija, brate. Šalim se, mislim ne šalim se, brate. Ali ono, daleko je World Cup. Kvito ću ja do World Cupa još 2 put, zajevam se! CS, ne znam, brate, moramo teretanu, brate, ramena radit. Ramena? I noge neću radit, neću nikad više noge radit. Ne da mi se, ne da mi se! Napalio se, sad ću onda grinda, ma neće me smorit. Ako uzem pare za zadnji vik, neće me smorit nikad. Ako ne uzem smorenje. Smorenje, za vas. Verujem ti, id. Čekaj. Ne seri. Oh. Brate, ajde da su 43. Al 50. brate. Ne kažem da bi ja bio prvi, ne kažem. Al nemoj da kenjaš onda. Zato bolje da čutiš, bro, da ništa ne pričaš, brate. To je to. Release PP, one build. Brate, ne mogu ovako, sam umoran, non stop sam umoran, brate. Ima da uzeo sutra, brate, pun frižider energija, brate, da pijem energiju svaki dan, brate. Nema energije ovako. Please try, isključi se popuše da više nisu mogli da ga popuše. Ne znam zašto su to určili. A ljudi, bilo je zanimljivo, iskreno. Ovo mi je baš posle World Cupa najbolji cup. Majke mi, stvarno, baš je bio dobar event ovo. Baš je bio dobar event, ali. Kako, ja sad trip da meni dobro radi igrica. Imam trip da mi sad dobro radi igrica zbog, jer sam gledao 3 dana za redom nisam igrao. I gledao sam replay, ono, kontate gdje laguje. Ono, gledao sam ove kako igraju, a njima laguje. I sad imam oško da meni radi najbolje. A na 1700 lajko ljudi, bacite sub ako ima novih. Ništa, ajde. Bio je dobar lan, na sljedeće lano sam ja i to je to. To je to. O, nisi dobar, brat. Kako ga trolam, brate, like loose. Ti ne bi znao na engleski ništa, znam ja engleski, brate. Perfekt, perfekt. Ne znam pojma, bura. Ja razumem sve, brate. Ja stvarno sve razumem. Ali ne znam da pričam. Ja imam taj problem, ne znam da li vi imate taj problem, ali... Ja sve razumem, ali ne znam pričat. Evo, mogu vam vratiti svaki trenutak, da dobro, to je Fortnite tenas, pa kao... Sve što kažu Englezi, kažemo i mi tako, ali... Ono, sve razumem. Naprimjer ono kad je Kingo, ona je i Brazilac, kad mu je ona prevodila. Brate, ono je blam. Ono ja znam da kažem. Ja jedino dobro igram Fortnite kad se naspavam 12 sati. Sad sam spavao 8 sati, brate, nije mi dobro. I loš sam si, brate, sporo sam si nekako, gledao. Ovo sati ti malo, brate. Nemam Red Bulla, brate, umirem malo. Braćo, gasim live. Idem do teretane. Malo odmorim, napunim telefon, napunim slušalice, idem do teretane. Hvala vam na velikoj podršci. Od srca hvala na podršci, nešto da vam kažem, brate. Streamom bi ja još, ne bi ni otišao u teretanu, majke mi da nisam umoran, ali brate umoran sam, haos, brate, ne zašto. Majke mi, u streamom bi još, ne bi otišao u teretanu danas. Ali kao ja, ako već gasim da odem u teretanu. Ja sam umoran. Jocke, možda, brate, ako bude CS, brate, upalit ću live, vidjet ću koliko me razbudi teretana, brate. Vidimo se, hvala puno na podršci, ljubio vas brat. Pa teretana me razbudi, hladno napolju razbudi me, kontaš, ovako sedim, brate, umoran. Hvala puno na podršci, nadam se da ćete podržavati ovako i sljedeće streamove. Ovog daily uploada. Sutra je ponedeljak, sutra očekujete onako chill live-ove, do četvrtka. Četvrtak duo cash cup, ako nije u četvrtak onda u petak, u četvrtak mi dolazi drugar iz Beograda. Od Ledova, znate ko je Ledo, tiktoker, fortniter. Od Ledova brat, on i ja smo jako dobri, dolazi kod mene, bit će kod mene par dana. On će da gleda kako igram duo cash cup, jebi ga. Gledat će kako igram solo cash cup, pa u subotu ćemo, brate, ono, neki content live napraviti, ono, sprednio neki live. Tako da ono, brate, eto, to vas očekuje sad ovu nedelju i to je to. Uživajte ljudi, podržajte live-ove kako podržavate do sad i to je to. Zvonce, sub, like i to je to, braću.